Chapter 2753, Godslayer's Treasure, the Ruined Mountain Range? Illusory words and unyielding heart were stunned by Feng's answer, their complexions turning indescribably grim. The two of them were not unfamiliar with the name Ruined Mountain Range. On the contrary, this was a name that resounded among the various superpowers. The superpowers usually sent scouts to check out level 100+ neutral maps, which had many danger zones. Some superpowers would even investigate level 130 to level 150 neutral maps. Of the explorations conducted by the superpowers, none of the exploration teams they sent into the Ruined Mountain Range had returned alive. Yes, despite the Ruined Mountain Range being only a level 120+ neutral map, none of the expert players that entered it had returned alive. In fact, they didn't even know how they died. After suffering such bizarre losses, the superpowers stopped attempting to explore the Ruined Mountain Range. After all, the players capable of entering level 120+ neutral maps were incredibly strong experts, with even the weakest among them being at the Flowing Water Realm. Even the superpowers couldn't afford to have too many of such experts dying. Due to this reason, the Ruined Mountain Range had become a forbidden land for the various superpowers. Even though the superpowers already had level 118+ expert players under their command now, none of them dared make another attempt. After a while, Unyielding Heart asked nervously, "Must we go in there?" Peak experts were the main pillars supporting their guilds. Even the death of one of these experts would distress them. It would be an absolute nightmare if several dozen of them died. We must. Entering the Ruined Mountain Range is the prerequisite for our success, Feng said, nodding. If possible, he wouldn't want to enter the Ruined Mountain Range at this time, either. However, the Ruined Mountain Range was his only option to secure a large amount of resources quickly. This was because the Ruined Mountain Range was a true forbidden land with the lowest level requirement. Players had a chance of surviving in a neutral map, so long as they reached level 120. Moreover, the Ruined Mountain Range was also one of the most highly contested forbidden lands in his previous life. Although the Ruined Mountain Range was labeled a forbidden land, it wasn't a forbidden land for all life. Instead, it was only a forbidden land for humans. Humans would face great danger when entering the Ruined Mountain Range. However, non-humans wouldn't. Most importantly, the clue he had of the Godslayer led him to the Ruined Mountain Range. After analyzing the map clue and with his understanding of the Ruined Mountain Range, he felt it was highly likely that one of the Godslayer's treasures was hidden inside the Forbidden Land. The Earthfall's secret land. This was something he had only heard of during his previous life. Although he didn't know who activated the Earthfall's secret land, what he did know was that the 5 great super guilds had dispatched over 40 Tier 5 experts to contest for it. The struggle between these experts had very nearly flattened the Ruined Mountain Range's outer area. As to what the Earthfall's secret land contained, there had been all sorts of rumors about it in the outside world. However, nobody actually had a concrete answer. This was because shortly after the Earthfall's secret land appeared, 3 of the 5 great super guilds had joined forces to monopolize that place. The 3 guilds had prohibited not only outsiders from entering, but even their own internal members. The minimum condition to enter the Earthfall secret land had been being a Tier 4 core member. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. The Landfall secret land was a different dimension the Godslayer had created. The secret land had boasted an abundance of riches and/or veins. Magic crystals could also be found all around. It wasn't a place the outside world could compare to. Hence, Feng intended to take a look at the Earthfall secret land. However, the road leading to the Earthfall secret land was a treacherous one. After all, countless Tier 4 players had died in the Ruined Mountain Range in his previous life. Even Tier 5 players had fallen in the map. It wasn't a place that lone individuals could easily traverse. Therefore, Feng planned to tap the power of Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul for this endeavor. The Ruined Mountain Range is extraordinary. Not to mention, the 2 of our guilds don't even have enough people to form a 100-man team of peak experts. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to survive there. Illusory words stated. How about we include some additional Tier 3 experts? That will increase our chances. Compared to Tier 3 peak experts, ordinary Tier 3 experts were far less prized. If they came across dangerous situations, they could have the ordinary experts scout ahead, instead of putting the peak experts at risk. This method was frequently employed by superpowers when exploring forbidden lands. No. Shaking his head, Feng smiled and said, "The ones participating in this expedition aren't just experts from your two guilds. Other experts will come with us as well." Other experts? Are they safe? Illusory words and unyielding heart were confused by Feng's words. The operation this time was evidently a top secret. They couldn't afford to invite outsiders at all. Moreover, the operation had high requirements for players. They found it hard to believe that Zero Wing actually had other allies that could be trusted for this operation. They're safe. Their strength is also more than enough to participate in this operation, Feng said, chuckling. The Earthfall Secret Land was a place that the 5 great super guilds had considered a strategic resource. Once there, he naturally couldn't explore it together with Crimson Emperors and Unyielding Souls members. However, exploring the secret land by himself was also impossible. Hence, he needed to bring some other people with him. Only outsiders did not know that these people were actually part of Zero Wing. Afterward, Feng had Illusory words and Unyielding heart gather their guild's peak experts while he contacted the Azura adventurer team. As for the Secret Covenant Tower, he tasked Fire Dance and the rest of Zero Wing's main force to handle it. After all, the expedition to the Ruin Mountain Range would take a lot of time. Since Fire Dance and the others could already challenge their Tier 4 promotion quests, it would be a loss for them to accompany him. Black Dragon Empire, Thousand Rock Town. Several dozen flashes appeared on the town's teleportation array as Unyielding Souls and Crimson Emperor's peak experts arrived in this desolate border town. Although Thousand Rock Town was known as a town, there were hardly any NPCs there, let alone players, because of the town's proximity to the Ruin Mountain Range. The neutral map was so dangerous that even NPCs wished to avoid it. After glancing at the desolate street, Blue Gown eyed Feng, who stood nearby. She then asked Illusory words curiously through a private conversation. "Big Sis Illusory, who do you think Guild Leader Black Flame invited?" In her opinion, their team, which consisted entirely of peak experts or better, was incredibly rare even in the entire God's domain. She found it inconceivable that Zero Wing could invite another team capable of rivaling theirs. Aside from the many peak experts, their team had Illusory words and Unyielding heart. The former was a cleric who stood at the pinnacle of God's domain, while the latter was a berserker with defense rivaling MT classes. There was also Blue Gown herself, who was the 3rd-ranked Guardian Knight in Crimson Emperor's main force. At this stage of the game, only the 5 great super guilds would be capable of fielding such a team. I don't know. According to the information we gathered, only the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain might be of help. However, Phoenix Rain disappeared, so Zero Wing shouldn't have any other capable allies, Illusory words replied, shaking her head. She, too, was curious about the allies Feng mentioned. Shortly after Illusory words and Blue Gown spoke with each other, a dozen or so flashes appeared on the teleportation array once more. When these new arrivals walked out of the teleportation array, both Illusory words and Unyielding heart were shocked. Every one of these new arrivals radiated an astonishingly powerful aura. By the looks of it, not only had they unlocked their mana bodies, but their progress should have reached 100% as well. The callous man walking at the head of the group was someone even Illusory words and Unyielding heart had to be wary of. Lightning Demon Lifeless Thorn. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Lifeless Thorn was a ruthless person who persisted in challenging the various experts of God's domain. Some time ago, he had even fought Stalwart Sky, one of the Battle Wolves' Wolf Kings, to a draw and was labeled by the Secret Pavilion as one of the Eastern Continent's top 10 rookies. At this time, Lifeless Thorn boasted not only a high level of 122, but also 7 pieces of epic equipment. And although he had hidden the glow effect of the spear he carried on his back, the archaic magic patterns engraved on it betrayed the spear's superiority to ordinary epic weapons. The Azura Adventurer Team. Why are they here? Illusory words and unyielding heart were dying of curiosity at the sight of lifeless Thorn's group. After all, the Azura Adventurer Team was currently a top adventurer team in God's domain. Moreover, it possessed an incredibly mysterious background. Not only did the adventurer team conquer many high-difficulty, large-scale team dungeons, but the adventurer team's members also possessed unfathomable strength. Many of the adventurer team's members had even reached the spiritualization realm 1, which allowed them to exhibit extraordinary combat power. Various superpowers had frantically tried to recruit the adventurer team. However, the Azura Adventurer Team had rejected all the offers. Although many superpowers had sent teams led by peak experts in retaliation, none of these teams succeeded. Moreover, these teams usually return with heavy losses. Everyone's here. Let's go. Chapter 2754. Forbidden Land for Humans. Everyone's here. Illusory words and unyielding heart turned to Feng in astonishment. Could it be them? Not only did the Azura Adventurer Team possess a reputation on the eastern continent of God's domain, but according to rumor, the Adventurer Team also controlled more than half of the Ice Crystal world. All of the Adventurer Team's core members were incredibly mysterious. From time to time, unheard of powerful geniuses would also appear in the Adventurer Team. It was also brooded about that the Azura Adventurer Team had an incredibly powerful commander. This commander was elusive and mysterious. Rumor had it that even Lifeless Thorn couldn't survive one hit from this commander, and that Lifeless Thorn was challenging the various superpowers experts so crazily because he wanted to challenge Azura's commander once more. This situation instilled fear in the various superpowers. For this reason, God's Domain's superpowers suspected that the Azura Adventurer Team had the backing of a mysterious and powerful force. In fact, they even suspected that this mysterious backer was someone from the Upper Zone's top layer. The Azura Adventurer Team had arrogantly rejected many of the powers that wished to recruit it. This, in turn, resulted in many clashes between Azura and the various powers. And the more Azura fought, the more famous it became. Now, however, it was actually revealed that Azura had a good relationship with Zero Wing. MHM. They'll be moving with us later on, Feng said. He then nodded at Lifeless Thorn and the others in greeting actually. Even Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw Lifeless Thorn and the others. He never thought that they would improve so much in the time he hadn't seen them. Now, Lifeless Thorn and the others surpassed Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other main force members in levels. Moreover, Lifeless Thorn's aura suggested that he was half a step into the domain realm already. Feng had to admit that the man was truly a battle maniac. Although his frenziedly challenging God's domain's various experts had earned him a lot of enemies, the experience he racked up allowed him to improve rapidly. As for Solitary 9, Yinya, Cleansing Whistle, and the others standing beside Lifeless Thorn, they too had made significant improvement. It was evident they were at the Flowing Water Realm already. Moreover, they weren't all that far from reaching the Void Realm, either. If they received enlightenment now, they might very well break through to the next level immediately. Meanwhile, Feng's introduction of them rendered Lifeless Thorn and the others momentarily speechless. They nodded at illusory words and unyielding heart in acknowledgement, none of them showing any intention of speaking to the two strangers. At this time, Solitary 9 spoke to Feng excitedly through a private conversation, asking, "Commander, what do you think of the people we brought this time? Everyone's combat power is on par with peak experts. We didn't shame you, right?" "Indeed. I never thought you would manage to recruit so many talents," Feng said in astonishment as he studied Azura's team members. Quite a few of the Azura members present were people he was unacquainted with personally. However, he had heard of a few of these people in his previous life. All of them had been well-known solo experts in the game. Two of them had even reached Tier 5, only slightly inferior to Lifeless Thorn, who had reached the demigod standard. Feng truly had not imagined that Lifeless Thorn and the others would be able to recruit all these people into the Azura adventurer team. Following this, Solitary 9 told Feng about recent events, mentioning that they had accidentally strayed into a magical place where time flowed at a completely different rate, and the players residing there were incredibly strong. In that magical place, Refinement Realm experts were considered third-rate. They were no big deal whatsoever. The players there were also very high-leveled, with some having even reached level 130 already. When Solitary 9 and the others visited that place, they had been utterly dumbfounded. During their stay in that magical place, they had frequently fought with the experts there. This allowed them to gain a lot of inspiration and improvement. Unfortunately, the system abruptly brought them back to the main continent for some reason. When they returned, their levels surpassed that of the Superpowers Peak experts by a large margin. Solitary 9's tale surprised Feng. He never thought that God's domain would actually have such a magical area. However, when he remembered that Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose had fought in a different world for 80 years, he concluded that the situation Lifeless Thorn and the others had found themselves in was nothing to fuss about. Meanwhile, Crimson Emperors and Unyielding Souls members also finished their preparations to set off, following which everyone got on their flying mounts and flew toward the Ruined Mountain Range. The Ruined Mountain Range occupied a huge area on the continent of God's domain. According to players' estimates, the entire Ruined Mountain Range could rival the combined area of 5 or 6 empires and connected many places. The neutral map's level 120 region was only the periphery. If players wished to survive in the map's inner region, they would have to reach level 150 at the very least. As for the Ruined Mountain Range's core area, only level 180 plus Tier 5 experts could enter there. Even level 200 Tier 4 experts wouldn't survive. After flying for 7 hours straight, Feng and the others finally saw a stretch of majestic mountains on the horizon. Just the mountains in the Ruined Mountain Range's periphery already reached heights of more than 30,000 meters. The sky of the mountain range was also shrouded in thunderclouds, and purple lighting arcs frequently appeared, bombarding the mountain range. Those seeing the Ruined Mountain Range for the first time were inevitably stunned by the magnificent and destructive scene before them. "We're descending," Feng instructed everyone after taking a look at the mountain range ahead. Flying mounts couldn't fly into the Ruined Mountain Range. If players wished to enter the neutral map, they had to rely on their own 2 feet. This was because even Tier 5 experts couldn't withstand the purple lightning. Even a level 200 Tier 5 Guardian Knight would fall after suffering 3 to 5 lightning strikes. Anyone who wished to fly inside the Ruined Mountain Range would have to reach Tier 6 first. Only then could they endure the purple lightning shortly afterward. Feng and the others arrived in a forest near the Ruined Mountain Range. They then stored their flying mounts one after another. Once we enter the Ruined Mountain Range, everyone must stick to the team as closely as possible. You must not split off from the team under any circumstances. Otherwise, you'll be responsible for the consequences, Feng said after everyone had finished organizing themselves. Remember, even if someone beside you is asking for help, or I tell you to run for your lives, ignore everything. You must continue sticking to the team and advance. We also need to move as fast as possible. Upon hearing Feng's command, everyone present was surprised and puzzled. Guild Leader Blackflame, are we supposed to ignore even your commands after we enter the map? Blue Gown asked, her eyes filled with questions as she looked at Feng. Feng had clearly stated before that they needed to listen to his every command. Yet, now, he was telling them to ignore his commands once they entered the Ruined Mountain Range. His instructions were simply incomprehensible. Yes, once you enter, you can ignore any of my commands temporarily. You can also ignore everyone around you until the team comes to a halt, Feng said, nodding. Why? Illusory Words was also slightly confused by this situation. Is there an illusion inside? I'm not sure either. In any case, the environment inside is very special. You will suffer from hallucinations once you enter. However, despite being hallucinations, everything you see isn't an illusion, but real instead. Nobody can tell what is real or fake once inside. You can treat everything as real, and you can also treat everything as fake, Feng said calmly. The only thing I'm certain of is that stopping inside means death. This was also why he had Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul Dispatch only peak experts for this expedition. Anyone capable of becoming a peak expert would possess a firm mindset. Meanwhile, only with a firm mindset could one pass through the ruined mountain range's periphery. How can there be such an environment? Blue Gown was shocked at Feng's explanation. As far as she knew, Forbidden Lands were merely places with harsh environments and strong monsters. Yet, the ruined mountain range was actually a place that subjected players to hallucinations. At this moment, let alone Blue Gown, even Illusory words and Unyielding Heart had grim expressions on their faces. Suddenly, they understood why the various superpowers experts had died unawares after entering the ruined mountain range. In fact, it would be strange if they knew how they died. In this world, the scariest thing was the unknown. Meanwhile, the ruined mountain range undoubtedly fulfilled this condition. Although they didn't know whether there were any monsters in the ruined mountain range's periphery, just the unique environment alone made it a scary place. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the scariest place they had visited since entering God's domain. The ruined mountain range truly deserved its reputation as a forbidden land for humans. All right, let's head inside, Feng said after seeing that everyone had digested his words. Remember, stick to the team. Afterward, Feng led the team to a mountain path that led into the ruined mountain range. The mountain path was relatively close by. Tier 3 players would take only a few minutes to cross the distance on foot. Less than 10 minutes later, the team of 100-plus players entered the ruined mountain range's perimeter. The moment everyone set foot into the neutral map, their mood grew solemn. They also followed Feng's command and stuck close to each other. The team advanced at a slow pace. Even the Tier 3 magical class players of the team managed to keep up easily. The ruined mountain range's environment was surprisingly better than everyone imagined. The map did not constantly sap their stamina or concentration. In fact, very little foreign energy invaded their bodies here. Around half an hour later, the team still had not come across a single monster. The whole mountain range was surprisingly safe and peaceful. Unlike what they imagined, the map wasn't infested with monsters that could easily trample over Tier 3 players. It seems the ruined mountain range isn't a big deal. After all, Blue Gown said as she observed her surroundings. Under the circumstances, her initial expectation had disappeared completely. At Blue Gown's words, everyone in the team also started to feel that Feng had blown things out of proportion. He had only made them needlessly anxious. Blue, I'll have to rely on you once monsters start appearing later on, a level 119 female summoner said to Blue Gown. Sure, no problem. I'll make sure no monster gets near you, Blue Gown said confidently. The female summoner felt relieved at Blue Gown's assurance. The next moment, the sound of something splashing suddenly entered everyone's ears. The smell of blood also quickly spread into the surroundings. Meanwhile, everyone in the team stared at the female summoner and Blue Gown in shock. You? Why? The female summoner stared at Blue Gown in consternation. Before anyone realized it, Blue Gown had stabbed the female summoner with her longsword, causing the latter to lose HP continuously. Blue Gown stared at the female summoner in confusion. A bright smile appearing on her face, she asked in a dissatisfied tone, why? After saying so, Blue Gown slashed the female summoner's throat, killing her. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. What's going on? Immediately, the people standing behind Blue Gown stared at her in shock and confusion. They couldn't understand why Blue Gown would suddenly attack a fellow teammate. Moreover, the smile on her face was unspeakably strange. The gaze she used to look at them also seemed as if she wasn't looking at humans. What's the matter with you guys? Blue Gown asked in confusion when she saw everyone looking at her warily. Why are you looking at me like that? However, despite her words, Blue Gown had an indescribably calm expression on her face. As if she had just stepped on an ant by the roadside, she was completely oblivious to the fact that she had just killed one of her teammates. Chapter 2755, Monster? Did Blue get possessed by a monster? What should we do now? Anyway, let's step back and keep our distance. Everyone slowly backed away from Blue Gown while staring at her in confusion. After all, Blue Gown possessed extraordinary strength, as well as a hidden class for Guardian Knights. If they allowed her to get close to them, they would meet a similar fate to that female summoner. Meanwhile, upon noticing the players behind her stepping away, Blue Gown slowed her pace and looked at her teammates in confusion. "What's the matter with you guys?" While Blue Gown asked this question, the longsword in her hand bloomed with a dazzling light. The surrounding space even began to twist from the weapon's power. "Not good. Be careful. She's using a Tier 3 legacy skill. We'll definitely die if we get hit." A Tier 3 expert familiar with Blue Gown warned Unyielding Souls experts. Afterward, this person dashed straight into the nearby forest. The next moment, several other peak experts from Crimson Emperor also hid in the nearby forest one after another. Upon seeing this, Unyielding Souls experts couldn't help hesitating over whether to fight or hide. On the other hand, Blue Gown was confused when she saw Crimson Emperor's members fleeing, turning toward the female summoner who should have long since been dead. Blue Gown asked, "T, what do you think is wrong with them? Why did they look at me like that just now?" "I don't know either," the female summoner named Clear T answered, shaking her head. With a confused expression on her face, she said, "Why don't we follow them and take a look? It'll be bad if they move too far away from the team." "I guess you're right." Blue Gown nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, when Illusory Words, who stood some distance ahead of Blue Gown, noticed Blue Gown splitting away from the team, she promptly slowed her pace. "Blue, what are you doing?" Illusory Words shouted at Blue Gown in dissatisfaction. "Also, who have you been talking to all this time?" "Me?" Turning toward Illusory Words, Blue Gown answered, "Haven't I been talking to Clear T all this time?" Clear T, looking at Blue Gown strangely, Illusory Words said, "Isn't T at the front of the team?" "The front." Blue Gown immediately turned to look at Clear T. However, before she realized it, the female summoner whom she had been chatting with merrily just a moment ago was nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? Wait, why have so many of our members gone missing? Illusory Words asked in confusion. "I don't know what got into them, but they suddenly retreated into the forest over there," Blue Gown said, shaking her head. She, too, was confused at this situation. "No, we were fooled." Illusory Words' complexion darkened when she saw that the entire rear section of the team had disappeared. Black Flame never planned to bring us into the ruined mountain range. He must have been planning to use the ruined mountain range's power to annihilate our peak experts. This, Blue Gown was momentarily stunned. Now that we've suffered such severe losses already, if we continue following him, he'll definitely lead us to our deaths. Our only choice is to kill him now. Illusory Words said in a whisper to Blue Gown while looking at the front at Feng, who was leading the team. "I'll assist you. With your strength, even if you can't kill him in one hit, you should still be able to injure him heavily. At that time, I'll land the finishing blow on him." This despicable Black Flame. I knew he wasn't anything good. Blue Gown nodded in agreement to Illusory Words' plan. Blue Gown made her way toward Feng at a quick pace. When less than 100 yards separated them, Blue Gown suddenly disappeared, then reappeared behind Feng, a dazzling brilliance bursting out from the long sword she wielded. She swung her sword at the defenseless Feng. The next moment, countless spatial cracks appeared before Blue Gown and extended up to 100 yards away. "Blue Gown, what are you doing?" Unyielding Heart was startled when he saw Blue Gown suddenly attacking Feng. However, Blue Gown paid no attention to Unyielding Heart at all, launching another ruthless attack immediately after her first one. However, after executing her second attack, Blue Gown was dumbfounded. Where did he go? Looking ahead, Blue Gown failed to see anyone standing on a road before her, and she froze in stupefaction. By the time Blue Gown reacted to the situation, Feng was already standing beside her and looking at her quietly. At this time, Unyielding Heart also took action, grabbing Blue Gown's wrist, preventing her from attacking again. Blue Gown, what are you doing? Why are you attacking Guild Leader Black Flame? Have you lost your mind? Unyielding Heart questioned. Don't stop me. He's trying to kill us. Blue Gown said as she glared at Feng. He's trying to annihilate our peak experts using the Ruined Mountain Range. If you don't believe me, look behind. Everyone at the back has disappeared already. Disappeared? Startled by Blue Gown's words, Unyielding Heart automatically turned to look to the team's rear. Upon seeing that fewer than 20 people remained in the team, Unyielding Heart paled. Guild Leader Black Flame, are you really? In this situation, even Unyielding Heart couldn't help doubting Feng's motives. Are you really trying to annihilate us? Before Unyielding Heart finished speaking, Feng had already unsheathed the Abyssal Blade. Slash! Before Blue Gown could react, Feng had cleaved Unyielding Heart in half, killing the latter instantly. Blue Gown was momentarily stunned when she saw Unyielding Heart getting killed. She then bellowed at Feng. You really are trying to annihilate the peak experts of our two guilds. I'll fight you to death. After Blue Gown said so, the intensity of her aura skyrocketed until it rivaled that of level 120 mythic monsters. However, before she could take action, Feng used Darkness Bind. Several dozen chains promptly appeared and restricted Blue Gown's movements. Despite her strength rivaling tier 4 mythic monsters, all she could do was glare at Feng. She couldn't move her body in the slightest. Looking at Blue Gown, Feng said evenly, You need to calm down. Calm down? You want me to calm down? Blue Gown's eyes burned with a fiery rage. You killed Vice Guild Leader Heart. Yet you want me to calm down? Take a clear look at the situation. Feng shouted while releasing his killing intent and directing it at Blue Gown. The intense killing intent instantly shocked Blue Gown out of her anger. And as if having realized something, she then gawked at her surroundings. What the hell is going on with me? Before Blue Gown realized it, more people had appeared around her. Unyielding Heart stood among these new additions and was currently staring at her with a confused look on his face. Blue, what's gotten into you? Why are you trying to kill Guild Leader Black Flame so desperately? Illusory Words asked, similarly surprised by Blue Gown's actions. Everyone had been advancing carefully before. Yet for some reason, Blue Gown had suddenly charged up to Feng and attacked him. Fortunately, Feng had reacted quickly and dodged her attack in time. An illusion? I got caught in an illusion? Blue Gown was stunned by this situation. Everything she experienced before felt too real, so real that she didn't even notice that something was amiss. What's going on here? Unyielding Heart asked in surprise. Does this mean you'll get trapped in an illusion even if you're just walking? However, before Unyielding Heart and the others could figure out what was going on, Feng suddenly stabbed the Abyssal Blade into Blue Gown. What are you doing, Guild Leader Black Flame? Illusory Words asked, startled. Feng was a tier 4 Sword Emperor. Any random attack of his could reap millions of HP from mythic monsters. Killing Blue Gown, who had less than 3 million HP, would take no more than a hit. However, what occurred next made everyone's jaws drop. This was because Feng's attack failed to kill Blue Gown. A damage value exceeding 4 million had appeared above Blue Gown's head. Yet the Guardian Knight's HP bar had fallen by only a small chunk, losing barely 3% of her HP. How is this possible? Unyielding Heart couldn't help doubting his eyes. For Blue Gown to lose only around 3% of her HP despite suffering over 4 million damage. Her maximum HP had to exceed 200 million. A player having 200 million HP? Did Monster replace Blue? Illusory Words was also stunned by this situation. This was Illusory Words' first time seeing a monster transforming into a player. Moreover, the Blue Gown before her looked identical to the real one. However, before anyone could snap out of their surprise, Feng suddenly appeared beside Illusory Words and slashed at her with the Abyssal Blade. -6,434,654. Damage exceeding 6 million appeared above Illusory Words' head. However, similar to Blue Gown, Illusory Words lost less than 3% of her HP from the attack. Illusory Words looked at Feng strangely, failing to understand why Feng had attacked her all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart, who saw all of this, was at a loss. He simply couldn't figure out what was happening right now. Guild Leader Black Flame, what exactly are you doing? After suffering an attack, Illusory Words hurriedly stepped back and used a healing spell on herself, instantly replenishing her HP back to full. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, what am I doing? Chuckling, Feng said, Of course, I'm getting rid of you monsters. Monsters? What kind of joke are you making? How am I a monster? I'm a bona fide player. Illusory Words protested, her eyes wide with confusion as she looked at Feng. She then explained hurriedly, There must be a problem here. When everyone on the team saw that Illusory Words did not retaliate, combined with the sincerity in her voice, they had to nod their heads in agreement, feeling that there was definitely a problem here. If Illusory Words really were a monster, she should have retaliated after Feng attacked her. She wouldn't be trying to explain herself. In the meantime, Blue Gown looked at herself in shock. She couldn't believe that she had transformed into a monster. Am I actually the transformation of a monster? Chapter 2756, True Forbidden Land. Blue Gown and Illusory Words' bizarre performance and words stunned everyone. Were Blue Gown and Illusory Words monsters or not? Previously, when they came across monsters, all they needed to do was attack the said monsters. If they couldn't defeat the monsters, they could just run. Now, however, they couldn't even tell whether the monsters they faced were actual monsters. What were they supposed to do in this situation? Immediately, a deathly silence fell over the entire team as everyone turned to look at their teammates, afraid that the one standing beside them was actually a monster in disguise. Illusory Words and Blue Gown also warily eyed each other. This weird scene was definitely a first for everyone. However, after this strange atmosphere lasted for several seconds, the sunny sky suddenly darkened. Lightning and thunder filled the surroundings. Before Blue Gown realized it, the people around her had disappeared. Simultaneously, a 6-meter-tall monster with a huge mouth and ethereal body had appeared beside her, and it had devoured half of her soul already. Despite having noticed this monster, she could only stare at it quietly, like an immobile puppet. She couldn't move her body, even if she wanted to. However, the next moment, a magic blade pierced the heart of this monster. The monster let loose an ear-piercing scream that made Blue Gown feel as if her head would burst. What's going on? Blue Gown, whose body currently resembled an ethereal soul, was all at sea. Right now, she truly could not distinguish what was real from what was fake. It was as if she had woken up from a dream, only to end up in another dream. Before she could react to the situation, the injured monster pounced on her once more, intending to devour the delicacy before it. Meanwhile, Blue Gown, who had returned to her physical body, was utterly powerless against the monster. Just being close to it petrified her and gave her a pounding headache. She couldn't put up any resistance whatsoever. Soul Devourer, Soul Monster, Great Lord. Level 124 HP, 440 million however. Before the Soul Devourer could reach Blue Gown, several magic swords shot through it in rapid succession. Minus 71,514,654. Minus 35,164,412. Several dozen terrifying damage values flashed above the Soul Devourer one after another, the Great Lord's HP zeroing out straight away. The monster then dispersed into particles of light, leaving behind a dozen or so crystal fragments in its place. Black Flame, Blue Gown looked at Feng in confusion, having fallen into a mentally weakened state, her voice tremulous with uncertainty. You sustained some mental attacks. Nearly half of your concentration was consumed as well. It's best if you don't move around recklessly, Feng said as he looked at Blue Gown. Fortunately, you managed to walk out of that area. I wouldn't have been able to save you otherwise. Mental attacks? Blue Gown was taken aback. How is this possible? This was her first time hearing this term. Moreover, everything she had experienced before felt real. Such a situation was simply unheard of. She had experienced earth-shattering battles in God's domain before, but never such a terrifying illusion. She found it hard to imagine that a monster was actually capable of executing such an attack. Nothing is impossible in God's domain, especially in this forbidden land for humans, Feng said as he met Blue Gown's incredulous gaze. Shaking his head, he said, "Monsters in God's domain aren't limited to physical and magical attacks. They have many unknown ways to attack and lay traps. Even if a player possesses combat power far surpassing a monster's, the player will still get killed if they aren't careful. Take these monsters that are capable of employing mental attacks, for example. Even if you have superior basic attributes, so long as you get caught in their mental attack, if you don't have incredibly strong willpower and the concentration to break through their mental bindings, you will still get killed." This was also why it was important for players to improve not only their basic attributes, but also their concentration. During the early stages of God's domain, players would rarely encounter mental attacks. Those that did wouldn't notice it due to their ignorance of mental attacks. However, past level 120 and after the first major update took place, mental attacks would appear much more frequently. Meanwhile, if players did not possess sufficiently strong willpower, they would still be helpless against mental attacks, even if they had incredibly powerful basic attributes. Take Blue Gown, for example. She had been trapped inside the Soul Devourer's mental space and couldn't escape at all. Fortunately, she did not die inside the mental space. Otherwise, even if he managed to save her from the Soul Devourer, all he would have saved would be an empty husk. In God's domain, dying inside a mental space was no different from dying in the outside world. To put simply, one would suffer a soul death. This was also why most players in his previous life dared not offend Tier 5 NPCs, as some of them wielded mental attacks. Meanwhile, suffering a soul death was much worse than a physical death. Worst case scenario, one would lose one's account and have to start all over again. After Feng finished speaking, he resumed controlling his magic swords to rescue the others. This is a true forbidden land. As Blue Gown looked at the death and destruction in her surroundings, she finally realized that the ruined mountain range was much scarier than she thought. Compared to the battles she had experienced before, the one just now was on an entirely different level. Moreover, she had never thought that there would be such forms of combat in a virtual reality game. Despite the Soul Devourer's basic attributes being inferior to hers, she had been utterly helpless against it. When that Soul Devourer approached her earlier, she had suffered an intense headache. Her head had hurt so much that she couldn't control her body, let alone fight. Blue Gown wasn't the only victim of a Soul Devourer's attack. Several dozen other people had been caught as well. Of those present, only 19 people managed to avoid the Soul Devourer's attacks. Of the 19 people, the Azura Adventurer team had an overwhelming advantage in numbers. 8 of the Adventurer team's members were unscathed, compared to the 5 members each of Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul. At this time, everyone was desperately trying to save those who had been caught. However, some of the victims were beyond rescue already. The devouring speed of the Soul Devourers varied. Some were slow to finish their prey, while others were quick. Evidently, some players had stronger resistance to mental attacks, while other players had weaker resistance. Those with weak resistance didn't have much of their souls left at this point. When Blue Gown noticed Azura's cleansing whistle, who was roughly the same age as herself, fighting a Soul Devourer, she was stunned. Am I that much weaker than her? Blue Gown couldn't help her surprise and confusion as she watched Cleansing Whistle. She considered herself one of the best among her peers. Her guild even recognized her as one of the top 3 talents of the younger generation. Yet, she was actually inferior to Cleansing Whistle, someone whose combat standard hadn't even reached the Void Realm yet. However, before Blue Gown could recover from her shock, she felt a chill envelop her body as if something was staring directly at her soul. What? This is a lie, right? How can we fight such a thing? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Blue Gown wasn't the only person who felt this sensation. Everyone experienced it. When illusory words and unyielding heart looked in the direction of this feeling's source, they trembled in fear. A 30-meter-tall, three-headed monster loomed over the team, and every step it took made everyone's soul shudder in fear. Tadelia, the Soul Singer, Realm Lord, Superior Mythic, Level 128 HP 20,500,000,000. Chapter 2757, 15 seconds. Everyone gasped at Tadelia's appearance. A Realm Lord was in existence close to rivaling world bosses. Not to mention, Tadelia was a Realm Lord of the ruined mountain range. Its strength was most likely on par with that of world bosses in the outside world. This is the terror of a forbidden land for humans. Mu Lingsha smiled wryly at the sight of the Soul Singer. She finally understood why none of the various superpowers expert teams managed to make it out of the ruined mountain range alive. It would be strange if they did. At this time, not only was half of their team dead, but they also had to fight a large number of Soul Devourers. Although the Soul Devourers weren't particularly strong, most of the surviving members of their team couldn't fully exhibit their combat power either. The Soul Devourers dealt astonishingly powerful mental damage. Even after players broke free from the Soul Devourers' mental shackles, the mental damage still existed, affecting their brains. The consequent headaches prevented the players from executing delicate actions, which, in turn, lowered their combat standards by 2 ranks on average. Now, Void Realm experts could exhibit combat standards only at the Refinement Realm, while Domain Realm experts' combat standards were at the Void Realm. On the other hand, the Soul Devourers all had combat standards at the Trial Tower's 6th floor. They could undoubtedly be considered first-rate experts, not much inferior to ordinary Tier 3 experts in combat standards. With the addition of a Realm Lord, there was no way their team could get out of this situation alive. Among those still standing, only Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, Yinya, and Cleansing Whistle remained relatively calm, continuing to systematically slay the Soul Devourers, troubling the players around them. 9, Thorn, and Yinya, help me hold the boss for 15 seconds. Feng said after saving another person from the Soul Devourers. Upon hearing Feng's command, illusory words and unyielding heart couldn't help doubting their ears. They're still going to fight in this situation? Their opponents consisted of several hundred Soul Devourers and 1 Realm Lord. The only thing they could and should do now was run away. The battle recovery of a monster of Tadelia's rank allowed it to regenerate 2% of its HP every 5 seconds. In other words, the Realm Lord could recover 410 million HP per 5 seconds. That was basically killing a Great Lord of the same level every 5 seconds. If they couldn't accomplish that, they wouldn't even be able to get Tadelia's HP below 98%. Meanwhile, their team currently had fewer than 30 people alive, nearly half of them in a mentally weakened state and incapable of combat. With Tadelia's defense as a superior mythic thrown in, their team's attacks would, at best, give the Realm Lord an itch. 15 seconds? After briefly calculating their chances, Solitary 9 nodded and said, "No problem. However, 15 seconds really is the most I can do." Tadelia's mental influence was too powerful. Even Solitary 9 felt a little overwhelmed. "No problem. If you can't handle it, I'll take over." Lifeless Thorn said, excitement flashing in his eyes as he looked at the approaching Soul Singer. Previously, killing monsters for EXP had been a chore for him. After all, none of the monsters he fought allowed him to improve. He was killing them solely for the sake of leveling up. However, after setting foot in the ruined mountain range, he finally felt that he was truly fighting a battle. Previously, he would get the exhilarating feeling of having one move decide his life or death only when fighting peak experts. Now, however, the Soul Devourers were giving him the same feeling. It was simply wonderful. As for Tadelia, the Realm Lord was an existence that could even terrify him. This was the kind of opponent he had been hankering for. "All right, let's hurry up and head over. If we wait until the boss arrives, the others might get dragged into the fight." Yinya said, her head aching slightly when she saw Lifeless Thorn's excited expression. Solitary 9 and Lifeless Thorn activated the power of darkness, boosting their basic attributes by a large margin. Now, both of them were comparable with Tier 4 existences. The next moment, the two melee players turned into streaks of light as they charged at Tadelia. Meanwhile, Yenya, a druid, chanted an incantation and flew toward the Realm Lord. Simultaneously, she cast a layer of life protection on both Solitary 9 and Lifeless Thorn, the spell capable of absorbing some of the damage they took and converting it into HP. Roar. Tadelia bellowed in anger when it saw two ants charging at it, its roar echoing throughout the ruined mountain range's outermost area. As its roar spread, an invisible mental attack struck everyone. Aside from Feng, everyone present groaned in pain. Good. You really are powerful. After suffering Tadelia's mental attack, which was much stronger than its ever-present mental influence, Lifeless Thorn turned deathly pale. However, when he looked at the 30-meter-tall Realm Lord, not only did he not grow fearful of the boss, but the fighting spirit in his eyes even burned brighter. He raised his spear and transformed into a lightning bolt shooting at Tadelia. Tier 3 Legacy skill, Lightning Flash. With the power of darkness's buff, this attack pierced through space itself. As if he had teleported, Lifeless Thorn instantly appeared before the Soul Singer. So fast, this scene surprised Unyielding Heart. There had been a 200-yard gap between Tadelia and Lifeless Thorn, yet the latter had crossed this distance instantly. Unyielding Heart wasn't sure he could react to such a speed, even if he activated his Berserk skill. Boom! A deafening boom echoed throughout the mountains. The next moment, a black shadow fell from the sky and struck the ground heavily, the impact of the collision creating a crater over 24 meters in diameter. Inside the crater, Lifeless Thorn stood, propping himself up with his spear. His hands on the spear trembled, and blood leaked out from a corner of his mouth. It was evident he had sustained a major blow. His HP had fallen by more than 460,000. What happened? Blue Gown, who was watching the clash from a distance, was dumbfounded. Lifeless Thorn's attack carried incredible power and speed. Even an actual Tier 4 mythic monster should have suffered a serious injury from it. Yet, not only did Lifeless Thorn fail to inflict any damage on Tadelia, but he had even taken damage. Moreover, Lifeless Thorn had lost close to 10% of his HP despite the life protection cast on him. At this rate, without additional healing, he would definitely die after 6 or 7 more exchanges. Is this monster really just a superior mythic? Everyone couldn't help doubting their eyes as they stared at the intact Soul Singer. They had seen superior mythic monsters before. Some of them had even killed one before. However, compared to those superior mythic monsters, Tadelia was like a completely different creature. However, when Feng, who was currently incanting, saw this scene, he wasn't surprised at all. The early stages of God's Domain served to let players adapt to God's Domain's combat style. The main God system had not only provided players with many benefits, but also weakened the monsters in the game. In fact, even the level 100+ monsters that players felt were strong weren't actually at their peak condition. They were still suppressed to a certain degree. However, that was not the case for the monsters in Forbidden Lands. The monsters in these locations weren't subject to the main God system suppression and could exert 100% of their combat power. In Forbidden Lands, mythic monsters were beyond the capabilities of ordinary Tier 3 teams. Tier 3 players would need top-quality equipment and various support tools to even stand a chance. Moreover, the team would also need many experts with Berserk skills. Otherwise, only one outcome awaited the team: annihilation. Not to mention, Tadelia was a bona fide superior mythic. If Feng himself fought Tadelia right now, he definitely wouldn't have an easy time. They would need at least 6 Tier 4 players to defeat this boss. Otherwise, challenging the Realm Lord would be sheer suicide. This was why he had tasked Lifeless Thorn's trio with only holding back Tadelia for 15 seconds. Asking them to hold the Realm Lord back for even a few seconds more was a luxury they couldn't afford. Subsequently, Solitary 9 and Lifeless Thorn activated their life-saving skills one after another to defend against Tedelia's attacks. Even Yinya, who served as the healer of the trio, had to activate her power of darkness. Without the additional basic attributes, she would have died from any random stray attack that hit her. One time, to defend against Tedelia's trampling, Solitary 9 activated his Tier 3 shield wall and interposed himself between the Realm Lord and his two companions. However, even with his life-saving skill activated, the resulting shockwave still sent the trio flying several dozen meters away. Both Lifeless Thorn and Yinya lost over 1 million HP from the attack, whereas Solitary 9 lost over 3 million HP. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Every second of battle placed immense pressure on the trio. Every moment they fought Tedelia felt as if death would claim them in the next second. The players spectating from afar were stupefied at this scene. This was the first time they truly understood how terrifying a superior mythic monster could be. If not for Lifeless Thorn's group having activated their berserk skills, the trio would have most likely been killed instantly. "Commander, are you not done yet?" Solitary 9 asked Feng through a private conversation. Previously, he thought that it would be a joke if he couldn't hold Tedelia for 15 seconds. However, he now realized that 15 seconds was truly a long time. "Good job." At this time, Feng had also finished chanting the final verse recorded in the Bible of Darkness. "Leave the rest to me." Chapter 2758, Bible of Darkness's true power. Upon hearing Feng's words, Solitary 9, Lifeless Thorn, and Yinya promptly stopped attracting Tedelia's attention and dashed over to Feng. They chose to run to him, because only their commander had a way to hold Tedelia back. If they ran in any other direction, Tedelia would definitely chase them down and crush them. Tedelia strode toward Feng step by step. Not only did Tedelia shake the ground with every step it took, but the mental influence it exerted over the rest of the team also increased. Some of the resting players, such as Blue Gown, even started holding their heads in pain. "Are we going to fight it?" Illusory Words couldn't help frowning at this situation. She simply couldn't see any way for their team to defeat Tedelia. Not only did Tedelia possess over 2 billion HP, but its combat standard was superior to ordinary refinement realm experts. Its speed was so fast that even a domain realm expert like herself could barely keep up. Such speed simply wasn't something Tier 3 players could cope with, and even a Tier 4 player like Feng would, at best, just match its speed. Moreover, Tedelia's strength was something only Tier 4 MTs could hope to stop. If a swordsman like Feng tried to tank one of the Realm Lord's attacks, he would definitely end up miserable. However, when Tedelia was only 3 steps away from Feng, the connections completed. Feng smiled as he closed the Bible of Darkness and looked at Tedelia. "Let's start the second round then." As soon as Feng closed the Bible of Darkness, the stormy skies above the valley shattered and transformed into a dark space covering thousands of yards. Looking at the darkness, everyone present could faintly sense that it was connected to an ancient and terrifying space. Just the aura leaking out from the dark space was enough to roil the valley's mana. The next moment, a gigantic stone door several hundred meters tall fell through the dark space and smashed into the valley, causing powerful tremors to spread throughout the valley. When Tedelia looked at this ancient door, a deep sense of fear appeared in its eyes. How can there be such a terrifying existence in this world? Unyielding Heart was shocked as he looked at the massive stone door before him. This door was undoubtedly the most terrifying item he had seen in God's domain thus far. Just looking at it allowed him to understand just how scary it was. Every magic pattern and rune engraved on the door functioned to seal its power. Whatever existence stood behind the door could most likely obliterate him with just a small strand of its power. For a moment, he even had the feeling that the opening of this door would mark the beginning of all disasters. He's not planning to open this door, right? Illusory Words eyed the stone door nervously. The door before her looked far too ominous. Its appearance alone filled her with an indescribable aversion and terror, a terror easily 100 times stronger than the fear she felt for Delia. However, before Illusory words could continue this line of thought, the door began opening by itself slowly. Darkness, silence, and despair. For a moment, it felt as if all the negative emotions in the world were pouring out of this stone door, and even Feng felt uncomfortable in the situation. As for everyone else, their faces paled, and they knelt on the ground involuntarily, none of them daring to look at the stone door directly. "Humans? No, you're not." Suddenly, words spoken in the abstruse demonic language flowed out of the door. Although none of the players present were knowledgeable of the language of demons, they understood what the spoken words conveyed. For a time, everyone was confused. "I never thought that after so many years, you existences would be the next to summon this door." Following these words, a 3-eyed, 10-meter-tall, humanoid demon clad in black armor walked out of the stone door. The instant Delia saw this demon, horror overwhelmed it. It was as if the Realm Lord had just seen death itself. Actually, Feng himself felt dread at the humanoid demon's appearance. He never dreamed he would summon this demon. The Dark Abyss had a total of 108 demon princes, one who stood at the peak of the great demons. All of them were existences second only to demon kings, and they could be considered half-step demon kings. Meanwhile, the humanoid demon standing before him was Ferbero, the Lord of the Dead. His strength ranked 21st among all great demons. "Weak? How weak?" Ferbero muttered as he looked at himself, his voice filled with dissatisfaction. He then looked at Feng, who held the Bible of Darkness, and said coldly, "You should know what you have done. That book isn't something you should possess, so hand it to me. This is also your only way out. Otherwise, what awaits you is eternal death." As soon as Ferbero finished speaking, a powerful sense of oppression descended on Feng, one so uncomfortable that his expression turned ugly. As expected of one of the 108 demon princes, its mental oppression is on par with Tier 5 existences. Feng sighed ruefully. Although he had long since known that the gap between Tier 4 and Tier 5 was massive, he still couldn't help feeling helpless when experiencing the might of a half-step demon king. Luckily, Feng wielded the Bible of Darkness, which restricted the methods Ferbero could use to target him. Otherwise, the demon prince could have killed him instantly. Meanwhile, as Ferbero subjected Feng to his mental oppression, the Bible of Darkness also sensed the offense. Immediately, chains appeared around the demon prince's body. The instant these chains appeared, Ferbero's mental oppression weakened drastically. Now, the mental oppression no longer posed any threat to Feng whatsoever. "This damned contract! I will break free from this binding one day and obtain true freedom." Ferbero bellowed in rage as he glared at the pitch-black chains wrapped around his body. He then looked at Feng and said coldly, "Although that book prevents me from doing anything to you, don't think that you have full control over me. I can tell that you don't have much time left, based on those curses and bindings on your body. That book cannot save you. Only I can help you. That won't be necessary. I will only become your puppet if I believe you," Feng said, shaking his head while smirking contemptuously. After reaching Tier 4, he had gained an inkling about the problem plaguing his soul. Initially, he thought that with the benefits from his promotion, the problems he faced would stabilize. However, it turned out that wasn't the case at all. His problems were far greater than he imagined. This feeling became even more obvious after he had used the Bible of Darkness. The Bible of Darkness had been secretly eroding his soul all this time. He couldn't help but admit that this godlike item truly couldn't be controlled easily. It was much more dangerous than magic weapons. However, it was also impossible for him to abandon the Bible of Darkness. The road to reaching higher tiers was incredibly difficult. Only by grasping every available opportunity would he have a chance of becoming a god. Otherwise, everything he did would be for naught. One example would be the soul mark he received from a faux Saint Devourer he defeated some time ago. It was precisely because he had exploited this opportunity that he had managed to strengthen his soul, which, in turn, strengthened his resistance to that mysterious NPC's soul curse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. Feng then looked at Ferbero and said, I might not be able to control you completely, but you should know that as your summoner, I can forcibly control part of your power. The Bible of Darkness was his greatest assurance in venturing to the ruined mountain range this time. Venturing deep into the neutral map with just his personal strength was impossible. After all, Tadelia alone was already more than enough to make him flee. You'll regret this. Controlling the power of demons is beyond you. The more you use it, the deeper you will sink, until eventually your soul is consumed completely. Thank you for the warning, but don't think you demons will have an easy time devouring me. After saying so, Feng used the Bible of Darkness to erase Ferbero's consciousness and gain control over a portion of the Demon Prince's strength. A level 135 Demon Prince. Even with just 70% of Ferbero's strength, he could roam about the ruined mountain range's outer area without any worries. The conversation between Feng and Ferbero lasted for only a short moment. Hence, Tadelia, who had been petrified by the stone door and the Lord of the Dead, was still idle. However, after Feng took control of Ferbero's body, Tadelia immediately noticed something amiss. The Demon Prince's aura and mental oppression had weakened significantly. Moreover, Ferbero could display hostility toward it now. After realizing what had just happened, Tadelia pounced on Feng without hesitation, sending one of its mountain-sized claws smashing ruthlessly at the tiny human. Feng immediately felt as if the space around him had compressed 100-fold. Not only did his body feel a lot heavier, but even time had started slow. Tier 4 innate skill, Sundering Earth. This was the first time Tadelia had resorted to a skill. Previously, when fighting ants like Lifeless Thorn, it couldn't even be bothered to use skills. However, the only thing on its mind right now was to kill Feng as quickly as possible. Under intense pressure from the space around him, Feng looked up at Tadelia and smiled. You're too late. Even before Feng finished speaking, Ferbero, who stood in front of Feng, waved his hand abruptly, and a pitch-black spear of flames condensed in his hand. He then swung the spear at Tadelia's approaching claw. Although Ferbero's spear was made of flames, it did not feel scorching at all. On the contrary, it gave off an extreme chill that froze the surrounding space. Time itself seemed to freeze momentarily. Boom! Space shattered and turned into nothingness. The impact of the collision between the two attacks caused the ground to sink. With the exception of Feng, the resulting shockwave also sent everyone flying over 500 yards away and inflicted damage on them ranging between tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. As for Tadelia, its massive body shot backward over 100 yards, leveling the terrain in its path. The next moment, Illusory Words, Unyielding Heart, and the others who got blown away gaped in shock as they looked at Tadelia. Chapter 2759, Half-Step Demon King. Is this the real trump card Black Flame had been hiding all this time? Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart were shocked as they stared at the three-eyed demon hovering proudly in the sky. At the same time, they revealed bitter smiles on their faces. Ferbero, Lord of the Dead, Demon Prince, level 135 HP 13 billion, they had long known that people like Feng would always keep a trump card hidden. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the dangerous ruined mountain range, even though he had reached Tier 4. However, they never imagined that Feng's trump card would be this terrifying. The man had actually summoned a demon prince from the dark abyss and controlled it like a puppet to fight for him. A demon prince was an existence capable of rivaling Tier 5 existences. In terms of life rating, a demon prince was above even superior mythic monsters. Not to mention, Ferbero was even a demon prince with a title. Calling him a half-step demon king wouldn't be an exaggeration. If the various superpowers were to find out about this power, they would most likely have very ugly expressions on their faces. Any demon prince that possessed a title had earned their title by slaughtering countless people in God's domain. In fact, these tidal demon princes were responsible for the destruction of some kingdoms in God's domain. For an existence capable of single-handedly destroying an entire kingdom, destroying a super guild's guild city would be child's play. In reality, Feng himself had also entertained the same fantasies as Illusory words and unyielding heart. However, these thoughts remained merely thoughts. After his promotion to Tier 4, both his concentration and mana perception had gained a qualitative improvement. Thanks to these improvements, he discovered a small trace of dark energy lingering around his soul. The Bible of Darkness possessed incredible power. In fact, some legendary items would even seem weak compared to it. This situation was inconsistent with God's domain's rules. In God's domain, one had to pay a price corresponding to the power gained. This was the balance of God's domain. However, the Bible of Darkness didn't seem balanced to him. The power it offered its wielder was far greater than the cost of using it. Now, the Bible of Darkness's detriments were thoroughly revealed. His soul had become tainted with dark energy. Although the dark energy lingering around his soul was incredibly weak, its purity was exceptionally high, equal to the energy found in 7 luminaries crystals. Ordinary power couldn't expel it. And the more he used the Bible of Darkness's power, the stronger and purer this dark energy became. Particularly when he summoned Ferbero, the rate at which this dark energy grew had skyrocketed. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, he didn't dare casually use the Bible of Darkness's power for now. Meanwhile, as everyone was stunned by Ferbero's power, Tadelia, who had been knocked backward, let loose a deafening roar like an enraged beast. Tadelia's originally translucent body turned blood red and enlarged significantly. Now, the Realm Lord easily reached a height of 50 meters. Simultaneously, a ripple of power spread from its body, reaching 500 yards away and causing the ground to sink. What a strong gravity domain! Feng frowned when Tadelia's gravity domain reached him. Despite his mana domain and Tier 4 physique, moving inside Tadelia's gravity domain was actually difficult. Now, he couldn't even exhibit half of his normal speed, let alone his strength. If Tier 3 players stood within this gravity domain right now, they would most likely be crushed to death. Fortunately, Ferbero, whom Feng controlled, wasn't particularly affected by this gravity domain. His speed and strength had been reduced by only 20% or so. He still held an advantage over Tadelia. So, this is the Demon Prince's power? Feng was astonished by this situation. Despite both him and Ferbero being Tier 4 existences, there was a tremendous gap between them. He only had basic control over Ferbero's body. Utilizing Ferbero's mana and frightening concentration was beyond him. While these two aspects might not seem very important, they were crucial for Tier 4 existences to maximize the use of their basic attributes. At this time, Feng couldn't exhibit even 10% of Ferbero's true combat power. Despite that, Ferbero could still overwhelm Tadelia. All Feng needed to do now was control Ferbero and have the Demon Prince pin down the Soul Singer. If everyone else helped out in attacking Tadelia, slaying the superior Mythic wouldn't be impossible. However, Tadelia had no intention of letting Feng realize his plans. Chanting an incantation, the Realm Lord repeatedly shattered the ground around itself and gathered the scattered rubble. In just 3 seconds, a meteorite with a 400-yard radius had formed in midair. A Tier 4 curse? Feng's complexion darkened when he saw the meteorite. A Tier 4 curse cast by a superior Mythic would possess power at the Tier 5 standard. A single strike from such an attack was more than enough to demolish a city's defensive magic array. As a Tier 4 player, if he got struck by this attack, he would die without question. At this time, let alone Feng, even Illusory words, Unyielding Heart, and the other players standing over 500 yards away were stunned by Tadelia's attack. Helpless smiles appeared on their faces. Once this Tier 4 curse landed, none of them would survive. They couldn't even interrupt the spell. Damn it, why can't I use his mana? Feng felt a huge headache in this situation. If Ferbero were to rely on only his physical body, the Demon Prince definitely wouldn't be able to shrug off a Tier 4 curse. Moreover, even if Ferbero could endure the attack, both Feng and the rest of his team couldn't. Escaping was also impossible at this point. After all, the activation of a Tier 4 curse would place a seal on the space of the affected region. Aside from shattering the Tier 4 curse directly, the only other way to survive a Tier 4 curse would be to endure it. However, neither of these two options were viable for Feng. If he couldn't control Ferbero's mana, he wouldn't be able to use any of the Demon Prince's skills or spells. He could only have the Demon Prince fight hand-to-hand. While Feng was thinking about how to resolve this Tier 4 curse, Tadelia completed the incantation for the Tier 4 curse meteorite collapse. Boom! The next moment, the enormous meteorite that had taken shape fell from the sky like a real meteor. Damn it! Seeing the descending meteorite, Feng gritted his teeth and began calling the dark energy hidden in the depths of his soul. It's all or nothing now. As a tool capable of controlling all demons, the Bible of Darkness shouldn't be limited to turning demons into simple meat puppets. Feng believed it could exert further control over them. Meanwhile, a demon's power wasn't limited to just mana. They also had access to the terrifying power of darkness. In other words, the power of darkness was the source of strength for demons. Yet, when Feng used the Bible of Darkness, he could perform only simple manipulation of demons. This obviously didn't seem right. The instant Feng manipulated the strand of dark energy within his soul, it actually formed a connection with Ferbero's source of power. Feng was stupefied. At this moment, he felt that he was Ferbero. He now could see what Ferbero saw and feel what Ferbero felt. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, is this what it feels like to be in existence approaching Tier 5 Demon Kings? Not only did Feng not feel the slightest bit anxious or fearful of the descending meteorite, but it even looked like a toy to him. Be it the surrounding mana, terrain, or sky, he could now perceive everything with extreme clarity. Even the operating principles of the profound magic elements looked far less complex in his opinion. Meanwhile, just when everyone else on the team shook their heads and gave up, Ferbero suddenly raised a hand under Feng's control and directed it at the massive meteorite. The next moment, a gigantic hand made of mana appeared out of thin air and grabbed the meteorite, then lightly squeezed. Boom! A deafening explosion occurred in midair, and the meteorite, which was over 400 meters in radius, instantly shattered into dust. Space around the hand also transformed into a black void. Chapter 2760. Illusory sword slays realm, Lord the sky shattered, and the resulting void storm dyed the sky black as it threatened to devour everything on this land. The void storm was so powerful that even Tier 4 players would suffer severe damage or death if they got too close. So strong. He crushed a Tier 4 curse with his hand. Is he really just a Tier 4 demon? Everyone present gasped at the power of the demon Prince Feng controlled. Ferberos might have thoroughly shattered their perception of Tier 4 demons in God's domain. In fact, even Feng himself felt shocked by this outcome. Amazing. A demon prince can actually control mana to such a terrifying level. No wonder they're known as half-step demon kings. Their actual combat power is definitely at the Tier 5 standard. Previously, Feng had merely thought to use Ferbero's mana to resist Tadelia's Tier 4 curse. However, the mana hand the demon prince conjured had actually shattered the Tier 4 curse. The demon prince's power was beyond his imagination. Nevertheless, the most amazing aspect about Ferbero would have to be the mana he could condense. The strength of the condensed mana surpassed even Feng's mana when he executed Holy Devour. Meanwhile, Ferbero had already exhibited such astounding mana just by casually condensing it into the shape of a hand. Had the demon prince executed a mana technique just now, the result would have definitely been mind-blowing. The power of the attack might even reach the intermediate Tier 5 standard. Usually, if a superior mythic monster used a Tier 4 curse, the spell's power would only be at the entry level of Tier 5, not even reaching the basic Tier 5 standard. However, the mana hand Ferbero manifested just now was undoubtedly at the basic Tier 5 standard. If the attack's power reached the intermediate Tier 5 standard, the resulting spatial storm would have had a radius of several thousand yards instead of just several hundred yards. Sure, Feng couldn't help reveling in Ferbero's power. After all, the feeling of wielding such power was simply wonderful. This was especially true for Ferbero's perception of an affinity for mana. When controlling the Demon Prince, Sure Feng could feel his comprehension of the operating principles of mana becoming a lot clearer than before. This wasn't a sensation he could experience with just an ordinary Tier 4 physique. If I can maintain this state, I can probably break through my mana body's 100% threshold in just 1 or 2 hours. My control of mana might even improve, and getting promoted to a Grandmaster Magician would be far less of a struggle. The gap in physique and life rating wasn't something that basic attributes could compensate for. If the effects of basic attributes on one's combat power were calculated by addition and subtraction, then the effects of physique and life rating would be calculated by multiplication and division. This was also why the dragon race stood at the apex of all races. Even with the same basic attributes, a dragon would be many times stronger than a human. For the same reason, dragons, fallen angels, and such creatures were invincible among those of the same tier, with some even capable of transcending tiers. Based on the power Ferbero displayed, the Demon Prince's life rating was probably close to rivaling dragons. However, as Sure Feng was savoring this wonderful moment, a stinging pain came from the depths of his mind. He paled in agony and almost staggered and fell to the ground. Sure enough, the system won't allow players to be immersed in this feeling for long. Sure Feng smiled bitterly when he sensed the state of his concentration and the taint on his soul. He had manipulated Ferbero's mana for less than 3 seconds, yet not only did he expend 10% of his concentration, but the dark energy in his soul had also grown significantly stronger. The corrosive effect of manipulating Ferbero's mana was 1/3 of summoning the Demon Prince himself. Meanwhile, Tadelia, who had initially cowered after seeing its Tier 4 curse shattered, narrowed its 6 eyes when it noticed the intensity of Sure Feng's aura plummeting. It could tell that Sure Feng was no longer in his best condition. Immediately, Tadelia's 3 heads began chanting another Tier 4 curse, intending to kill Sure Feng while he was weakened. "Do you think I'll give you another chance?" Upon noticing Tadelia's actions, Sure Feng connected the dark energy in his soul with Ferbero's source of darkness once more. Ferbero's aura recovered to its peak. The Demon Prince's aura was so terrifying that even Illusory words and the others, standing several hundred yards away, trembled reflexively. "Stay down." Sure Feng had Ferbero brandish the fire spear without hesitation, gathering both mana and power of darkness for an attack. In addition, Sure Feng even executed Light Shadow for this attack. However, as he was executing the mana technique indirectly, through Ferbero, he failed to execute the complete Light Shadow. Even so, the resulting attack was still magnitudes stronger than the earlier mana hand. The next moment, Illusory spears rained down from the sky and bombarded Tadelia's heads. The attacks were so quick and powerful that the Soul Singer couldn't dodge them in time, its body getting pummeled into the ground. Cracks extending several thousand yards formed on the ground due to the impacts. The violent trembling of the earth toppled everyone on Sure Feng's team and forced them to sit on the ground. By the time the land stopped shaking, a crater with a 300-yard radius had formed in Tadelia's position. As for the Realm Lord itself, its body had sunk several dozen meters into the ground, only its 3 heads remaining above ground. Minus 1,165,446,428. A damage value exceeding 1 billion emerged slowly above Tadelia's head as its HP bar fell by a significant chunk. Even its life aura had weakened slightly. Crap, the commander is insane. He actually managed to summon such a demon. Solitary 9 was secretly astonished when he saw the damage and destruction Ferbero caused. At this rate, the fight could end in just another dozen hits or so. The boss monster that previously filled their minds with only thoughts of escape had been beaten down like a dog. The heavy injuries Delia suffered had also caused it to lose 30% of its basic attributes. There was simply no comparison between Delia and Ferbero. Alright, stop daydreaming. All of you activate your berserk skills and fight the boss together with the Demon Prince. We must get rid of the boss now. Otherwise, none of us will get out alive. Feng ordered weakly through the team chat as he sat down on the ground. He had used his full power to launch that previous blow. He had even executed a partial light shadow. As a result, he had expended 30% of his concentration and further enhanced the dark energy in his soul. Now he was in an incomparably weakened state, and just controlling Ferbero required all his focus. If they allowed Delia to recover and use another Tier 4 curse, they would team wipe. Hence, they needed to finish Delia while the Realm Lord was still weakened. That definitely could not afford to give it a chance to catch a breather. Upon hearing Feng's weak voice, Unyielding Heart immediately understood their situation. Hurriedly, he shouted through the team chat, "Everyone from Unyielding Soul, follow me. Everyone from Crimson Emperor, attack together. Activate your berserk skills." Illusory Words also commanded her subordinates to take action. She, too, understood that now was not the time to hold back. Immediately, 20-plus peak experts from Azura, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor activated their berserk skills and rushed toward Delia simultaneously. However, the Soul Singer also realized the precarious situation it was in right now. After dragging its heavily injured body out of the crater, it fled without hesitation. Don't even think of getting away. Feng did not give Delia any opportunities to escape. Controlling Ferbero, he had the Demon Prince launch another attack at the Realm Lord. However, as Feng could execute only simple attacks with Ferbero right now, Delia managed to defend against the Demon Prince's attack despite being heavily injured. Minus 94,376,414. A damage value nearing 100 million appeared above Delia's head when its claw collided with Ferbero's fire spear. Disregarding the damage, Delia immediately jumped into the air to flee. However, Feng was no ordinary expert, but someone at the peak of the Ascension realm. Even though he was in a mentally weakened state and couldn't get Ferbero to exert his actual combat power, he could still use the Demon Prince to pin down Delia. Every one of the attacks he executed with Ferbero targeted Delia's vitals, forcing the Realm Lord to defend itself. Meanwhile, Unyielding Heart and the others arrived within attack range and immediately joined the battle. All of them possessed power rivaling Tier 4 mythic monsters. Although they still couldn't afford to face Delia in a frontal confrontation, the damage they inflicted was significant. The next moment, normal attacks dealing over 2 million damage each, coupled with the occasional Tier 3 skill reaping over 10 million damage, landed on the Realm Lord one after another. As Delia was already struggling to deal with Ferbero, it was utterly powerless against the 20-plus players' assault. It could only let the players bombard it with attacks as they pleased. 83%, 72%, 54%. Time passed quickly, with one side sticking close to the other. One side was fleeing desperately, while the other side was pursuing and attacking ruthlessly. Fortunately, Feng and the others dealt sufficiently high damage, dragging Delia's HP down continuously. After 3 minutes into the battle, Delia's HP hit 30%. However, at this time, the peak experts on Feng's team lost the berserk skills effects one after another. Immediately, the team's overall DPS plummeted to just barely over Delia's battle recovery. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to finish the Realm Lord quickly. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. When Delia's HP fell to 8%, its aura suddenly changed. The Realm Lord had finally recovered from its weakened state and was now back in peak condition. Die, humans! Delia bellowed in human tongue, a hint of madness and contempt appearing in its eyes. It then began casting a Tier 4 curse. Damn it, we still didn't make it? Unyielding Heart's complexion sank when he saw another meteorite taking shape in the sky. They had fought for more than 20 minutes, yet they still failed to slay the weakened Tadelia. Now that the Realm Lord was casting another Tier 4 curse, the raid was as good as over. The one who's going to die is you. Some distance away from the battlefield, Feng stood up abruptly, a glimmer of light blooming in his eyes. He then manipulated the dark energy in his soul once more. Compared to the two previous instances, Feng was much more familiar with manipulating Ferbero's power this time. The next moment, Ferbero wielded his spear like a great sword and entered the stance for executing Light Shadow. The mana around the Demon Prince began rampaging. Simultaneously, an Illusory sword 100 meters long appeared in midair. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU at this moment, Feng had exhausted every bit of concentration he had left to have Ferbero execute Light Shadow. Boom! The Illusory sword descended instantly. For a moment, everyone even had the misconception that the sky had been split apart. 1 second later, Tadelia's 50-meter-tall body divided into two halves and collapsed to the ground. The Realm Lord's HP zeroed out, the boss becoming deader than dead. Chapter 2761. Level Skyrockets, it's dead. That was close. For a moment there, I thought we would all get flattened. I'm never going to go near superior mythics ever again before reaching Tier 4. These aren't things Tier 3 players like ourselves can do anything against. After everyone saw Tadelia bisected, they slumped down to the ground and breathed out a sigh of relief, rendered speechless by this narrow escape from death. However, many people also felt fortunate about their survival and couldn't help laughing happily. As for Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart, both were too tired to pay attention to Tadelia. They only wanted to sit down, rest, and relax their minds. However, before anyone could catch their breath, divine sounds descended from the sky and echoed throughout the valley, so melodious that everyone felt intoxicated. As expected of a first kill in the ruined mountain range. Even without divine providence, the loot's quality can actually trigger a divine hymn. Feng, who was lying on the ground, was a little surprised by this situation. He never thought that the first kill of a Realm Lord would yield such excellent loot. Initially, he had been thinking of using divine providence and personally dealing the finishing blow to Tadelia. However, the situation at the end did not permit him to do so. As a result, he could only rely on Ferbero to finish the Realm Lord. While the divine hymn resounded in the valley, bright rays of light enveloped all the survivors. Feng, who was initially at 78% of level 125, leveled up twice and reached 4% of level 127. Everyone else leveled up at least 3 times, with some even leveling up 4 times. The abundance of the EXP awarded utterly dumbfounded everyone. A superior mythic boss actually awards so much EXP. If it were before, we wouldn't get this much EXP even after killing 30 superior mythics. With this, we save at least half a month of grinding. It's a pity that everyone else died. If not, they would have saved on plenty of grinding time as well. Everyone couldn't help sighing over the abundant EXP from Tadelia. On one hand, they felt grateful that they could save plenty of time. On the other hand, they felt guilty for those who died. Not only did the dead players not receive any EXP from the raid, but they would even lose 1 level after resurrection. And even if Illusory Words and the other healers of the team resurrected them, they would still lose nearly half a level's worth of EXP. Only Feng remained unfazed by this situation. Setting aside that this raid happened after the first major update, just the fact that Tadelia was both a superior mythic monster and a Realm Lord already meant that the EXP granted upon its death would be incredibly lavish. The descent of a divine hymn would also increase the EXP awarded. Furthermore, Tadelia was a level 128 monster, whereas most of the players on the team hadn't even reached level 120 yet. The bonus EXP these players received would be significant. However, it would be almost impossible for them to level up so quickly again in the future. After all, each region of the Ruined Mountain Range had only 1 Realm Lord, which took 5 natural days or more to respawn. Moreover, the realm lords for each region weren't fixed. Hence, although their team had secured information on Tedelia, the Soul Singer, this information would be useless because the next realm lord that spawned in this region would probably be some other superior mythic monster. It was almost impossible for players to come across the same realm lord multiple times in forbidden lands, such as the Ruin Mountain Range. Every boss that spawned would be new. Hence, players couldn't prepare for specific bosses and could only rely on brute strength or tools to secure victory. New. Standing up slowly, Feng looked at his teammates and commanded, "Start resurrecting the others. Thorn, you guys patrol the surroundings. Make sure no monsters come ambushing us." Although Ferbero's presence had scared the surrounding monsters into fleeing and the likelihood of an ambush was low, it never hurt to be careful. After all, whether it was a forbidden land for all life or a forbidden land for humans, a single mistake was all it took to team wipe. "Leave it to us." Lifeless Thorn nodded before leaving to patrol the surroundings together with Cleansing Whistle and the others. As for Yinya, Illusory Words, and the other surviving healers, they began resurrecting the team members killed by the Soul Devourers. Although these people had died because they had their concentration sucked dry, their souls did not get damaged. Hence, resurrection was still possible. Only, they would be in a weakened state for several hours after getting resurrected and wouldn't be able to participate in battle right away. While the others were busy with their respective tasks, Feng slowly made his way to Tedelia's corpse and waited for the loot to appear. Regarding Tedelia's loot, none of the members of Unyielding Soul or Crimson Emperor gave it much thought. After all, Feng was the organizer of this team. Before they went on this expedition, they had already agreed that all discoveries made and items obtained would belong to Feng. This was the basis for the cooperation of their 3 guilds. Moreover, even without the agreement, both Unyielding Souls and Crimson Emperor's peak experts would be too ashamed to ask for any loot. From start to end, they had merely played a supporting role and barely did anything during the raid. In fact, if not for Feng landing the finishing blow, they wouldn't be alive right now. They also wouldn't have leveled up 3 or 4 times and gained a 15-day leveling advantage over the outside world's peak experts. One could say that the EXP harvest alone already made their trip to the Ruin Mountain Range worthwhile. Not to mention, they also got to learn about the Ruin Mountain Range and find out just how dangerous the neutral map was. With this information, their 2 guilds would have a much easier time exploring the neutral map in the future. Let's hope the loot isn't too bad. I'd even settle for just 1 or 2 tier 4 skill books or a legacy guidance fragment. Feng prayed inwardly when he saw the dark clouds in the sky gradually scattering. Compared to the outside world, the Ruin Mountain Range was impoverished. Unlike what most people of the outside world imagined, the Ruin Mountain Range wasn't a place where one could just kill a few random mobs and get rich quick. On the contrary, be it forbidden lands for humans or forbidden lands for all life, both were scarce in material resources. Instead, the reason players and NPCs deemed forbidden lands to be rich in resources was the legacy resources found there. In the current God's domain, the kingdoms and empires controlled Tier 3 legacy resources. In the case of Tier 4 legacies, though, even the kingdoms and empires barely had any. Some had none at all. However, the various forbidden lands still contained a considerable number of legacies for Tier 4 and above. Hence, forbidden lands were far richer in legacies than the maps in the outside world. Meanwhile, after players reached Tier 4, there were 3 ways they could improve themselves. The first and simplest method was upgrading their weapons and equipment. Such items were readily available in the various kingdoms and empires. The second method was significantly more difficult, obtaining Tier 4 skill and spell books. After reaching Tier 4, aside from spending legacy skill points to obtain Tier 4 legacy skills, the only other way players could obtain Tier 4 skills was through skill books. However, the monsters in the various kingdoms, empires, and standard neutral maps almost never dropped Tier 4 skill books. Only the monsters in Forbidden Lands would drop these items. Moreover, Only monsters at the Mythic rank or above dropped them, and the drop rate was incredibly low. Tier 4 skills and spells were crucial in deciding a Tier 4 player's strength. Oftentimes, the result of a duel between Tier 4 players could be predicted based on the number of Tier 4 skills and spells the two sides held. This was because Tier 4 skills were magnitudes stronger than Tier 3 skills, with some capable of instant-killing players of the same tier. Therefore, after reaching Tier 4, acquiring Tier 4 skillbooks was key to increasing a player's strength. The improvement players could gain from a Tier 4 skill could rival fragmented legendary items. Moreover, unlike fragmented legendary items, learned skills and spells didn't have a chance of dropping upon death. The third method to improve one's strength was also the most difficult one: obtaining legacy guidances for Tier 4 or above. After players reached Tier 4, levels would no longer be as important as before. Even if players reached level 150 and fulfilled the minimum condition for promotion to Tier 5, they wouldn't necessarily reach Tier 5. Getting promoted to Tier 5 was far more difficult than reaching Tier 4. For the Tier 4 promotion, players only needed to find their Tier 4 legacy land and learn a Tier 4 legacy skill within the allotted time. However, there were no such challenges for the Tier 5 promotion. Players weren't required to complete a troublesome promotion quest, nor did they need to search for some random location. Instead, getting promoted to Tier 5 was a very straightforward process. Players just had to raise their concentration to the Tier 5 standard, then reconstruct their own mana bodies, which would allow their essence to achieve a qualitative improvement. This was how one became a saint. Upon reaching Tier 5, players would no longer be an ordinary human. Their life rating would reach an extraordinary level. This was why very few players and NPCs would ever manage to reach Tier 5 in God's domain. Those who did would be dragons and phoenixes among men. The first step to reaching Tier 5 was breaking through the limits of one's mana body at Tier 3. While this might seem like an insignificant step, it would provide players with great help when they try to reconstruct their mana bodies at Tier 4. The most difficult step was going from 0 to 1. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud had already taken the first step on the path to Tier 5. Meanwhile, legacy guidances could aid players in understanding the operating principles of mana because they recorded the comprehensions of ancient powerhouses on mana and the methods to utilize mana. Some even contained methods and experiences for constructing mana bodies. This was also why Feng had chosen to receive the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint's legacy guidance without hesitation. At Tier 3, despite receiving samples of mana bodies, players still faced incredible difficulty constructing their mana bodies. If players wished to get promoted to Tier 5, they would need to construct a mana body that was at least 10 times stronger. The difficulty of this feat was simply unimaginable. Hence, legacy guidances were incredibly important. Only by continuously learning about mana and mana bodies could players construct a mana body rivaling Tier 5 existences. Otherwise, they would remain at Tier 4 for the rest of their lives. However, obtaining legacy guidances was easier said than done. Legacy guidance fragments were no less rare than fragmented legendary items. Generally, only the bosses of Forbidden Lands at the Realm Lord status or higher would have a small chance of dropping this treasure. This was also one of the reasons very few independent players ever managed to reach Tier 5. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU after all, let alone soloing superior mythics of the same level. Even soloing superior mythics of a lower level was impossible for Tier 4 experts. Normally, raiding such monsters required the cooperation of multiple Tier 4 players. Moreover, even if players killed a superior mythic, they wouldn't necessarily obtain a legacy guidance fragment. And even if a fragment did drop, how many people would get a share of it? In addition, the guilds would frantically contest for these bosses, which further increased the difficulty of reaching Tier 5 for independent players. Unless one possessed a sufficiently strong backer or heaven-defying talent, Tier 5 would forever be beyond one's reach. Meanwhile, as Feng was praying and looking to the sky with an exhausted expression, dozens of dazzling items descended around him. The appearance of these items immediately attracted the ambient mana from several hundred yards around. When Feng spotted a strange stone sculpture of a monster among these items, his eyes instantly lit up. He even rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrong. An ancient beast sculpture? Did this monster swallow an ancient god's treasury? Chapter 2762, Ancient Treasure. While the strange beast statue held Feng's attention, the other players patrolling and resting in the distance noticed the several dozen items falling from the sky. Their eyes immediately widened in shock. Crap, what's up with this loot? I've never seen so many epic items and legendary materials dropping at once. The boss is a level 128 superior mythic, so the epic items it dropped can definitely be used up to level 150. Despite making so many contributions to the guild, I only managed to get a pair of epic bracers that can be used up to level 130. With all those epic items, I could probably fully gear myself in epic items. Despite everyone being peak experts or better, they still grew envious when they saw Tedelia's loot. Rather, it was inevitable that they would be envious. Although epic weapons and equipment had become a lot more common in the current God's domain, the majority of them could be used only up to level 100. Those that could be used up to level 120 were few and far between. As for epic items that could be used up to level 150, even the various superpowers wouldn't have more than 30 pieces. This wasn't because the various superpowers were slacking on killing level 100 plus mythic monsters, but because mythic monsters only had a tiny chance of dropping epic weapons and equipment that could be used up to level 150. Now, however, Tedelia had dropped over 10 epic items. Needless to say, every one of these epic items would be good up to level 150. After all, Tedelia was a level 128 superior mythic. According to their past experiences, the epic items dropped by level 120 plus superior mythic bosses would almost certainly have their level limit set at 150. However, the epic weapons and equipment dropped were only the tip of the iceberg. What truly made everyone's eyes glow were the legendary materials in the loot. Legendary materials could be used to create customized epic weapons and equipment, which would definitely be top tier among epic items. However, like level 150 epic items, the drop rate for legendary materials was pitifully low. Even level 100 plus superior mythics would, at most, drop inferior legendary materials. More often than not, they would drop only epic materials. Nonetheless, Tedelia had dropped as many as 7 legendary materials. In other words, one could produce 7 customized epic weapons and equipment with a level limit of level 150. Not to mention, the 20-plus inferior legendary materials Tedelia dropped could also be used to produce top-tier epic weapons and equipment. In other words, Tedelia alone had essentially dropped over 30 level 150 epic weapons and equipment, more than enough to fully arm 2 players in level 150 epic items. This was something impossible even for the various superpowers at this stage of the game, as expected of a forbidden land. Just the loot of a superior mythic boss here equals the loot of 3 or 4 superior mythic bosses in the outside world. The loot's quality is also significantly better. Unyielding Heart also couldn't help his astonishment at this scene. At the same time, he resolved that once he reached Tier 4, he would absolutely bring a team here to explore the ruined mountain range. However, unlike everyone else, Feng paid no attention to the weapons, equipment, and materials Tedelia dropped. Instead, he stepped forward, collected a 1-meter-tall beast statue, and stored it in his epic spatial bag without hesitation. In Feng's opinion, even the combined value of all the other items Tedelia dropped couldn't compare to the value of this beast statue. Sacred Beast Statue, Soul-Devouring Beast. Epic rank, unique item. One of 12 stone sculptures of sacred beasts made by Skyrockets. It holds incredible power. One shouldn't underestimate the beast statue just because it was an epic item. For Tier 4 players and above, this beast statue was easily 1,000 times more valuable than legendary items. An ancient god in God's domain, Skyrockets was known as the god of elements by everyone. Legend had it that he could control all magic elements, and he was incredibly strong even among the ancient gods. In God's domain, any item belonging to a god would already be an amazing item, let alone an ancient god's possession. The 12 sacred bee statues were one of Bereston's earliest creations. To both gods and ancient gods, these statues were trash. However, to Tier 4 players, these statues were priceless treasures. On the surface, the 12 sacred bee statues were only intended as room decor. However, if one placed these statues in areas with incredibly dense mana, the statues would generate a special signal. This signal allowed players inside the room to perceive the operating principles of a particular magic element. Although the granted perception was vague, it was still much better than blindly trying to feel and deduce the operating principles of the magic elements. Moreover, the effect stacked. With more beast statues collected, not only would one get to perceive more magic elements, but the intensity of the granted perception would also increase. In the past, a super guild had discovered an ancient god's treasury, and after working together with several superpowers and incurring countless casualties, the super guild had successfully raided the treasury. They had discovered 3 of the 12 sacred beast statues inside the treasury, one of them a medium-sized statue at the fragmented legendary rank. Due to these 3 beast statues, the super guild that found the treasury had ended up one of the 12 great guilds within a short period. Now, Feng had merely killed a superior mythic ranked realm lord, yet he had actually acquired a sacred beast statue. This was simply unbelievable. I really lucked out this time. Although not even one fragmented legendary item dropped, the boss actually dropped an intact legacy guidance crystal, besides one of the 12 sacred beast statues. If any of those superpowers in the past found out about this, they would most likely go crazy from envy. Feng inwardly grew ecstatic as he picked up a crimson memory crystal from the ground. Normally, the legacy guidances players could obtain in Forbidden Lands were only fragmented crystals. Due to the instability of the mana inside these fragments, they would disappear after one use. However, an intact legacy guidance crystal was a different story. As the mana inside an intact crystal was incredibly stable, players could use it several times. Moreover, each use cost only 100 magic crystals. However, as these legacy guidance crystals were quite ancient, even a complete one could be used only 9 times. Regardless, an intact legacy guidance crystal was as valuable as a legendary item because it recorded far more information than a fragmented crystal. A single use of an intact crystal was easily worth 10 uses of fragmented crystals. In the past, some superpowers were even willing to exchange a legendary item for an intact legacy guidance crystal. However, nobody had ever taken up the offer. This was especially true for guilds and adventurer teams. After all, the legacy guidance crystal could lead to the birth of a Tier 5 player, which was way more valuable than a legendary item. In God's domain, unless Tier 6 God-ranked experts made an appearance, Tier 5 players would stand at the pinnacle of the game. The resources a Tier 5 player could acquire with their strength far exceeded the value of a legendary item. Several minutes later, Feng finished storing all of the dropped items in his spatial bag. He then let everyone rest for an additional 10 minutes before leading them toward the Earthfall secret land. Feng had no choice but to position the still weakened members at the center of the team. He also had Ferbero open up the path for them, clearing out the level 125 plus Great Lords and Grand Lords that assaulted their team on the way. He had no intention of resting whatsoever. "Commander, aren't we in too much of a hurry?" Solitary 9 asked in a whisper as he looked at Feng, who still had a deathly pale complexion. The fight with Tadelia left everyone's concentration below the 10% threshold. They could fall unconscious at any time. Feng was no exception. Yet, after resting for just a short while, Feng had led them deeper into the ruined mountain range without hesitation. At this point, they had already been running for close to 2 hours, and everyone had constantly been fighting throughout this period. Moreover, the monsters they fought all had considerably high combat standards and high basic attributes. Although Ferbero took on most of the monsters for them, the occasional monster still slipped by, and if they weren't careful, they would be easily overwhelmed by these monsters. "I know, but we don't have much time left," Feng said while controlling Ferbero. Smiling bitterly, he continued, "At this point, I can no longer summon a second demon prince. If the duration of this one lapses before we reach our destination, we'll die a miserable death." Upon hearing Feng's words, Solitary 9 looked at the endless monsters around them and got goosebumps. At the same time, he subconsciously raised a shield and stood closer to Feng. If not for the demon prince, they would definitely be doomed. In fact, they wouldn't be able to cope with all these monsters, even with several Tier 4 experts on the team. After all, fighting in the Ruin Mountain range cost a lot of stamina and concentration. It was impossible for players to fight endlessly. "Move faster. We're almost there," Feng urged everyone through the team chat after taking a look at his map. At Feng's words, everyone hurriedly closed the distance to Ferbero. The team then broke out in a mad dash while blocking the attacks coming from the surrounding monsters. After frantically advancing for another dozen minutes or so, the team finally discovered a huge cave in the valley, with an entrance several dozen meters high. The cave exerted a mental influence that rivaled Tedelia's, making everyone feel discomfortable. Guild leader Black Flame, "Is this the place you were talking about?" Illusory Words asked anxiously. When she looked at the nearby cave, she got a sense of depression and uncertainty. A hint of fear had even appeared in her heart. If she was already experiencing such feelings even before entering the cave, it wasn't hard to imagine how dangerous it would be inside. Looking at the Godslayer's map, Feng said with certainty, "It should be here." But that mental influence, unyielding heart had goosebumps as he looked at the cave. If another monster like Tedelia emerged from the cave, they really would be on their way to the underworld. The mental influence is indeed considerable, but we went to great lengths to get here. We can't possibly give up now, can we? Feng also understood unyielding heart's worries. If they died now, it would indeed be a big loss. However, he had to obtain the Godslayer's treasure no matter what. In the worst-case scenario, he was even willing to use his final trump card. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. "EU okay, let's go in and take a look." Unyielding Heart nodded. He, too, thought that Feng's words were correct. They had already gotten this far. It would be a pity if they abandoned the expedition. Not to mention, they still had the Demon Prince to guard them. If further progress was truly impossible, they could still escape. Following which, Feng and the others made their way to the cave. However, when the team walked through the cave entrance, a startling scene suddenly occurred. The instant Ferbero stepped into the cave, a red beam shot out from the cave's depths. Before Feng could even have Ferbero execute evasive maneuvers, the red beam had already pierced through the Demon Prince's body. After getting struck, the Lord of the Dead, who had been invincible up to this point, burst into a bundle of flames and vanished without a trace. Chapter 2763. God? He died? Feng was dumbfounded at the sight of Ferbero one-shot. Not only was that red beam unbelievably fast, but it even packed enough power to kill a demon prince instantly. Although the Bible of Darkness summoned only a weak clone of Ferbero's true body, this clone still possessed the physique of a bona fide half-step demon king. Even true Tier 5 demon kings couldn't slay a half-step demon king in one hit. As for the red beam originating from a barrier trap or magic circle, the likelihood of that was low. Any barrier trap or magic array would require its user to be present to display its greatest power. Without the user, barrier traps and magic arrays could, at most, trap someone. They definitely did not have the ability to kill the clone of a half-step demon king instantly. Not to mention, the beam just now didn't look like it originated from a magic array or barrier, but more like an offensive spell. Everyone else present was also stunned by this situation, and chills spread all over their body instantly. What happened? That's a half-step demon king we were talking about. The demon prince that they believed was invincible had actually gotten killed instantly. If they took a similar attack on their Tier 3 bodies, they, too, wouldn't last a second. However, this still wasn't the crucial point. The fact that the other party could one-shot a half-step demon king meant that the other party was among the most horrifying existences they had come across. Meanwhile, None of these horrifying existences were things players dared to offend, because the possible consequences in doing so included the annihilation of their souls. If that happened, they would really have to start all over again. However, before anyone could snap out of their daze, a terrifying mental pressure assaulted them. As if time had stopped, everyone froze in place. In fact, even their thoughts had fallen into a torpor. They simply stood still, not knowing what to do. While everyone stagnated, Feng clearly sensed something, and his heart immediately grew cold at this discovery. It's over. In his previous life, he had seen this time-stopping phenomenon only once in a video of a group of Tier 6 God-ranked experts clashing against an ancient evil god. The fight back then had been earth-shattering. However, aside from the Tier 6 God-ranked experts and a few Tier 5 experts, the other players present had no idea what exactly had happened. By the time everyone recovered, the battle was already over. For most of the players present, the battle had basically started and ended in an instant. To them, it felt as if nothing had happened whatsoever. However, that had been far from being the case. By the time everyone recovered from their stupor, 1/10 of the kingdom had disappeared from God's domain, leaving behind an endless wasteland littered with shattered space. Now that this scene was replaying before Feng's eyes, this meant that the other party was no weaker than that ancient evil god in the past. Just when the flow of time was slowing and Feng's thoughts were about to stagnate, a crimson glow suddenly bloomed from his spatial bag. The appearance of the crimson glow immediately dispelled the power enveloping him. Afterward, a shabby yet dazzling broken blade flew out of the spatial bag and hovered quietly in front of him. This is the Ash Blade. Feng was shocked when he saw this broken blade. Various legends were circulating in God's domain regarding the Ash Blade, which was rumored to be the God Slayer's weapon. A weapon named the Ash Blade had also appeared in Feng's previous life. Back then, the owner of this weapon had been a mysterious expert nobody knew. However, what everyone did know was this mysterious person's heaven-defying feat with the Ash Blade in hand. This mysterious expert had single-handedly annihilated a super guild's main city. Moreover, the Ash Blade this person wielded was incredibly powerful. Even epic weapons would break after suffering 3 or 4 hits from the Ash Blade. Only fragmented legendary weapons could barely withstand its power. For this reason, everyone had suspected that the Ash Blade was a legendary weapon. Hence, Feng had kept the Ash Blade all this time instead of discarding it. After all, there might be a day when he could recast it. Of course, there was another legend regarding the Ash Blade, which stated that the Ash Blade was a clue to the God Slayer's legacy. However, according to historical materials in the libraries of the various kingdoms and empires, nobody had ever found the Ash Blade. Only after that mysterious expert had appeared and thoroughly shattered the status quo of God's domain did everyone start paying attention to the Ash Blade. How interesting. Out of the people that arrived this time, someone actually brought that item. It seems you are quite lucky. While Feng was surprised by the Ash Blade, a deep and indifferent voice came from the depths of the cave. It used not the human language, but divine language instead. Similar to the demonic language. Despite Feng having no knowledge of the divine language, his brain still understood the meaning conveyed by the words. Before Feng could react to the divine words, an elderly man clad in a gray robe appeared before him. This elderly man's body was in a translucent soul state. Moreover, it was incredibly unstable, as if it would disappear at any moment. However, Feng could still feel great power coming from the old man, which awoke in Feng the urge to submit. The old man's information was thoroughly hidden. It was impossible to glean any information about him at all. Esteemed elder, we came here purely by mistake. We did not come here with any purpose. I hope you can forgive us, Feng said apologetically to the old man. He dared not display any disrespect to the elder before him. Although Feng wasn't aware of the old man's true identity, the fact that the old man could stop time meant that he was undoubtedly at the Tier 6 standard. Even if the old man was only a remnant soul now, he still was an existence Feng could afford to offend. You don't have to lie. I know why you came here, the old man said as he looked at Feng quietly, his deep gaze seemingly seeing through Feng's soul. Not only did you acquire that map, but you even hold the ash blade. In that case, you qualify to enter this place and know its secret. How much you can gain from this secret will depend entirely on yourself. I am only an observer and the protector of this place. I won't do anything to interfere with your progress. Feng felt deeply relieved when he heard the old man's words. As for whether the old man was lying to him or not, Feng didn't care. After all, even if the old man was lying to him, Feng couldn't do anything about it. Esteemed elder, may I know what will happen to my friends? Feng asked worriedly. Although he himself was no longer in any immediate danger, he couldn't say the same for his teammates. It was entirely possible for the old man to erase their existences permanently to keep this place a secret. Don't worry, I won't kill them, the old man said, chuckling as he glanced at Feng's teammates. After all, they're individuals blessed by heaven. They won't die even if they're killed, right? Feng couldn't help growing slightly nervous at the old man's question. For some reason, he had a feeling that this old man knew a lot of things. In fact, he might even understand the true existence of players. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a question. This was the first time Feng had met such an NPC. All right, I'll stop messing with you. Since Feng didn't dare respond to his question, the old man dropped the topic. He then said, "You hold the ash blade, which means you are the chosen one. Hence, you may enter the cave. As for the others, they will be teleported out of this place. Of course, as you have been lucky enough to get selected, you can also bring 9 people with you. However, you'd best think about who to bring with you. The secret of this place isn't something heaven-blessed individuals like yourselves can imagine. A single mistake might even result in a true death for you." When the old man said the words true death, he even placed emphasis on them. It sounded as if he was warning Feng, yet also sounded as if he was teasing him. His behavior made it impossible for Feng to guess his thoughts. Nonetheless, Feng did not pay too much heed to the old man's warning. His goal in visiting the ruined mountain range was the Earthfall Secret Land. Although he did not know what kind of secret the Secret Land contained, for what he heard, the 3 super guilds that monopolized the Secret Land had acquired a lot of benefits. This meant that the Secret Land shouldn't be a very dangerous place. I've decided to bring the 4 of them. May I know if that is okay? Feng asked as he pointed at Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, Yinya, and Cleansing Whistle. Only 4. After taking a glance at Lifeless Thorn and the others, the old man looked at Feng in surprise and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to bring more? You should know that the cost of entering that place is extraordinary. The amount of time you can stay there is also very limited." "I'm sure." Feng nodded. Initially, he had considered bringing more people with him. However, with the possibility of this secret being much greater than he imagined, every additional person he brought along would be an additional risk. Hence, he decided to bring only Lifeless Thorn's group of 4. After all, the 4 of them had long since known many of his secrets. They could truly be considered as people already. However, the Azura Adventurer team's other members were not as reliable. "All right, this is your decision." The old man no longer pursued the matter and waved his hand at the 4 selected people. Apart from Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, Yinya, and Cleansing Whistle, all the others immediately transformed into streaks of light and flew out of the cave. The streaks of light then left the ruined mountain range, dodging the purple lightning decorating the neutral map sky. Meanwhile, Lifeless Thorn and the others suddenly jumped up in surprise. "What's going on?" When Lifeless Thorn and the others saw their current situation, they fell into a daze. Just a moment ago, there had been nobody standing before them. In fact, even Feng had been behind them. However, in the blink of an eye, not only did Feng appear in front of them, but the rest of their team also disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that there was a blank in their memories. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. He was now. A scary old man stood before them, and they couldn't read any information about this old man. "All right, stop looking around randomly. Your gazes are very annoying. Do you really think I can't sense them?" The old man suddenly shouted at lifeless Thorn and the others, the brief pressure he exuded nearly making their knees buckle. "I'll let you off this time, but if you behave like this to anyone else, they won't be as easy on you as I am." Upon hearing the old man's words, lifeless Thorn and the others hurriedly nodded and promptly stopped using their identification skills on the old man and their surroundings. "That's more like it. Now follow me." The old man nodded when he saw lifeless Thorn and the others turn obedient. He then began walking into the depths of the cave. Chapter 2764. Land of Fallen Gods outside of the ruined mountain range. Devouring Swamp. Dozens of streaks of lights descended onto a swampy woodland as Unyielding Heart and the others were transported out of the ruined mountain range. Were we resurrected? Unyielding Heart looked at his surroundings with some confusion. Why do we get resurrected here? Where's Brother Blackflame? The Devouring Swamp was a neutral map adjacent to the ruined mountain range. However, the map was very high level, with monsters at level 130 or above. It wasn't suitable for them to travel across. Hence, they had previously traveled through a level 120 neutral map to enter the ruined mountain range. "I don't think we got resurrected," Illusory Words said, shaking her head. "We were most likely teleported here, probably the doing of that horrifying existence we came across just now." Although she didn't know what had happened, the most likely possibility was that they were banished from the cave since none of them had lost any levels. Big Sis Illusory, aside from Blackflame, Azura's side seems to be missing 4 people too, Blue Gown said strangely after carefully inspecting the team. At Blue Gown's words, everyone else noticed that Lifeless Thorn and 3 others of the Azura Adventurer team were indeed missing. At this discovery, Azura's members couldn't help becoming anxious. Did they get left behind? Unyielding Heart subconsciously muttered a guess. At Unyielding Heart's words, everyone present felt chills crawling down their backs. Before they lost consciousness, they had clearly felt a frightening mental influence from the depths of the cave. If not for them losing consciousness a moment later, they might have dropped to their knees the next second. Without a doubt, the source of the mental influence was the most terrifying existence they had come across since entering God's domain. They found it truly hard to imagine the consequences of being targeted by such an existence. If that's true, this is bad. Illusory Words also frowned at this possibility. Against that kind of frightening existence, even a Tier 4 player like Feng would be no different from an ant. In fact, the said existence might even be able to obliterate their souls. After all, a few of the many frightening existences she knew of possessed this kind of horrifying ability. Not to mention, the existence they just met was many times stronger than any of those frightening existences. Let's reorganize the team and go back to take a look. Simply standing around and doing nothing isn't a solution, Unyielding Heart suggested. "No, we cannot go back in," Illusory Words countered, shaking her head. Since that existence chose to keep them there should be a reason for this. Otherwise, why could we safely leave that place, whereas they couldn't? Moreover, we don't have the time to enter the ruined mountain range again. "How so?" Unyielding Heart asked strangely. Although Illusory Words' deduction might be correct, they couldn't just abandon Feng and the others without doing anything. After all, they didn't even know whether they had accomplished their task. If the task wasn't completed, their 3 guilds would be in big trouble afterward. "I just received news that not only did the number of NPCs increase again, but the various powers members are also facing greater difficulties in leveling up. Shortly after we started sending our members into the Secret Covenant Tower, the superpowers began having designs over it. They think that the tower is an excellent leveling spot, and they've already clashed with us outside Sky Spring City several times," Illusory Words explained. "We need to head back as soon as possible to preside over the situation. Otherwise, it'll be impossible to seal off Sky Spring City with just a bunch of Tier 3 experts." "They're taking action already?" Unyielding Heart was surprised by this revelation. Initially, he thought that the various superpowers wouldn't pay as much attention to the Secret Covenant Tower just for the sake of leveling. Hence, he hadn't anticipated such a development. However, The massive increase in the NPC population had undoubtedly increased the various powers' urgency and difficulty in leveling up. This made excellent leveling spots even more valuable than before. Now, just for the sake of leveling up quickly, many superpowers had already started targeting the Secret Covenant Tower. If these superpowers entered the tower and discovered the Tier 3 legacies inside, the situation would definitely become even more troublesome. So, we need to return quickly to ensure nobody sneaks into Sky Spring City and the Secret Covenant Tower. Otherwise, the various superpowers would have already occupied the tower before Black Flame completes his task. If that happens, we'll end up even more passive, Illusory Word said. She then took out a transfer scroll and immediately teleported to Crimson Emperor's residence in Silverwing City. After Illusory Words teleported away, the other Crimson Emperor members took out transfer scrolls and teleported to Silverwing City one after another. What should we do? Mu Lingsha asked Unyielding Heart as Crimson Emperor's members left. Do we return too? That's the only thing we can do. Let's just hope Brother Black Flame's side is safe. Otherwise, we'll have a difficult road to walk down the line, Unyielding Heart said, sighing as he took out a transfer scroll himself. Unyielding Soul's other members immediately followed suit one after another. As for Azura's members, they planned to remain in the Devouring Swamp and level up while waiting for their vice commanders to contact them before taking further action. During the time, Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart had returned to Silverwing City to control the overall situation. Feng and the others in the distant ruined mountain range had arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Is this the secret of this cave? Shock and surprise filled Lifeless Thorn as he stared at the icy cavern before him. The icy cavern was over a dozen kilometers wide. Its interior was a snowy white world, with ice sculptures in the shape of humans, elves, half-orcs, giants, dwarves, and other races erected all over. Every one of these ice sculptures radiated an aura that was stronger than the demon Prince Ferberos. Meanwhile, these statues numbered in the tens of thousands. Moreover, the dozen or so ice sculptures at the cavern's center radiated an aura that was much stronger than that of the other ice sculptures. Despite standing so far away, Lifeless Thorn still felt awe and fear in his heart when he looked at these statues. He dared not approach any of them. At this moment, let alone Lifeless Thorn, even Feng was astounded by this scene. Feng had a much clearer idea than Lifeless Thorn did of what kind of existence those central ice sculptures were. Indeed, read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Those dozen or so ice sculptures were bona fide Tier 6 gods. He had even read about a few of them in libraries. From the scene in the cavern, he could tell that these gods and people of various races had been going up against something. Only, the end result was that every one of them got frozen into eternal ice sculptures. What the hell happened here? Feng was greatly puzzled as he looked at this horrific scene. Tier 6 gods were existences that stood at the apex of God's domain. A force of over a dozen gods could devastate the continent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that such a force could even sweep through the dark abyss. In fact, even if all of the Tier 6 God-ranked experts that existed in his previous life joined hands, they could just barely manage to contend with a force of a dozen or so Tier 6 gods. Yet these Tier 6 gods had actually been killed, annihilated in a single move by the looks of. Chapter 2765, Godslayer's Legacy. After a brief silence inside the cave, a deep, emotional voice entered Feng's ears. You had best not ask or think about what happened in the past and what caused the deaths of so many of the world's powerful people and even gods. You also must not look into these matters. The consequences of doing so are not something even heaven-blessed individuals like yourselves can bear. You might even lose your minds as a result. The old man warned when he saw the curiosity on the faces of Feng and the others. Although the old man's voice did not carry any mental influence or coercion, the certainty in his tone made Feng shudder involuntarily. As for Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, Yinya, and Cleansing Whistle, although they reacted fearfully to the old man's warning, The curiosity on their faces was clear for all to see. It was evident that they did not take the old man's words seriously. After all, this was a matter related to gods. Players who were new to God's domain treated the word God as merely a noun. At best, gods were a type of powerful monster to them. However, those who truly ventured around God's domain and studied the historical materials in the libraries of the various kingdoms and empires would realize that gods weren't just powerful existences. Simultaneously, they represented a kind of extreme, a road leading to the top of God's domain. Hence, anything related to gods represented a massive opportunity for players. This was especially true for Tier 3 players like themselves. They were quite aware that they could no longer advance on their own. If they wished to get to the next level, they would have to follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. Meanwhile, the footsteps of gods were undoubtedly the best to follow. None of you should look deeper into this matter, at least not now, Feng suddenly said to Lifeless Thorn and the others. He knew very well how attractive gods were to Tier 3 experts. They wouldn't hesitate to look into matters related to gods, even if the risks were big. After all, the road to promotion was simply too difficult. Normally, players could already improve significantly with the ruins left behind by Tier 5 existences, let alone those of Tier 6 gods. However, the disappearance of some peak experts and apex expert from both the game world and the real world most likely had something to do with Tier 6 gods. Anyone who tried to get involved with Tier 6 gods as Tier 3 and Tier 4 players would die before achieving anything. If they were lucky, they would have their accounts destroyed and need to start all over again. If they were unlucky, they might disappear like those experts in the past. Upon hearing Feng's words, Lifeless Thorn and the others eyed him curiously. They never thought that Feng would actively stop them from looking into this matter. "It seems you know your limits, kid," the old man said, gazing at Feng with warm approval. "That's right. Only people who know the limits of their strength and abilities can live long lives. Even you heaven-blessed individuals are no exception." At the old man's words, Lifeless Thorn and the others promptly awakened from their greed. "Thanks, Commander. I never thought I would get seduced by the benefits in front of me," Lifeless Thorn said in gratitude, a hint of fear in his voice. God's domain had always emphasized balance. All gains came with losses. If one tried to secure an opportunity despite lacking the necessary strength, they would only wind up dead. Currently, they hadn't even reached Tier 4, yet they were actually thinking of looking into the secrets of Tier 6. That was simply suicide. That is normal. After all, not many people in God's domain can remain calm when faced with matters related to gods, Feng said, shaking his head. If not for him having a wealth of experience adventuring in God's domain, he wouldn't have fared any better than Lifeless Thorn. In fact, he might have reacted even more crazily. In the current era, where the gods had withdrawn from the world, even the various superpowers would go nuts over a clue related to Tier 6 gods. In fact, even Tier 5 NPCs would fight desperately to secure this clue. All right, that's enough talking. After seeing that Feng and the others had calmed down, the old man beckoned to them and said, "Come here. Next up is the moment you have all been waiting for. It is also the final wealth and treasure that person left behind for you heaven-blessed individuals." A treasure left behind by the Godslayer? Feng grew a little excited at the old man's words. The Godslayer was a mythical figure in God's domain. Although it wasn't certain whether the Godslayer had become a god or not, it was certain that he was born a human. Meanwhile, the Godslayer was an existence that even gods feared. In fact, the number of gods the Godslayer had slain exceeded 10. However, for reasons unknown, the Godslayer had suddenly vanished into God's domain's history, leaving behind only a few clues pertaining to his existence. Normally, these clues were acquired from ancient ruins. It was almost impossible to find any records of the Godslayer in the various kingdoms and empires' libraries, as if the Godslayer's existence had been wiped out by history. Future generations couldn't look into the Godslayer's existence, even if they wanted to. However, there were a lot of negative comments about the Godslayer. Some people said that the God-Slayer was a great sinner of God's domain, and others said that the God-Slayer was the culprit behind the twilight of the gods. Shortly afterward, the old man led Feng's group of 5 to the cavern's center, where the dozen or so frozen gods stood. Upon arriving there, Feng and the others noticed a space-time crack there, as small as a fingernail, undetectable from a distance. Only after moving within 30 yards of the crack did they barely notice it. Directly underneath this space-time crack was an incomparably complicated magic array. It was so complicated that even Feng, who was an advanced magician, felt dizzy after just one glance at it. Needless to say, he couldn't even begin to decipher it. This is the treasure? Solitary 9 was stunned when he saw this tiny space-time crack. For a moment, he even felt that the old man had duped them. What possible use could they have for a fingernail-sized space-time crack? Even if this space-time crack led to somewhere, with how small it was, players couldn't enter it. That's right. This is the treasure, the old man said, chuckling. You might think that such a small space-time crack is no big deal, but what if I say that it connects to the past? Connects to the past? Solitary 9 was again stunned. Crossing timelines was simply impossible. It should still be impossible, even in a virtual reality game like God's Domain. Esteemed Elder, are you perhaps saying that this space-time crack can allow us to travel to another world? Lifeless Thorn asked, thinking that the old man did not understand what the words connects to the past meant. In fact, even Feng suspected that what the old man truly meant was that the space-time crack allowed people to travel to a different space. After all, there were plenty of foreign spaces and other worlds in God's domain. No, it is really linked to the past. It isn't linked to an other world or a different space, the old man insisted, shaking his head. He could tell what Feng and the others were thinking, and he said in a determined tone, I know you don't believe me. There is no way you can believe me, either. After all, time travel is something even ancient gods are incapable of accomplishing. However, it is true. Moreover, this space-time crack is connected to the ancient era of God's domain. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The old man's words dumbfounded everyone present. Connected to the ancient era of God's domain? Feng felt his worldview crumbling, shocked beyond words. Could this be the Earthfall secret land's true secret? The ancient era of God's domain was an era of wonders. Various super civilizations were intertwined during this era when gods still roamed the world. And because the twilight of the gods had yet to occur, the world of God's domain was incredibly rich in resources. The present era of God's domain couldn't hold a candle to the ancient era in this regard. I won't say anything more. Since this is your first time, you can enter it without any cost. However, you can only spend a limited amount of time inside. Moreover, the stronger you become and the greater your impact during the ancient era, the easier it will be for the world to notice your presence. If that happens, the world will reject your existence and expel you. What you can obtain during the ancient era will all depend on your own abilities, the old man said slowly. However, I have to warn you that the ancient era is not the paradise you imagine it to be. You will die a permanent death if you aren't careful. Before Feng and his companions could ask any questions, the old man waved his hand. Immediately, Feng and the other 4 transformed into streaks of light that plunged into the space-time crack, disappearing from the cavern. Chapter 2766. Ancient era in a valley amid some lofty mountains, a team of nearly 5,000 people frantically fought a group of demons. The battlefield was crazed and spectacular, and looked just like a battlefield in ancient times. Both sides suffered severe casualties, their blood staining the valley red. The smell of blood carried for tens of thousands of yards. Even those inured to battle would find this situation uncomfortable and unbearable. However, neither side showed any intention of stopping, both prepared to fight to the bitter end. Of the 2 armies battering each other, the demon army was led by a level 135, Tier 4 Great Demon, while a woman led the human army. The woman in question possessed golden hair and crimson eyes. She wielded a silver sacred sword, and was clad in a knight's blue sacred armor. As the woman contended against several dozen level 130+ Tier 3 demons, her HP continuously decreased. However, despite being at a complete disadvantage, the more she fought, the brighter the glow her sacred sword radiated. The power she exhibited also kept increasing. Damn it, you're actually using the aria of holy blood. Don't even think I will let you finish it. The Tier 4 Great Demon's expression turned solemn when he saw the glowing sacred sword. Immediately, he spread out his 4 wings and flew toward the crimson-eyed woman. Everyone protect the commander. Do not let that great demon approach the commander. A tall man shouted before rushing at the great demon with his golden shield raised. Subsequently, several dozen other melee classes nearby also charged at the great demon, all of them ignoring the fact that they were merely at Tier 2. Scram! Seeing the crowd charging at him, the demon commander pulled out his crimson greatsword and slashed the space in front. Over 100 crimson beams shot forth, tearing apart space as they advanced. The power they carried simply wasn't something even Tier 3 existences could dream of withstanding. Boom! The next moment, the several dozen Tier 2 melee classes were instantly vaporized, while the shield-bearing man was sent smashing into the mountain. Damn it! I'll kill you. When a man standing nearby saw this scene, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he promptly charged at the great demon with his sword raised. However, before this man could even get near the great demon, the long-range spells of several Tier 3 demons had already killed him. In the meantime, blood had already dyed the body of the crimson-eyed woman fighting several dozen Tier 3 demons. Her complexion was also deathly pale. However, despite the state of her body, her gaze remained indescribably firm. "Be punished, demons!" The crimson-eyed female knight bellowed as she raised her sacred sword. The sacred sword released a beam of light that shot to the skies. Countless streaks of light then rained down on the valley like shooting stars, and the demons struck by these shooting stars immediately fell into a heavily injured state. The situation on the battlefield reversed in the blink of an eye. Kill. We cannot let these demons take even a step into human territory. The crimson-eyed knight shouted, her pale complexion showing no signs of fatigue. She then raised her sacred sword and charged at the demons who were still fighting the female knights. Words stimulated the surviving humans. They began madly fighting against the demons. However, after a few exchanges, the humans present were dumbfounded, staring at a distant pile of demon corpses in disbelief. The next moment, the great demon commander, who was over a dozen meters tall, emerged from this pile of corpses, a hint of mockery and contempt on his face. The aria of holy blood is indeed powerful, and for you to still be alive after using this desperate move, your mental willpower is truly astonishing. I'm certain you can rank among the top Tier 4 powerhouses, the great demon said as he looked at the crimson-eyed knight. He then asked mockingly, "But can you use a second time?" At this great demon's words, the complexions of the surviving humans instantly turned ashen. This was the aria of holy blood they were talking about. This was the Sacred Sword Blood Moon's unique spell. Most people would be able to use it only once before departing for the netherworld. This was because the consequent pain of the body and mind was not something ordinary people could bear. However, in return for the steep price, once the aria of holy blood was cast, it exerted astonishing power. Even a great demon would sustain heavy injuries and lose half of their HP after getting struck by this move. Moreover, without restoration items such as the Water of Life, it would be impossible to recover from the attack. Yet now, needless to say, it would be impossible for the female knight to use aria of the holy blood again. However, with the humans' current combat power, they were no match for the great demon. After all, the great demon before them was a bona fide demon marquis. The purity of his bloodline was far superior to that of ordinary great demons. Since you no longer have any other moves to make, it's my turn now. When the great demon saw the silent humans before him, An indescribably excited and joyful expression appeared on his face. Don't even think about it. The female knight suddenly appeared above the great demon's head and brandished her sacred sword. 3 phantom swords appeared in the sky, the sight stunning everyone present. This is the Sword Saint Lord Lox's personal technique, Sky Cleaver. The commander actually mastered it. When the surviving humans saw the 3 phantom swords in the sky, a look of awe and admiration appeared on their faces. You're already on your last breath, yet you're still putting up such boring resistance? When the great demon saw the 3 phantom swords, he did not reveal any awe or fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he nonchalantly brandished his greatsword. Boom! The greatsword and 3 phantom swords collided. The resulting shockwave sent both humans and demons stumbling backward. Large cracks formed on the ground the great demon stood on, and the greatsword the great demon wielded let out a low hum. The great demon's arms were also trembling. Upon seeing this scene, the humans felt both encouraged and excited. Sure enough, a sword saint's personal technique was truly extraordinary. However, a moment later, everyone's joy turned into despair because the crimson-eyed knight hadn't fared too well either. Not only was her complexion paler, but even her pupils had begun to fade. It was evident that she was on her last breath. She could no longer fight. Ha ha ha! Amazing! Amazing! This is the first time I, Neiman Carlo, have seen a powerful tier 4 human like you. The great demon burst out laughing as he looked at the female knight. However, it all ends here. Before you die, I will drag you all down to hell first. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After saying so, Neiman Carlo began chanting the incantation for the Tier 4 spell Hell's Gate. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A huge door decorated with skulls appeared. The blood-red glow from the skull's eye sockets and the agonizing screams coming from the door seemingly telling everyone that their destiny was about to end. Even if the humans present wished to interrupt Neiman Carlo's spell, they couldn't do so, as the surviving demons were doing their best to stop them. However, just as the formation of the Hell's Gate was about to culminate, a spatial tear over 1,000 yards long suddenly split the sky. The resulting spatial storm not only disrupted the mana in the sky, but even shattered the magic array summoning the Hell's Gate. Afterward, several figures fell out of the spatial tear and crashed onto the battlefield in the valley, their landing sending clouds of dust into the air. So, this is the ancient era? The man standing in the lead of the group muttered in amazement as he glanced at the world around him. Chapter 2767. You chose the wrong opponent at the sudden appearance of Shi Feng's group of 5. The whole battlefield immediately went silent. The humans and demons all stared at Shi Feng's group with looks of surprise, confusion, or anger. Who are they? They came out of that large spatial tear, so they shouldn't be ordinary existences. Maybe they're guardians from the holy city? However, their auras seem weak. Those people are also only at Tier 3. They shouldn't be the holy city's guardians. Moreover, judging by their looks, they seem to be heaven-blessed individuals. The humans began a hushed discussion among themselves as they scrutinized Shi Feng's group. Initially, they had held hope that Shi Feng's group could save them. However, after noticing the 5 players' auras, they immediately fell into despair. The crimson-eyed knight peered at Shi Feng's group with her blurry sight. It was evident that she, too, felt surprised and puzzled by the sudden appearance of Shi Feng's group. Humanity's heaven-blessed individuals? When the great demon Neiman Carlo saw Shi Feng's group, he too was shocked. How is this possible? Neiman Carlo wasn't particularly surprised to see more heaven-blessed individuals of the human race appearing in this place. What shocked him was the spatial crack that these humans had arrived through. That massive spatial crack had carried an extraordinary amount of power. Even he would lose his life if he accidentally came into contact with it. Yet, Shi Feng's group had actually come out of it directly. Compared to the humans and demons originally fighting on this battlefield. However, the ones most surprised by the present situation were Shi Feng's 5. How is this possible? Feng's heart surged with shock as he looked at a group of people standing among the human army. Why are there other players here? Aside from the many NPCs, the human army also had quite a number of players. Moreover, the average level of these players was incredibly high. Even the lowest leveled among them was level 128, while some had even surpassed level 130. Feng was certain that he had arrived in the ancient era of God's domain. After all, the environment here simply couldn't be found anywhere in the modern God's domain. The mana in this land was so abundant that it was close to condensing into a liquid state. He could even clearly feel the magic elements in the air. Like sprites, some of the magic elements were cheerful and lively, some were cold and lonely, some were hot and angry, etc. He could sense all of this with exceptional clarity. Moreover, the NPCs on this battlefield wore significantly different gear compared to the NPCs of modern times. Their weapons and equipment were of much higher quality. In the modern God's domain, NPCs were mainly geared with epic weapons and equipment. Very few possessed fragmented legendary items. After all, fragmented legendary items were incredibly rare and precious, even to NPCs. However, that was far from the case for the NPCs here. Every NPC had at least one or two fragmented legendary items. The female knight leading the human army was even fully equipped in fragmented legendary items. The sword she wielded was also a top-tier fragmented legendary weapon. Moreover, what was even more incredible was that Feng had found someone he recognized. This person was none other than Yuluo, a captain of the Heaven's Blade adventurer team based on Dragonheart Island. Only, unlike the Yuluo he had met on Dragonheart Island, the one he was looking at now was like a completely different person. Presently, not only had Yuluo reached level 129 already, but she even sported an epic staff and a full suit of epic equipment. Although her epic equipment wasn't a set, her equipment standard was still ridiculously excellent. Unlike the last time Feng met Yuluo, though, the cleric looked much more haggard. She did not possess the aura and spirit of a peak expert at all. Guild leader Black Flame? Meanwhile, at this time, Yuluo, who stood amid the human army, also noticed the 5 new arrivals on the battlefield. And when she saw that the man leading this group was none other than Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, her originally dispirited expression immediately became energetic. "Do you know them, Yuluo?" The female oracle standing beside Yuluo asked curiously upon seeing the latter's reaction. The female oracle was a level 131 player clad in a white dress, wearing a white priest's hat. "Yes. Moreover, he's my fellow countryman," Yuluo said, nodding excitedly. "Fellow countryman?" The female oracle scrutinized Feng's group. She soon noticed that the average level of Feng's group was quite low, and their appearances indeed resembled Yuluo's a lot. Particularly, the feeling of incompatibility Feng's group had with the other players in God's domain was exactly the same as Yuluo. The female oracle then shook her head and said, "What a pity. His luck is truly poor. He actually got teleported to this place." Upon hearing the female oracle's words, Yuluo remembered the situation they were in, and her heart grew cold. The joy on her face promptly disappeared. The death penalty in the God's domain they were currently in was different from the God's domain on the other side. Players would not only lose 2 or more levels upon death, but also fall into a mentally weakened state. Depending on the severity of the situation, players might even lose some of their memories. And worse, the use of resurrection spells could only mitigate the loss of EXP and not restore the lost memories. Moreover, even when resurrected using a resurrection spell, players wouldn't be resurrected on the spot, but inside the life temple of a random main city run by humans. Of course, if players had registered themselves with a main city, they could get resurrected in the life temple of a fixed main city. However, Feng's group had just arrived in this world. They definitely hadn't registered themselves with a main city yet. If they died, they would get resurrected at a random main city. Meanwhile, a great distance separated the main cities run by humans, and there were no teleportation arrays in these cities. In other words, so long as Feng's group died, Yuluo was unlikely to meet him again. After all, humans had many main cities, even in this world. Just the ones she knew already numbered over 500. As for the possibility of Feng's group coming out alive from this battlefield, that was simply impossible. In the original God's Domain, a group of Tier 3 players could still put up a fight against a Tier 4 Great Demon. However, in this world, let alone putting up a fight, Tier 3 players would be considered capable if they could escape with their lives. The reason for this was the incredibly high average combat standard of the monsters here. Monsters of the caliber of Great Demons would possess combat standards rivaling peak experts. However, the combat system of monsters was completely different from the realms of refinement players relied on. In skill and spell utilization, monsters such as Great Demons could display combat standards of the spiritualization realm without having to exert themselves. Such monsters were not opponents Void Realm experts like herself could hope to match. However, before Yuluo could snap out of her daze, the Great Demon Neiman Carlo stopped paying attention to Feng's group and shifted his gaze back to the Crimson-Eyed Knight. The Great Demon then looked at the dozen or so Tier 3 demons around him and commanded, "Go get rid of them. Please leave it to us, my lord." The heavily injured demons nodded and flapped their wings. They then flew toward Feng's group of 5, their speed greatly surpassing even Tier 3, agility-focused assassins. Not good. Those demon leaders are working together to target them. The level 131 female oracle was shocked by this development. She never thought that Neiman Carlo would have his trusted subordinates deal with Feng's group. Although these demon leaders had been heavily injured by the aria of holy blood, individually, they were still stronger than Tier 3 experts. In addition, if over a dozen of them worked together, they could form a demonic array that greatly increased their combat power. "Big Sis Cloud, let's go save them quickly," Yuluo urged anxiously when she saw the demon leaders targeting Feng's group. She knew that Feng was incredibly strong. After all, he was someone the various superpowers on Dragonheart Island had labeled a peerless expert. His strength surpassed even that of domain realm monsters. However, not only did the demons of this world possess high combat standards, but their demonic arrays also operated like the humans' battle arrays. Even a peerless expert would fall in the face of such a group of demons. "Die, humans!" Runes suddenly lit up all over the demon leaders' bodies. The auras they radiated also intensified significantly until they were just short of rivaling ordinary great demons in terms of strength. Simultaneously, the weapons in their hands turned into brilliant rays of light. Tier 3 combination skill, Skyflower's Shadow. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU immediately. Countless red petals fell from the sky, heading toward Feng's group. Every flower petal tore space as they fluttered down, making it seem as if night was falling. You used a good skill. I'll give you that. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. Feng snorted when he saw the red flower petals descending toward him. He then unsheathed the abyssal blade and unleashed his aura. Simultaneously, a mana domain spread out from his body, instantly covering a 1,000-yard radius and enveloping the entire battlefield. The next moment, Yuluo saw Feng execute an upward slash with the abyssal blade. Bronze combat technique, Swords Transmigration. Chapter 2768. Repelling Demons. Sacred Sword Blood Moon as Feng swung his long sword. Innumerable dazzling stars suddenly formed around him. Now that he had reached Tier 4 and had the assistance of a mana domain, this sword transmigration was more than twice as strong as when he executed it at Tier 3. Boom! The next moment, the dazzling stars shattered the descending flower petals and attacked the demon leaders. Before the demon leaders could react, they were already flying back over 100 yards away, their HPs decreasing in large chunks. They even had difficulty standing up. He's strong. He sent so many demon leaders flying with just one move. Could he really have been sent here from the Holy City? Tier 4. Crap. This aura definitely belongs to a Tier 4 class. He's a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. With that power, he's a powerhouse even among other Tier 4 classes. Everyone was momentarily stunned by this development. None of them thought that the seemingly ordinary Feng would send over a dozen demon leaders flying in one move. Moreover, he was even a bona fide Tier 4 Sword Emperor, an existence capable of rivaling Tier 4 great demons. Yu Luo, your fellow countryman, is so strong. No wonder you were so excited to see him. I never thought he would be a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. With that kind of strength, he can definitely rank within the top 5, or maybe even top 3 in her city. The female oracle named Cooling Cloud exclaimed as she looked at Feng. She, too, had not expected Yu Luo's acquaintance to be so powerful. A Tier 4 player. This was a goal players like herself struggled toward desperately. Unfortunately, the Tier 4 promotion quest was simply too challenging. Her one attempt had failed. In the main city she resided in, there were only 3 known Tier 4 players. Every one of them was a big shot in the city. They were existences far beyond Tier 3 players like herself. However, at this moment, let alone Cooling Cloud, even Yu Luo, who was familiar with Feng, was wide-eyed in shock and incredulity. Tier 4. She had improved a lot after arriving in this world. However, Tier 4 remained a huge threshold to cross. Unless she could take one step further in her combat standard, she would be doomed to hover forever in the ranks of Tier 3. However, despite being at level 127, Feng had already become a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Moreover, he had accomplished this feat even before entering this unbelievable world. Meanwhile, as the humans were goggling at Feng in shock, the great demon Niemann Carlo gazed at Feng with a solemn expression, as if he was looking at a monster. "Who are you?" Niemann Carlo asked, a hint of fear appearing in his eyes. A heaven-blessed individual can't possibly wield such power. After Feng unleashed his aura, let alone the demon leaders present, even a demon marquis like himself felt suppressed. In fact, even the mana flowing inside his body was significantly slower. Now he could exhibit only 60% of his normal combat power at most. Generally, suppressing a Tier 4 existence's strength by even 10% was already a difficult feat. What more 40%? Yet, Feng had done it. That's none of your business. Feng paid no heed to the great demon's question. Instead, he smiled and said, "I will give you 2 options now. The first is for us to continue fighting and determine the victor through life and death. The second option is for you to get out of my sight together with your people." As soon as Feng finished speaking, a deathly silence fell over the battlefield. Yu Luo and the other players, in particular, gaped, their wide-open mouths forming an O. Is he crazy? Even if he's a Sword Emperor, Niemann Carlo won't spare him after being threatened in such a way. It's over. That Niemann Carlo will definitely go all out against us. Demons had always been arrogant in God's domain. They did not place other creatures in their eyes at all, even when dealing with the dragon race. Needless to say, the arrogance of a demon marquis was even greater. Even their commander, Angelica Teresa, would not dare utter such words to Niemann Carlo. After all, Niemann Carlo was truly powerful. His strength was outstanding even among Tier 4 demons. He had the potential to become a demon prince. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the commander of a demon army. Sure enough, after the demon marquis heard Feng's words, Niemann Carlo's complexion turned indescribably ugly. Simultaneously, everyone felt the ambient mana grow violet. However, just when everyone thought a bloody battle was about to begin, "We're leaving," Niemann Carlo said, his mouth practically twisting. After giving Feng one last glare, he turned around with clenched fists and instantly disappeared, leaving behind only a group of demons exchanging stunned looks. What? He left. What's going on? Everyone in the human army was dumbfounded at Niemann Carlo's departure. After all, even with the assistance of a Tier 4 Sword Emperor like Feng, their army was still in dire straits. Yet, Niemann Carlo had actually left without saying another word. He behaved nothing like a demon at all. Angelica Teresa, the commander of the Night Legion present, couldn't help looking at Feng strangely. She never thought that Feng's words would carry such great deterrence for the demons. The great demons here are actually so smart. Cleansing Whistle was also surprised when she saw Neiman Carlo leaving. She knew that Feng possessed the Bible of Darkness, which could be used not only to summon demons, but also to suppress hostile demons. This was why Feng could push back those demon leaders so easily. However, of those present, only Feng knew what exactly had happened. The Bible of Darkness held absolute control over demons. Although Neiman Carlo did not know Feng held the Bible of Darkness, the great demons still possessed an instinctive fear and dread of it. Moreover, Feng had repelled over a dozen demon leaders with a single move. This aggravated the fear in Neiman Carlo. Demons were very smart creatures. After the first major update took place, demons would almost never fight battles that they were not confident of winning. Even if Neiman Carlo were significantly stronger than Feng right now, the fear and dread he felt for the Bible of Darkness would deter him from casually starting a fight. After the demons left the battlefield, the surviving humans all breathed out a sigh of relief. They then began reorganizing their formation and treating the injured. A large number of people also gathered by Angelica Teresa's side with downcast and unreconciled expressions. This was because the female knight's mental state and soul had already reached the brink of collapse, despite her having a lot of HP remaining. This was clear even to the Tier 3 individuals present. "Commander, it's all our fault. If we weren't so useless, the commander wouldn't have had to use the aria of holy blood. Damn it, someone in the city must have leaked information on our operation. Otherwise, Neiman Carlo couldn't have led an army to surround us." Both NPCs and players present expressed sadness when they saw Angelica's current state. It was evident the female knight was loved and respected by these people. Unlike players, it was incredibly difficult for NPCs to get resurrected. "Big Sis Cloud, what should we do now? The commander won't last at this rate," Yuluo said while frantically casting healing spells on Angelica. However, healing spells worked on only physical injuries. They had no effect on damage to one's mental state and soul. Commander Angelica Teresa was the only hope for their main city survival. In this world, both NPCs and players had difficulty surviving because this world was several times crueler than the modern god's domain. It was also because of Angelica that Yuluo had managed to live well until this day. Yet now, there's nothing we can do. The aria of Holy Blood's backlash is too powerful. The fact that the commander managed to cast it once is already plenty amazing. Yet after using the spell, she even used a taboo skill that placed a huge burden on the mental state. Now, even a Tier 4 Great Divine official can't save her, Cooling Cloud said as she shook her head, a gloomy expression appearing on her face. While the two Tier 3 healers, Yuluo and Cooling Cloud, were doing everything they could to save Angelica Teresa, Feng, who watched all of this from a distance, was filled with an indescribable sense of shock and surprise. "She's actually Angelica Teresa?" Feng couldn't help doubting his eyes for a moment as he gazed at the frail female knight. "What's the matter, Commander?" Solitary 9 asked curiously when he noticed Feng's surprise. In Solitary 9's opinion, there shouldn't be anything in God's domain capable of surprising Feng. Yet now, the man actually evinced surprise because of an NPC. This was a truly strange situation. Have you never visited a library to read about God's domain's history during your free time? Feng rolled his eyes at Solitary 9. She is the Angelica Teresa. She holds the title of Valkyrie and is one of the two founding elders of the Fire Dragon Empire. She's a founding member of one of the 4 ancient countries. Solitary 9 did a double take at Angelica Teresa when he heard Feng's words. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The 4 ancient countries of the modern god's domain were the only 4 human empires that had existed since the ancient era. According to legend, the founding emperors of these empires possessed incredible power. In the case of the Fire Dragon Empire, though a large part of the reason it survived the ancient era was the contributions of its two founding elders, and even gods feared these two founding elders. However, by the looks of it, she seems to be dying, Lifeless Thorn said in a quiet tone. Maybe she just has the same name? No, she is definitely that person, Feng affirmed. The Sacred Sword Blood Moon is ranked 6th among God's Domain's famed swords. It is said that this sword once belonged to Angelica Teresa, one of the Fire Dragon Empire's founding elders. While a person can have the same name, the chances are low that she would wield the same weapon. God's Domain's 36 famed swords were unique existences, and their owners were all historical figures in God's domain. In other words, it was precisely because of the people wielding these swords that the swords became unique existences known throughout God's domain. What should we do now, then? If she dies, will it alter God's domain's history? Solitary 9 asked anxiously. At this point, he still couldn't tell whether they had arrived in the real ancient era of God's domain or just a replica. If it was a fake, then good. If it was real, then the results would be very bad. No sooner had Solitary 9 finished speaking than the system's cold, mechanical voice entered Feng's ears. Chapter 2769, Inferior Mythic Quest System. Warning. Warning. System, you have triggered an optional Inferior Mythic World quest. Quest content. Assist Angelica Teresa to become Meteorite City's Lord. Rewards 1 unknown item, and God's Domain World Authority +2. Penalties unknown. System, you have 30 seconds to consider. Quest will be accepted by default if no response is made. An inferior mythic quest? Feng couldn't help doubting his ears when he heard the system. As far as he knew, legendary main storyline quests were already the most challenging quest players could pick up. However, there were quests of a higher grade than legendary main storyline quests, mythic quests, which had always been a mystery of God's domain. Despite the rumors of mythic quests, nobody had ever personally verified their existence. Yet, he had now triggered an inferior mythic quest. Do I accept it? Feng hesitated. This was most likely the only opportunity he would ever get to challenge such a quest. After all, he had never even heard of anybody receiving a quest of this rank. He had most likely triggered such a quest only because he happened to visit God's domain's ancient era and came across a key historical figure. Moreover, by the looks of it, the other players around him had not received this quest. This meant he had satisfied some unknown conditions to trigger this quest. Only, the penalty for failing a legendary quest was already more than enough to end a player's career in God's domain. The penalty for failing an inferior mythic quest would most likely be several times greater if he failed to complete the quest after accepting it. However, when he saw the reward of God's domain's world authority +2, greed momentarily overwhelmed him. In the present God's domain, everyone else was probably unaware of God's domain's world authority, as it was simply far too difficult to obtain. Normally, players had to have achievements that affected the entirety of God's domain to acquire this world authority. Players who successfully obtained world authority, even if only 1 point of it, would receive unimaginable assistance in their progression in God's domain. Just like the name suggested, gaining world authority meant one would become an existence with special rights in God's domain. The various superpowers were willing to go all out and risk incurring massive losses just to obtain the special rights the War Gods Temple offered. After all, obtaining these rights meant one's guild could surpass other guilds by a large margin and solidify its position in God's domain. Individual players could also obtain special rights in God's domain. This was world authority. Obtaining even 1 point of world authority was equivalent to attaining God's domain's recognition. Players with world authority would then gain an unimaginable affinity with the world. On the surface, gaining an increased affinity with the world might not seem very useful. However, it would provide players with a clearer perception of the various magic elements and their operating principles. This was crucial for players aiming to reach Tier 6. In the past, for the sake of producing Tier 6 God rank players, The various super guilds were willing to do everything they could just to help a select few of their members gain world authority. However, even the 5 great super guilds had managed to gather only a handful of world authority points after struggling for 4 or 5 years. Nevertheless, it was also a fact that every player that obtained world authority points had reached Tier 6. Now, that Feng had the opportunity to obtain 2 world authority points just by completing one quest, how could he not feel greedy? If he succeeded, let alone Tier 5, even getting promoted to Tier 6 would become a lot easier. "Commander, are you all right?" Yinya asked worriedly when she noticed Feng's strange expression. "Did you consume too much concentration after using that combat technique just now?" Previously, Feng had exhausted himself during the fight with Tadelia. Although they had taken a small break afterward, the amount of concentration he managed to recover was most likely limited. "I'm fine," Feng said, shaking his head. He then looked toward Angelica Teresa, who currently lay weakly on the ground, and gritted his teeth. "It seems I have no choice but to help her." Truthfully, he didn't wish to take part in this matter. After all, the old man from before had emphasized that if he overdid things here, the world would quickly discover his existence and forcibly return him to the modern world. If that happened, it would be a huge loss for him. After all, the environment here was truly wonderful. Moreover, God's Domain's ancient era was far superior to the modern era in many aspects. The available legacies aside, just the materials, weapons, and equipment available here were already leaps and bounds superior to the modern God's Domain. At this point, he had yet to find out how he could earn a large amount of resources from this ancient era, so he naturally couldn't recklessly take action. This was also why he had chosen to chase away Neiman Carlo instead of killing the great demon. Needless to say, he also wished to avoid saving the NPCs of this era, if possible. This was especially true for a big shot like Angelica Teresa. Steady progression was the way to go in God's Domain. However, the quest rewards were far too generous. Even if it meant taking a huge risk, Feng still planned to give it a try. After all, in his current state, he really wasn't confident of getting promoted to Tier 5. If he merely relied on legacy guidances, constructing even a completely new mana body would be tough, let alone constructing a mana body that matched the physique of Tier 5 monsters. Ultimately, Feng walked up to Angelica Teresa, his actions causing the other people present to grow alert. Although Feng had repelled the demon army for them, he was still a form powerhouse. Their wariness of him was only natural. After all, there were many insidious people in God's Domain who were capable of stabbing others in the back with a smiling face. No one wouldn't be completely safe from such people, regardless of one's identity. The best example would be their commander. Their commander possessed a great reputation in their city. Most of the city's big shots respected and favored her, yet she still ended up getting stabbed in the back. Upon seeing Feng walk over, Yu Luo gritted her teeth and asked in a quiet tone, "Guild leader Black Flame, do you have a way to save our commander? So long as you can save the commander, I will help you with whatever you want, even if it means sacrificing myself." In reality, Yu Luo did not think Feng would have a way to save Commander Angelica Teresa. After all, even Cooling Cloud, who was both a skillful healer and advanced master alchemist, was helpless. "I indeed have a way to save her. However, I don't need you to sacrifice yourself or anything of the sort." Feng smiled involuntarily when he saw the resolution on Yu Luo's face. "I just need you to tell me about the situation here once afterward." Even if Yu Luo didn't ask for his help, he would still save Angelica Teresa. After all, a dead person couldn't become the overlord of Meteorite City. "You have a way to save the commander, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Yu Luo was momentarily stunned by Feng's reply. However, she quickly recollected herself and said excitedly, "No problem. So long as it is something I know, I will definitely tell you." On the other hand, Cooling Cloud, who stood at his side, was confused when she heard Feng's confident reply. She was an advanced master alchemist, yet even she was helpless about Angelica's situation. She found it truly hard to believe a fellow countryman of Yu Luo's had a way to save the commander. This wasn't because Cooling Cloud was belittling Feng and Yuluo, but because the knowledge Yuluo had shown regarding God's domain was simply too inadequate. Even her usage of skills and spells was crude. In addition, while it wasn't necessary for all healers to become a specialized master alchemist, it was still common sense for healers to know how to craft some potions. Yet Yuluo did not. Hence, Cooling Cloud concluded that Yuluo and Feng came from some backwoods. Otherwise, they shouldn't lack such common sense. However, Feng did not respond to Yuluo's question. He merely took out a translucent crystal from his bag and passed it to her. "Have her eat this. She'll gradually recover once she does," Feng said without further explanation. Yuluo was confused when she received the translucent crystal from Feng, not understanding how such a crystal could save Commander Angelica. However, when Cooling Cloud saw the crystal in Yuluo's hand, she was shocked. "A crystal of souls? How is this possible?" At Cooling Cloud's exclamation, the other healers present stared at Feng as if they were looking at a monster. "Big Sis Cloud, is this crystal of souls something amazing?" Yuluo asked, bewildered. Realizing that she had lost her composure, Cooling Cloud quickly calmed herself, then explained, "The crystal of souls isn't just valuable. It is incomparably rare, even on the scale of the entire God's domain. The Holy City side can secure only a few of such crystals, as they are simply too rare. Normally, such crystals appear in places where souls gather, such as the Netherworld. These crystals can not only heal one's mental state, but also strengthen the soul to a certain degree. It is impossible to purchase a crystal of souls on the market, and it is many times more valuable than even the water of life. It's such a rare item." Yuluo was startled. She never thought Feng would actually use such a precious item to save someone. With this, she would owe him a massive favor. "All right, you'd best save her first," Feng said. When he saw the astonished looks everyone was giving him, he only shook his head and smiled. The crystal of souls was indeed precious. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be willing to use it. After all, he had to rely on himself to harvest the necessary monster souls to create crystals of souls. However, the crystals weren't so precious that he couldn't afford to waste them on others. After all, the soul orb was one of the 7 treasures that could easily produce crystals of souls. He merely needed to kill Great Lord-ranked monsters 5 levels higher than himself to obtain the necessary monster souls. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU at Feng's reminder. Yuluo quickly snapped out of her daze and helped Angelica consume the crystal of souls. Shortly afterward, Angelica's complexion recovered significantly. Although she had fallen unconscious after consuming the crystal of souls, one could tell that her condition was no longer critical. Now, all they needed to do was wait. By the time Angelica woke up on her own, she would be thoroughly recovered. Meanwhile, after seeing that Angelica was saved, Cooling Cloud, as a captain in the Night Legion, took the initiative to invite Feng's party to rest in Meteorite City, the main city they resided in. Feng did not refuse the invitation, as he was curious to learn more about God's domain's ancient era. The human army walked for over a dozen hours before eventually arriving before a stalwart mountain range. A city that was more spectacular than even the royal capitals found in the modern God's domain appeared inside the valley of this mountain range. Chapter 2770, City of Riches, Meteorite City. Meteorite wasn't just a gathering place in the Meteorite mountain range for humans to live and conduct trade in. It was also the safest location for humans in the Meteorite mountain range. After the Night Legion registered the information of Feng's party with the city, Cooling Cloud led the 5 straight into the city. Meanwhile, as Feng and his party members were non-residents of Meteorite City, they each had to pay an entrance fee of 5 magic crystals, let alone Lifeless Thorn and the others. Even Feng was stunned by this fraudulent price. Meteorite City's entrance fee was more than 10 times greater than the various guild cities, not to mention that of modern NPC cities. At this point, the market value of magic crystals had already risen to 40 silver per crystal. 5 magic crystals was the equivalent of 2 gold. Unless the city's mana had condensed into a liquid state, only a fool would pay such an entrance fee. However, from the behavior of the NPCs and players here, it looked as if they had long since gotten used to this situation. Even Uluo paid the 5 magic crystals without hesitation. Guild leader Black Flame, this is the standard price here. Naturally, Uluo could tell what was going through the minds of Feng's party. Smiling, she whispered, "But please believe me that this price is absolutely reasonable." Initially, she too had been shocked by this price. After all, she wasn't the guild leader of a guild, unlike Feng, but merely a team leader in an adventurer team. The magic crystal she had on hand had only numbered 200 or so. Paying 5 magic crystals just to enter a city had been an extravagant expenditure for her. However, after entering Meteorite City, she quickly realized that this price was definitely reasonable. Compared to the NPC main cities in the modern God's domain, Meteorite City could practically be considered a holy city. Of course, Feng wouldn't dwell on this matter. After all, 5 magic crystals was basically nothing to him. He was merely surprised by the absurd entrance fee. Afterward, Feng paid the entrance fee for his party of 5, then followed Cooling Cloud and Uluo through the magic array that enveloped Meteorite City. This is a main city of the ancient era. When Feng set foot in Meteorite City, a comfortable feeling immediately enveloped his body. This comfortable feeling was different from the kind of comfort he felt when entering a place with high mana density. Instead, entering this city allowed him to have a clearer perception of the world. Particularly, his perception of the various magic elements had sharpened over twofold. When he had first arrived in the ancient era, he had already sensed a significant improvement in his affinity with magic elements. If he could train in the environment here, he was confident that not only could he break through his mana body's 100% threshold, but his efficiency in learning magic arrays, skills, and spells would also double or triple. This was a wondrous place for development. Nonetheless, the environment inside Meteorite City was actually significantly better than the environment outside. In fact, Feng even had a hunch that if he used a legacy guidance here, he could exceed his mana body's 100% limit in just a few days. The magic array protecting the city is personally crafted by a human saint. Not only does it have strong defensive properties, but it even improves the mana perception of the city's inhabitants. However, operating this magic array requires a lot of magic crystals, hence the entrance fee, Uluo explained. Actually, Meteorite City's big trade market and huge population flow have already helped reduce the entrance fee. Some cities even charge 7 or 8 magic crystals. No wonder you managed to improve your control over mana so much, Feng said in realization as he looked at Uluo. Uluo had already unlocked her mana body's potential to 100%, and her control over mana had even reached the Master Magician standard. If her concentration standard reached Tier 4, she would be able to form her own mana domain and become top tier among Tier 3 peak experts. Most domain realm experts hadn't even reached the Master Magician standard at this stage of the game. And although Uluo was very talented, she was still far from comparable to Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow. Yet, even with his help, those two were still half a step away from becoming Master Magicians. So how could Uluo possibly overtake them? The only explanation was the environment here. I've improved a lot after arriving here, Uluo said as she nodded confidently. That's right. Uluo has been improving rapidly during this period. Now, she can already rank among the Night Legion's top 5 healers, Cooling Cloud said, nodding. Although she didn't have a high opinion of Uluo's initial strength, she very much acknowledged the cleric's talent. Actually, it is all thanks to Lady Angelica's teachings, Uluo said. At the mention of Angelica Teresa, an expression of gratitude and admiration appeared on her face. It's a pity that we failed to complete the quest this time. Had we succeeded, Lady Angelica might have become the Lord of Meteorite City. If the city comes under Lady Angelica's leadership, the city will prosper and possibly even rank up into an advanced main city. Become a lord? What kind of quest is she trying to do? Feng asked curiously. His inferior mythic quest had stated that he needed to help Angelica Teresa become Meteorite City's lord. Now that a clue on how he could do so had appeared, he naturally was curious. It's nothing. Everyone in the city already knows about it at this point. Since Feng expressed interest in this topic, Cooling Cloud explained slowly, Meteorite City has been developing for hundreds of years already, and its population and scale of operation have grown significantly. However, at this point, the city has reached a bottleneck. The old city lord also abdicated recently. As one of the candidates to replace the lord, Lady Angelica Teresa wishes to improve Meteorite City. Meanwhile, there are two ways to help Meteorite City develop further. The first is to expand the city. However, the city's magic array was personally established by the saint, and nobody in the city is capable of modifying it. The only way to modify the magic array is to go to the holy city and meet with the saint. The chances of success are dismal. Setting aside how far away the holy city is, just trying to meet with the saint is already an incredibly difficult task. Hence, Lady Angelica can only resort to the second method, strengthening the magic array's core, which would, in turn, upgrade the magic array. Recently, we received news that a Tier 4 infant dragon appeared over the Ghostfire Hills. If we can hunt this infant dragon and secure its dragon eyes and dragon crystal, we can strengthen the magic array's core. Only, at this point, Cooling Cloud sighed. Let alone hunting that Tier 4 infant dragon, they had already fallen prey to a demon army's ambush shortly after leaving Meteorite City. What followed next was what Feng himself had witnessed. Travel to the holy city to meet with the saint or kill a Tier 4 infant dragon. Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly at Cooling Cloud's words. Although he didn't know where the holy city was, since the NPC cities here had no teleportation arrays linking them, the journey to the holy city could easily take several months. Moreover, even after arriving at the holy city, it wouldn't necessarily be possible to meet with the rumored saint. As for the other option of killing a Tier 4 infant dragon, that was even more ludicrous. A Tier 4 infant dragon was an existence above even demon princes. It was an existence that could truly match Tier 5 existences. When Feng was in his Tier 4 legacy land, even after reaching Tier 4 and gaining a Tier 4 legacy skill, he could only put up a fight against the Tier 3 infant dragons there. Even with the Heavenly Dragon Breath's help, he still couldn't kill those Tier 3 infant dragons. Now, Angelica Teresa actually had designs on a Tier 4 infant dragon despite being only a Tier 4 herself. Calling her actions suicidal would be an understatement. Moreover, killing the infant dragon probably had to be done as soon as possible. After all, dragons did not have the habit of living in a fixed location long term. If he couldn't help Angelica kill the infant dragon before it went elsewhere, he would have to look for the elusive saint. Sure enough, this isn't a quest that can be completed easily. However, Feng did not feel particularly surprised by this situation. A legendary quest was already monumentally difficult to complete. An inferior mythic quest would only be worse. He also had to admit that Angelica Teresa matched the legends, which portrayed her as a brave warrior who stood up against dragons. If Angelica succeeded in slaying a Tier 4 infant dragon despite being a Tier 4 herself, that would truly be a legendary feat. The only thing Feng could do now was look for opportunities to improve both his and his party's strength. Otherwise, he would be utterly helpless against the infant dragon. Under Cooling Cloud and Yu Luo's lead, Feng's party arrived at Meteorite City's trade market. When Lifeless Thorn and the others saw the dazzling items put up for sale, their eyes widened in shock. The basic currency used in the market here was actually the magic crystal. Coins did not exist here. However, they also had to acknowledge that the ancient era of God's domain was truly amazing. The NPCs here even sold epic weapons and equipment players could use. Only, the price was somewhat high. Even a random piece of level 150 epic equipment sold for 20,000 magic crystals. If converted to the gold coins used in the modern era, that would be equivalent to 8,000 gold per piece of level 150 epic equipment. While the various super guilds would kill to purchase level 150 epic equipment for 8,000 gold, it was a different story if the payment had to be in magic crystals. In addition to epic equipment, fragmented legendary weapons and equipment occasionally appeared in Meteorite City's auction house, which the various player forces in Meteorite City competed for. Only, one needed a minimum deposit of 300,000 magic crystals just to participate in the auction. Meanwhile, these fragmented legendary items usually ended up selling for over 400,000 magic crystals. Whether it was Lifeless Thorn or Feng, they couldn't help feeling like they had become beggars after entering Meteorite City. Although Feng carried some magic crystals with him, that number was only 50,000, just enough to purchase 2 pieces of epic equipment, at most here. Of course, it was also much easier to earn magic crystals here than in the modern God's domain, since the magic crystal was the main currency used in the ancient era. Whether one completed quests or traded materials with NPCs, payment was in magic crystals. Hence, local players found the prices of the epic and fragmented legendary items reasonable. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After walking around for several hours, Cooling Cloud bid goodbye to Feng's party since she still had matters to deal with as a captain in the local Night Legion. As for Luo, she stayed behind to serve as a tour guide for Feng's party. Inside a high-class hotel in Meteorite City, staying in one of the ordinary rooms here cost 50 magic crystals a day, while the high-end rooms cost 200 magic crystals per day. Feng chose to rent a high-end room without hesitation. Shortly afterward, Feng's party of 5 and Luo sat quietly inside the room. Out with it. How long has it been since you arrived here? Feng asked seriously as he looked at Luo. What's up with the players here? Chapter 2771. Alien-like players at Feng's question. An exceptional silence filled the room. Lifeless Thorn and the others simultaneously focused their gaze on Luo. Ever since they arrived in this place, they had come across too many unknown and surprising matters. However, the only thing they could do was remain silent and quietly observe everything, including the so-called NPCs and players here. In their opinion, be it the NPCs, monsters, or the players here, they all felt alien. This was especially true for the players here. Despite being players, the players here gave them a completely different feeling than the members of their party. It felt as if the players here were not players at all, but rather the original inhabitants of this world. It was as if these players had already accepted this virtual world as their own. No, to be precise, these players treated the world of God's domain as a real world. Moreover, judging by these players' behavior, they had resided in this world for a considerably long period. Otherwise, the alien feeling they gave off wouldn't be so conspicuous. This alien feeling was especially familiar to Feng. Looking at the players in this ancient era felt like looking at Phoenix Rain back when he met her in Flame Dragon City. It was just that Phoenix Rain seemed more alien back then than these people. She felt as if she was a player, yet not a player at the same time. In short, she gave off a very strange feeling. Now, the players here gave him a similar feeling. Hence, the shock he felt when he met these players initially was much greater compared to that of Lifeless Thorn and the others. However, he couldn't openly state his feelings. After all, the matter concerning Phoenix Rain was of great importance. Moreover, at the same time as their party was finding the players here alien, these players had similarly noticed the strangeness of their party. It was evident that these players were foreign to players like their party as well. In addition, through the previous conversation he had with Cooling Cloud, Feng got the impression that they lived in completely different worlds. The old man in the cave had already stated that this world was the ancient era of God's domain. Logically, there shouldn't be any other players in this world. Yet, not only were there players living in this world, but there were even a large number of them. Based on his initial estimates, there should be well over 5 million players residing in Meteorite City. This was already on the level of royal capitals in the modern era. Meanwhile, according to Cooling Cloud, there were at least 500 such main cities on the continent. If Meteorite City was representative of these main cities, there should be well over 2.5 billion players in the ancient era. Yet, none of the various powers in the real world had an inkling that there were players playing in the ancient era of God's domain. That's right. Everything is as you guys have guessed. When Luo saw the look everyone was giving her, her originally light and happy expression instantly vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. Whether it is this God's domain or the players here, both come from a different world from ours. A different world. Solitary Nine's breathing grew heavy at Luo's words. How is this possible? Although he had already had suspicions, he still found it unbelievable after hearing Luo's confirmation. While it was indeed true that God's domain was a virtual reality game like no other, it was still far-fetched to say that people of a different world were playing the game with them. No, it would be somewhat incorrect to say that they're from a different world. Shaking her head, Luo smiled and added, "To be precise, they are people living in a different world." "What do you mean?" Feng asked curiously. "You should know of the migration plan that took place 100 years ago, right?" "Of course we know. Back then, due to a shortage of resources and the worsening environmental pollution, Earth had gradually become unsuitable for human life. Hence, a migration plan was executed. I heard that many people at that time were sent out to explore the universe for habitable planets," Solitary Nine answered, nodding. "Could it be? Are you saying these players are the people who were sent out?" "Yes, they are the descendants of those explorers," Luo said. "Back then, Earth had already discovered several habitable planets. However, they were too distant from Earth, and the journey would take a long time. Hence, after gathering all of the world's power, several hundred interstellar spaceships with self-sustaining environments were constructed. These spaceships then set forth toward the selected habitable planets, while carrying all sorts of resources and hundreds of millions of Earth's outstanding personnel. These people have been living on the interstellar spaceships for these past 100 years. However, these people experienced a much longer time than people on Earth during their journey. I heard that they've been living in space for over 600 years. Some spaceships have even experienced over 900 years of life. The population on these spaceships has also continued to grow over time, with the total population having exceeded 10 billion long ago. The original spaceships have also acquired resources from various planets on the way and modified and upgraded themselves. At this point, these spaceships can no longer be considered mere spaceships, but more like interstellar continents, and they're still making their way to the habitable planets. However, as these interstellar continents had limited resources, the majority of their population can only reside in virtual worlds. Only a small minority has the privilege to roam the outside world. Hence, these people are accustomed to virtual worlds. The professional players of our worlds can't even compare to these people in this regard, as virtual worlds have long since become a part of these people's lives. After God's domain's launch, the game became their everything. The understanding they have of God's domain far exceeds ours. When Luo finished speaking, silence enveloped the room for a long time. Solitary Nine and the others even had their mouths hanging wide open. They never thought that they would actually be ignorant of such a huge matter happening outside Earth. They also couldn't even begin to imagine how it felt to live out in the open universe for several centuries. I see. After hearing Luo's explanation, Feng came to another realization. During his previous life, right before he reincarnated, God's domain had suddenly launched an expansion pack for seemingly no rhyme or reason. It was the most special expansion pack ever added to the game. Normally, the main God system would first implement a new expansion pack in the game before notifying players about it. However, news of this expansion pack had spread in the real world before its implementation. In fact, even its name had been revealed beforehand. War of Worlds. The description that came with this announcement also clearly stated that there would be several worlds attacking the main continent of God's domain. For the sake of their own survival, these worlds would wage war with each other on an unprecedented scale. The winner would live, and the loser would die. This announcement had agitated countless people in God's domain when it came out. After all, the territories on the main continent were basically fixed at that point, and few disputes occurred between the various powers. The game had been trending toward stability. With the sudden appearance of several new worlds, how could the players of God's domain not feel excited? The various major powers, in particular, had immediately begun sharpening their blades after the announcement. So long as the new expansion pack took place, they would immediately invade these new worlds and start a new journey. However, as a consequence of the expansion pack, Feng found himself fired. Upon seeing the stunned expressions of the people around her, Yuluo revealed a bitter smile and said, "My arrival here was a complete accident. While exploring an underground space in Dragonheart City by myself, I got caught in a space-time storm. By the time I woke up, I was already in this place. Currently, I have spent 20 days here already. Although I want to go back, I haven't been able to return even after dying or jumping into other space-time storms. What's most frustrating is that I can't log out of the game from here." "You can't log out?" At Yuluo's words, Solitary 9 and the others hurriedly checked whether they could log out or not. If they couldn't, then it would be a huge problem. Nowadays, all virtual gaming cabins had a nutrient solution storage that could let players stay online for 1 or 2 months without any problem. The latest model could even let players stay online for 3 months. And in the event that players depleted their supply of nutrient solution and couldn't leave their gaming cabin for some reason, the cabin would issue a system alert, and professionals would come quickly to deal with the problem. Hence, players had no need to worry about starving to death. Even so, this wasn't good news. "No way. I really can't log out." Solitary 9 couldn't help growing anxious. It would be very inconvenient for them if they couldn't go offline. After all, there were many things they needed to do in the real world. Moreover, staying online long-term would affect their physical bodies to a certain degree. They can't log out? Looking at the log out button on his system interface, Feng found that it was still brightly lit, indicating that he could go offline whenever he wanted. "Is it because of that world stone in my bag?" After some thought, the only explanation Feng could come up with for this situation was the world stone. After all, this item could stabilize the principle of all things, which meant that he should be able to bypass the rules of this world. With this, it seems I don't need to be too anxious. While the ancient god's domain was indeed excellent, he also had many things he needed to do in the real world. He couldn't stay online long-term. With the world stone, he could now feel relieved. Feng then conversed with Yuluo about the basic information of this world, particularly about information relating to legacies. After the conversation, Lifeless Thorn and the others sighed ruefully. The ancient god's domain was indeed different. Compared to the modern god's domain, the players living in the ancient god's domain had a much easier time getting promoted. With a reliable team, players had no problem at all securing a complete Tier 3 legacy. In fact, with enough rare materials, one could even seek out a Tier 3 instructor to exchange for a complete legacy. The only limitation of this method was that players could only exchange up to 3 legacies. As for the promotion to Tier 4, while it was significantly more difficult than that to Tier 3, it was still much easier compared to the process in the modern god's domain. At the very least, players didn't have to seek out a legacy land in the middle of nowhere. They could simply head to a Tier 4 instructor and choose to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest. They would then be teleported to a Tier 4 legacy space. However, the cost of this method was high. Each challenge required the payment of 15,000 magic crystals. The difficulty of the promotion quest was the same as in modern times. Players still had to learn a Tier 4 legacy skill or spell during the allotted time. Failure meant having to wait 20 natural days before they could re-challenge it. At this time, only 3 players in Meteorite City had successfully reached Tier 4. At this point, Feng wished he could bring all of Zero Wings Tier 4 Flowing Water Realm experts and above to this place. Even if it meant spending a lot of magic crystals, it would still be much better than searching for a legacy land. After all, searching for a legacy land was not only time-consuming, but success was also highly dependent on luck. If word of this matter got out in the modern god's domain, every power across the continent would most likely do everything they could to secure this opportunity. "Commander, can I borrow 10,000 magic crystals from you?" Lifeless Thorn asked as he looked at Feng. I'll pay you back double as soon as we return. Commander, you can't play favorites. Solitary 9 objected hurriedly, knowing that Feng did not bring a lot of magic crystals with him to the ancient god's domain. Every bit given away counted. Meanwhile, Yinya and Cleansing Whistle also stared at Feng with eloquent eyes. Relax. Feng smiled spontaneously when he saw everyone's reactions. Although I didn't bring a lot of magic crystals with me, I still have a way to let each of you challenge your promotion quest once. You can challenge yours as well, Yu Luo. Me? Yu Luo was stunned by Feng's words. But I don't have that many magic crystals. She, too, yearned to challenge her Tier 4 promotion quest. However, it wasn't easy to save up magic crystals while living in Meteorite City, as everything cost magic crystals here. Even until now, she had only around 4,000 magic crystals, still far off from the 15,000 required. So long as you help me with a matter, I'll pay you 15,000 magic crystals as remuneration. How about it? Feng asked as he looked at Yu Luo. The ancient god's domain with a massive treasure trove, its value easily billions of times greater than a Grade 1 or Vane. It was no wonder 3 of the 5 great super guilds had deemed it worthwhile to work together to seal off the Earthfall secret land. If such a secret became public, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, acquiring the various resources of the ancient god's domain wouldn't be an easy task, either, since the base currency used here was the magic crystal, something relatively rare in the modern god's domain. And while the ancient god's domain had an abundance of magic crystals, it would be nigh impossible for modern players to earn a large amount of magic crystals here. After all, the modern god's domain was inferior to the ancient god's domain in almost every aspect. For players living in the modern god's domain, visiting the ancient god's domain would be equivalent to Stone Age people visiting the modern era. Modern players would need to work hard to earn magic crystals here. Fortunately, it wasn't completely impossible for modern players to earn money in the ancient era. One way to do so would be to take advantage of the unskillful handling of problems relating to the mind and soul in the ancient god's domain, particularly when it came to healing one's mental state. The ancient god's domain was actually far weaker than the modern god's domain in this aspect. This point was obvious from the gap between the concentration recovery potions sold on the market and those made by Cooling Cloud, an advanced master alchemist. In short, there were very few methods available for players to recover their concentration. Moreover, the death penalty here even placed players in a mentally weakened state for long periods, which prevented them from exhibiting their full strength. This meant that methods that could help heal the soul and mind were incredibly valuable. Okay, Yu Luo agreed immediately, understanding that Feng was trying to help her. What do you need me to do? Taking out a crystal of souls from his bag, Feng said, "Take this crystal of souls and consign it to the auction house for now. You're a member of the local Knight Legion, so you should be able to spread information about it quickly. Just say that this is the crystal of souls that healed Angelica Teresa and that it has a minor soul-strengthening effect, which can increase one's chances of passing the Tier 4 promotion quest. Can you do that?" "No problem. If it is only publicizing the crystal, I can probably inform the whole city in just a few hours," Yu Luo said, nodding as she accepted the Crystal of Souls. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Iyushi had personally witnessed the Crystal of Souls' effects, so she knew that Feng was indeed telling the truth. As for the aid the crystal could provide in the Tier 4 promotion quest, it was partly true. After all, if one's soul got strengthened, one's learning ability would improve as well. Hence, it couldn't be considered an outright lie. Meanwhile, spreading this news throughout the city was a piece of cake for her as a member of the local Knight Legion. Yu Luo left the hotel room to get the word out, while Lifeless Thorn and the others went to their respective rooms to sort out their thoughts and prepare themselves to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quests. Once Feng was alone in his room, he took out a memory crystal from his bag. This crystal was none other than the complete legacy guidance crystal he had obtained from killing Tadelia. The effects of this room, sure, are excellent. My perception is strengthened by a further 30% compared to the outside world. Now that I have some time to myself, I can give it a try. Immediately afterward, Feng took out 100 magic crystals and activated the Legacy Guidance Crystal. Chapter 2772, Breakthrough Inside the Quiet and Spacious Living Room. As Feng continuously poured mana into the Legacy Guidance Crystal in his hand, divine runes and magic arrays began appearing all over the crystal one after another. A short moment later, the mana inside the room started surging toward the memory crystal. Afterward, the crystal radiated a dark blue glow that enveloped Feng. What a powerful legacy! Feng was astonished when the blue light engulfed him. This was because the owner of this legacy wasn't an ordinary person, but someone known as the Saint of the Ice World. The quality of this legacy was far superior to that of ordinary legacies. In addition, the Ice World Saint's legacy explained a lot about the ice element's operating principles and described some basic methods to construct one's mana body using the ice element as the basis. This sort of legacy guidance was incredibly rare in God's domain. In most cases, legacy guidances only provided a demonstration of the manipulation of magic elements and some explanations of their operating principles. The chances of a legacy guidance containing a demonstration of how to construct a mana body from scratch were less than 1%, let alone a saint's guidance and demonstration. Existences holding the title of saint were either gods or existences approaching gods. Some saints were even existences that gods feared greatly because a saint represented the epitome of a certain aspect in God's domain. Not even gods could match a saint in their specialty. In other words, while a saint could be a god wouldn't necessarily be a saint. The requirement to become a Tier 6 god wasn't to achieve the extreme of a certain aspect. Instead, one only needed to reach a certain threshold. As to what that threshold was, only those who had actually reached Tier 6 would know. Meanwhile, the Ice World Saint had undoubtedly attained the ultimate in the manipulation of the ice element. Hence, the Ice World Saint's control over the ice element was undoubtedly superior to everyone else's. Even gods wouldn't be a match for the Ice World Saint. Following this, time passed by, second after second. As Feng injected more mana into the memory crystal, the Ice World Saint's demonstration sped up. The information the saint conveyed also became increasingly complicated. Half an hour later, the saint's demonstration ended. Feng, who had been focused on the demonstration the entire time, felt mesmerized by the information he learned. What a pity. The guidance barely talked about elements other than the ice element. If the guidance for the other elements were as detailed as the one for the ice element, my control over the magic elements would definitely reach the Grandmaster standard. At that time, I might even stand a chance against superior mythic monsters. Feng sighed ruefully when the demonstration video disappeared. He had to admit that the existences granted the title of saint were indeed powerful. Saints who had reached the ultimate in control of a specific magic element were especially amazing. Their understanding and explanation of magic elements were incredibly enlightening. However, the Ice World Saint's explanation became increasingly complicated as it progressed, and Feng found himself struggling to understand the lecture. It felt as if the saint's explanation had gone from talking about 1 dimension to 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions to 4 dimensions. He could still understand up to the 3rd dimension, but when the explanation progressed to the 4th dimension, his mind failed to comprehend the saint's thinking. Despite understanding the surface meaning of the saint's words, he couldn't understand how to apply them in practice. Hence, Feng could only treat the magic element usage methods explained at the end as gibberish. Nevertheless, he had still made massive gains. At the very least, he had made qualitative improvements in manipulating and understanding the ice element. Now, all he needed to do was experiment with his newfound knowledge. This Ice World Saint's legacy is truly extraordinary. I will have to get Violet Cloud and the others to study it earnestly. It would simply go to waste if given to someone without an affinity with the ice element. Feng now placed even greater importance on the legacy guidance crystal in his hand. He wouldn't have if it were any other legacy guidance, but this was a saint's guidance they were talking about. The Ice World Saint's guidance even provided such detailed information about the magic elements. Giving this legacy guidance to someone without an affinity with the magic elements would be a complete and utter waste. In fact, had he used this legacy guidance crystal in the modern god's domain instead of the ancient god's domain, he would have wasted a precious opportunity. If the information he absorbed from watching the legacy guidance here consisted of only 20% of the total information, then he probably would have failed to comprehend even 5% of the information had he watched it in the modern god's domain. After all, he didn't possess much affinity with the ice element. He was much more attuned to the fire element. Fortunately, the environment in the ancient god's domain was excellent, and it drastically improved his affinity with and perception of the ice element. Now, he could perceive the ice element much more clearly than he could the fire element when he was in the modern god's domain. After absorbing the Ice World Saint's legacy guidance, Feng took out a drop of soul water and drank it, boosting his concentration recovery and energizing his brain. Immediately afterward, he began attempting to break through his mana body's 100% threshold by constructing a new and simpler control array to link and control the various magic arrays all over his mana body. Previously, I insisted on using only one mana manipulation method to control the magic arrays of my body. On the other hand, the Ice World Saint constructed his mana body with the ice element and used several mana manipulation methods to gather and manipulate the ice element. For now, I should follow his example and try using 2 manipulation methods to control my mana body's magic arrays. After thinking up to this point, Feng began experimenting previously. He had been controlling the magic arrays on his mana body according to the mana body's construction because he believed this was the only way to manipulate the mana in his mana body. However, his thoughts changed after seeing the Ice World Saint using multiple mana manipulation methods to control the magic elements in his mana body. Master magicians like Feng excelled in attacking from multiple fronts. Since he couldn't break through the 100% threshold by attacking from only a single front, he would try attacking from multiple fronts simultaneously, which would allow him to maximize the effects of every magic array. Subsequently, the intensity of the mana Feng's body fluctuated repeatedly. Sometimes his mana didn't even reach the standard of ordinary Tier 3 players. Sometimes it would far surpass the times he had fully exerted himself. He experimented for 3 consecutive hours and tested several dozen mana manipulation methods. From his experimentation, he concluded that using multiple methods simultaneously to manipulate his mana body was incredibly difficult. Even with his current concentration standard, he could just barely implement 3 at a time. However, the benefits of a 3-fold manipulation method were also evident. He had directly broken through the 100% threshold and reached the legendary 112% mark. Unfortunately, when implementing a 3-fold manipulation method, his mind would be so occupied that he couldn't execute a bronze combat technique, much less a mana technique. Hence, to maintain his combat power, Feng had no choice but to abandon a 3-fold manipulation method for a 2-fold manipulation method. 87%, 102%, 99%. The completion rate of Feng's mana body changed constantly. At the same time, the rate at which he expended his concentration also increased. This is the last option that suits me. I'll be satisfied so long as it goes beyond 103%. Of the various 2-fold manipulation methods Feng had tried, the best one produced a result of 103%. However, he wasn't particularly satisfied with it. After all, he had already experienced what having a mana body with 112% of its potential unlocked felt like, and it was a truly amazing experience. Meanwhile, after combining the manipulation method of Light Shadow, the mana technique he frequently used, with his original mana manipulation method, and continuously refining the combination, he had produced what he deemed to be the best combination currently possible. If this one still didn't work, he would have no choice but to settle for the 103% manipulation method. Taking a deep breath, Feng opened his eyes abruptly and began manipulating the magic arrays inside his mana body. Immediately, The magic arrays began operating one after another, drawing upon the ambient mana in the room. The mana density around him increased steadily. 120%, 134%, 157%. As the density of the mana surrounding Feng increased, the sensitivity of his five senses also improved slightly. Although the improvement was minor, there was no doubt that they had improved. The next moment, the numerous magic arrays all over Feng's mana body began combining into a super large magic array. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU boom. Suddenly, a ripple of mana spread from Feng's body and surged toward the surrounding walls. The mana inside the living room then stilled. However, a moment later, every bit of mana inside the room converged around Feng, a faint layer of mist forming around him. If one did not possess an acute sensitivity to mana, they would most likely have difficulty noticing this layer of condensed mana flowing over Feng's body. System, congratulations! You have successfully surpassed the mana body's 100% threshold and achieved a 110% completion rate. Chapter 2773. Mana beyond the limit. Upon hearing the system's voice ringing by his ears, Feng revealed a rare expression of joy. A 110% completion rate. Sure enough, integrating the mana manipulation method of mana techniques is the way to go. The mana manipulation method of Light Shadow was much more refined than the methods he had thought up by himself, especially in the aspect of manipulating magic elements. His own manipulation methods utilized only the four major elements, while Light Shadow utilized both the four major elements and the seven supreme elements. Due to this difference, he had managed to unlock his mana body's potential to 110% with just a twofold manipulation method. And although there was only a 7% difference between this twofold manipulation method and his previous best method, past the 100% threshold, every 1% increase provided significant improvements to the mana body. The difference between a 103% mana body and 110% mana body was like the difference between heaven and earth. Subsequently, Feng punched at the empty space before him. Boom! All of a sudden, the living room's stable space shattered, spatial cracks forming one after another. Only after extending to the living room's wall and coming into contact with a magic barrier, did this phenomenon stop. What an amazing result! Feng was astonished as he looked at the fractured space before him. His mana body had truly undergone a qualitative transformation after reaching a 110% completion rate. Now, even his normal punches carried a hint of a mana technique's power. Moreover, he didn't even need to manipulate his mana actively to gain such an effect. Afterward, Feng closed his eyes and felt his surroundings. Even with his eyes closed, he could still perceive the entire room within his mind. Not even a speck of dust escaped his perception. Not only has my physique improved by at least 30%, but even my five senses have risen to the next level. In my present state, my perception is just slightly inferior to a demon prince's. Feng opened his eyes, an ecstatic look appearing on his face. Although he still wasn't Ferbero's equal in terms of physique and five senses, he was much closer to matching the demon prince than before. This was undoubtedly joyous news for him. Originally, he felt that a Tier 4 player needed a legendary weapon to contend with a Tier 4 demon prince. After all, the difference in physique between the two was massive. However, Feng now felt that it might just be possible for players to gain the astonishing physique of a demon prince while still a Tier 4. After all, his current mana body was only at a 110% completion rate, yet he was already close to matching a demon prince's physique. If he could push his mana body to the rumored 120% completion rate, his physique then might match that of a demon prince. Feng was relatively confident of pushing his mana body to a 120% completion rate. After all, he had already proven that utilizing multiple manipulation methods to control his mana body was the way to go. At the very least, he wouldn't be utterly clueless about how to develop his mana body, unlike before. All he needed to do was figure out how to improve on this aspect. Now that I've reached the limits of two-fold manipulation, I'll need to raise my concentration standard so that I can execute threefold manipulation fluidly. This way, I'll have a high chance of achieving a 120% completion rate. At that time, whether it is that divine dragon's trial or that mysterious NPC, I won't be utterly helpless. At this point, confidence welled up within Feng. However, for safety's sake, I should first gather the Solomon sword fragments. If I have the complete Solomon sword, I won't have to fear going up against even true Tier 5 existences. After thinking up to this point, Feng felt that he needed to resolve his matters in the ancient era quickly and return to the modern era to secure the remaining 2 fragments of Solomon's sword. Previously, he still hadn't been particularly confident of securing the 2 remaining fragments. However, now that his epic mana body had reached a 110% completion rate, he could probably solo even superior mythic monsters of the same level. The reason for his confidence was the qualitative transformation his mana had undergone. Originally, the mana flowing inside his mana body was merely gaseous, albeit of incredibly high density. However, after his epic mana body had reached a 110% completion rate, the mana flowing within it had thoroughly condensed into a mist. Moreover, it had achieved this state without him needing to manipulate external mana. Since God's domain's foundation was mana, the strength of a player's mana had a huge impact on their combat power, especially when using skills and spells. A skill powered with mist-like mana wouldn't just be 30% or 50% stronger than a skill powered with gaseous mana. Instead, the two would be on completely different levels. Why were superior mythic monsters so much more powerful than mythic monsters of the same level? It was because their physique and the quality of the mana inside their bodies were superior to ordinary mythic monsters. Currently, although Feng's physique still wasn't a match for superior mythic monsters, the quality of his mana was already on par with theirs. That, combined with the weapons and equipment he possessed, made it entirely possible for him to offset the difference and fight against superior mythic monsters on an equal footing. As Feng was immersing himself in the effects of his improved mana, Luo suddenly contacted him. Guild leader Black Flame. Information on the Crystal of Souls has already spread across Meteorite City. Many player forces and even NPC forces have expressed interest in the crystal. All of them are requesting to purchase it at a high price, Luo said excitedly. The Skyflare adventurer team, one of the top 3 player forces in the city, contacted me, saying they're willing to purchase the crystal for 150,000 magic crystals. If it were in the modern god's domain, 150,000 magic crystals would be equivalent to 60,000 gold. That was already enough money to arm a 100-man team to the teeth. In Meteorite City, 150,000 magic crystals could still fully gear a player in level 150 epic equipment. That won't be necessary. Since we said we would auction it, we will do just that. If they wish to buy it, they can buy it through the auction, Feng said, shaking his head. The offer of 150,000 magic crystals was indeed incredibly high. If the Crystal of Souls were to be auctioned in the modern god's domain, it definitely wouldn't sell for such a high price. In fact, it would be a miracle if he could sell it for 50,000 magic crystals. However, it was a different story in the ancient god's domain, where methods to recover from a mentally weakened state were incomparably rare. In fact, the streets of Meteorite City were littered with players in mentally weakened states. All of these players could only rely on the city's dense mana to slowly recover. After players fell into a mentally weakened state, a full recovery would take a very long time, even with the help of dense mana. If these players were willing to stay cooped up in Meteorite City without leaving to grind even once, they would still need around 2 weeks to recover. Yet, it was simply impossible for expert players to stay inactive for such a long period. A period of 2 weeks was already enough to create a huge gap between expert players. In fact, even dying twice wouldn't cost as much as remaining inactive for 2 weeks. Hence, An excellent recovery item, like the Crystal of Souls, was considerably precious to the ancient gods' domain's players and NPCs. Meanwhile, his purpose in holding the auction this time was simply to find out the market price for the Crystal of Souls. Only after doing so could he maximize his profits. After all, he didn't have a lot of Crystals of Souls on hand since he didn't kill a lot of monsters that were 5 levels higher than himself and at the Great Lord rank or above. Not to mention, he would also use some of the crystals normally. As a result, he only had 43 Crystals of Souls saved up. On the other hand, he had plenty of soul water. At this time, he already had 2,764 drops accumulated. This was the fruit of long-term accumulation. Although he had given out a lot of soul water to the guild members using the bronze and silver legacy tablets, he still had a lot remaining. However, the soul water's effects were significantly inferior to those of the Crystal of Souls. If the Crystal of Souls couldn't sell for a high price, then the soul water naturally wouldn't sell for much either. But now that Skyflare is also competing for the Crystal of Soul, both player and NPC forces will most likely step aside out of respect for Skyflare. After all, aside from Skyflare's commander, one of Skyflare's vice commanders is rumored to have also reached Tier 4 already, Yuluo explained. She naturally understood Feng's thoughts. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. The various powers won't pick a fight with Skyflare just for one Crystal of Souls. If you go through with the auction, I'm afraid it won't go for a high price. This world was different from the world they came from. The NPC cities here were separated by great distances. Only after reaching Tier 4 would players be able to travel between NPC cities without worry. Tier 3 players could only roam the vicinity of the main city they belonged to. This meant that players residing in the same city would often come across each other. Meanwhile, Tier 4 combatants were considered true powerhouses in God's domain. Even NPCs feared them greatly, all the more the player forces. If one angered the Skyflare adventurer team, one shouldn't even think about leaving the city to grind for levels anymore. A player force is suspected to have 2 Tier 4 players? Feng was surprised by this revelation. He never thought that the player forces in the ancient god's domain would be so powerful to actually have 2 Tier 4 players, one more than what Zero Wing had. Although the search for legacy lands played a huge factor in this disparity, it wasn't so easy for players to complete their Tier 4 promotion quest either. Immediately, he said, "How about this? I'll rent a hall at the auction house, and we'll organize a small auction of our own. Announce that we will be selling a total of 5 Crystals of Souls, in addition to 50 drops of soul water, which is a slightly inferior version of the crystals. If we do that, that Skyflare adventurer team will have difficulty monopolizing everything." Feng's words surprised Yuluo. She never thought he would actually have other concentration recovery treasures besides the Crystal of Souls. He was practically a walking treasure trove. Moreover, if Feng were to sell so many Crystals of Souls and soul water, Skyflare would indeed have difficulty monopolizing everything. There was no way the various powers in the city would step aside in the face of such numbers. After all, aside from being useful for healing the mind, these treasures could also increase by a small margin one's odds of completing the Tier 4 promotion quest. Not to mention, Skyflare wasn't the only power in the city with Tier 4 combatants. "Okay, I'll spread this information right away." Yuluo nodded, then promptly disconnected the call. Feng notified Lifeless Thorn and the others of his plans before making his way toward Meteorite City's auction hall by himself. In the meantime, Yuluo also spread the news regarding the Crystals of Souls and soul water, instantly causing a sensation throughout the city. Chapter 2774, Ancient Legacy Inheritor Meteorite City, Skyflare Hotel. The Skyflare adventurer team was one of the top 3 powers of Meteorite City, and the Skyflare Hotel it owned was one of the city's landmarks. Not only did the hotel boast 19 floors, but it even occupied the largest plot of land in the city's business district, with roughly the footprint of a sports stadium. The Skyflare Hotel also had the best resting environment in Meteorite City. Due to its relatively reasonable prices It had become the first choice of many players and NPCs for lodging. The hotel was so popular that it ranked within the top 10 most profitable businesses of Meteorite City. At this time, a level 131 female assassin clad in pitch-black epic equipment walked into the Skyflare Hotel's top-floor lounge. She then stopped before an imposing man sorting documents behind an office table. This imposing, middle-aged man was none other than the Skyflare Adventurer Team's commander, Lionheart, nicknamed Raging Lion. "Commander, I've already looked into the person you mentioned. She's Yuluo, a cleric from the Night Legion. She's the one responsible for spreading the information across the city. Not long ago, she made another announcement stating that her side will be hosting a small auction at the auction house. They will be selling 5 crystals of souls and 50 drops of soul water, which is an inferior version of the crystal of souls," the black-clad assassin reported. She then passed a memory crystal to Lionheart and continued, "There is a record of her image in there. From what I found out, she seems to be a proxy. The real seller should be the party of 5 people that entered Meteorite City with the Night Legion. I included a record of their appearances in the crystal. Of the 5, the cloak man walking in the lead is verified to be a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. However, I did not find any records of him appearing within Meteorite City's vicinity." "Good job," said the Crimson Light armor-clad Lionheart, who had reached level 133. After glancing at the images recorded in the memory crystal, he nodded and looked toward the several vice commanders inside the lounge. He then asked calmly, "What do you guys think of this matter? They're simply picking a fight with Skyflare. We've already shown a lot of respect to that Sword Emperor by offering such a high price, yet they still refuse to reciprocate," sneered a gloomy man standing beside the French window. "I think we need to teach these outsiders a lesson. If they wish to mingle in Meteorite City, they need to know their limits. The treasure in question can increase the success rate of completing the Tier 4 promotion quest. We absolutely cannot let the other powers in the city get their hands on it." The 3 other vice commanders present nodded in agreement with the gloomy man, Windchaser. Although Windchaser was a cold and ruthless person, he was incredibly loyal to the Skyflare Adventurer Team. Most importantly, Windchaser was a Tier 4 Nightwalker. When it came to assassination, he was undoubtedly the best player in Meteorite City. In terms of top combatants, the Skyflare Adventurer Team was already the strongest player force in Meteorite City. Simply put, this was the best opportunity for the Skyflare Adventurer Team to consolidate its grip on Meteorite City. Hence, how could they let other player forces gain an opportunity to rise up? Now that the several outsiders were showing no respect to their adventurer team, they definitely needed to teach these outsiders a lesson. It didn't matter even if the other party had a Tier 4 Sword Emperor on its side. After all, not only did Windchaser hold a peak hidden class, but he had even inherited a special mana technique. So long as he was hidden in the darkness, he could potentially one-shot even Tier 4 MTs, let alone a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Well, let's go over and talk to him first. If we can agree on a good price, everybody can be happy. If not, it won't be too late to take action, Lionheart said after giving the matter some thought. Lionheart, too, agreed with Windchaser's opinion, especially about the Crystal of Souls, which could strengthen a player's soul by a small margin. After all, the strength of a player's soul would greatly affect their learning ability. Even a small boost to the soul would be a great help to players learning a Tier 4 skill or spell during their promotion quest. Hence, Skyflare had to obtain the Crystal of Souls. The 4 vice commanders present all nodded in agreement with Lionheart's decision. "Billow, find out that Sword Emperor's current location. I need to know right away," Lionheart ordered the black-clad assassin. "Commander, don't you know how I operate?" Smiling, the petite assassin named Crimson Billow added, "As soon as you told me to look into this matter, I set my sights on that Sword Emperor. Hence, I had people keep track of his every move. Currently, that Sword Emperor is at the auction house. By the looks of it, he plans to rent an auction hall to host a small auction." "Good." Lionheart nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Crimson Billow. "Billow, you and Chaser will follow me in secret. I'll meet with that Sword Emperor in person and find out his origins and purpose." Truthfully, he felt very curious about the Sword Emperor mentioned. Tier 4 players were still incredibly rare in the current God's domain. According to Skyflare's information network, most main cities had only one Tier 4 player. The main cities with 2 or 3 Tier 4 players were all cities with massive populations. Logically, after a player reached Tier 4, the first thing they should do was expand their influence in their city as much as possible, capitalizing on their advantage. However, this foreign Sword Emperor had actually chosen to visit another city. It was simply inconceivable. Understood. Crimson Billow and Wind Chaser responded respectfully. Meteorite City, Auction House. Meteorite City was a large trade city, and the auction house could be said to be the most prosperous place here. Not only was the local auction house much larger than the ones found in the modern God's Domain's royal capitals, but its visitor traffic was also massive. A huge variety of products was on sale, including mana, which was quite rare in the modern God's Domain, sold by the stack at dastardly cheap prices. One stack of 200 mana cost only 49 magic crystals. If sold in the modern God's Domain, it would be bought out instantly. After all, mana was a byproduct of certain ores, and the chances of acquiring it were low. Hence, the price of mana, in a modern world, was already close to 30 silver coins per piece. Even then, supply was still tight. It's a pity I can't travel freely between the two worlds. Otherwise, I could definitely make a killing, and Zero Wing wouldn't have to worry about lacking funds and resources anymore. Feng sighed ruefully as he looked at the available items in the auction house. According to the old man's words, only 10 people could visit the ancient God's Domain at a time. Moreover, while first-time visitors could get in for free, the second visit onward had a price. It might be fine if the price was reasonable, but if it was exorbitant, his visits to the ancient era would be limited. Although he could leave the visits to other people, the importance of the ancient God's Domain was too significant. If the Earthfall secret land's secret got out, every superpower on the continent would either try to annihilate Zero Wing or compete for the secret land. Feng spent 500 magic crystals to rent a small auction hall that could fit 200 people at most. For Meteorite City's various powers, this number was already more than enough. After Feng finished making the necessary arrangements, an imposing and mighty man suddenly approached him. The man was clad in crimson light armor and carried a knight's shield with crimson runes. At the appearance of this imposing man, silence descended momentarily on the entire auction house. Everyone looked at this man in surprise, a hint of awe and admiration gleaming in the eyes of both players and NPCs. Crap, it's Lionheart. He looks so handsome. He looks much better than the photo on Skyflare's promotional posters. But why is a big shot like him here? Could it be because of the news of that small auction? A discussion over Lionheart promptly broke out in the auction hall. Everyone couldn't help wondering why a VIP like Lionheart would personally visit the auction house. Skyflare's commander, he actually came in person? Yuluo, who had just arrived in the auction house, gaped in shock and doubted her eyes when she saw Lionheart enter the building. Lionheart was an amazing individual. Despite having started with nothing in this ruthless world, the adventurer team he established had grown to the point where it managed to defeat several large guilds and become one of the top 3 powers in Meteorite City. In terms of achievements, the Skyflare adventurer team easily eclipsed the Heaven's Blade adventurer team. On the interstellar continent, living resources were incredibly scarce. Ordinary civilians couldn't hope to compare with large guilds in terms of the resources they could acquire. This was because large guilds generally had high-level authorities as backers. These authorities boasted resources and influence far greater than those of the large guilds on Earth. Just one word from these high-level authorities would be enough to allow a civilian who could barely feed themselves to move to the interstellar continent's core area. In the core area, one would be able to not only eat like a king, but also enjoy recreational activities in the real world and appreciate the beauty of the vast universe. Just this point alone allowed large guilds to walk over civilian players with no background. Meanwhile, Lionheart was only a civilian on the interstellar continent. His development of Skyflare to such an extent was a remarkable feat. He was practically a legend among the civilians there. If he were in a modern god's domain, he would definitely become a noteworthy existence known throughout the mainland. The next moment, Lionheart stopped before Feng. Immediately, everyone in the auction house focused on Feng curiously, the stares making him feel very uncomfortable. "You're the person selling the crystals of souls, right?" Looking at Feng, Lionheart went straight to the point, saying, "I am Lionheart, the Skyflare Adventurer Team's commander. You should have heard of me already." "Of course I've heard of you. In fact, I've heard a lot about you." Feng did not deny Lionheart's statement. Calmly, he asked, "May I know what business you have with me?" Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Feng had gained plenty of information regarding Lionheart. The man was undoubtedly a powerhouse. Not only did he reach the domain realm, but he had even set foot onto the second step, the upper domain realm. The amount of time he had spent immersed in virtual reality games was much greater than that of the modern God's Domains players. Rumor had it that Lionheart's control over mana had already reached the Advanced Master Magician standard, and that he was only half a step away from becoming a Grandmaster. In addition, Lionheart also possessed an ancient hidden class called the Blood Knight, which gave him the strongest defense among players. At this point, he was a complete monster when it came to defense. His terrifying defense was why the Skyflare Adventurer Team had managed to conquer plenty of powerful bosses. The Adventurer Team had even killed quite a few level 120 superior Mythic bosses. Hence, Lionheart was also known as Meteorite's Wall by Meteorite City's players. "This isn't a place to talk. Why don't we find a place to sit down and have a proper conversation?" Lionheart suggested as he scrutinized Feng. When he saw Feng's special state, he was surprised and confused. However, he quickly set aside his surprise and treated Feng with the respect due a foreign Tier 4 expert. "Sure." Feng nodded. He then turned to the empty space a short distance behind Lionheart and asked, "Are those two coming along too?" Chapter 2775. Astronomical Transaction, those two? Luo was confused when she followed Feng's gaze. After all, there was nobody there. Even when she pushed her perception as a Void Realm expert to the limit, she still couldn't sense any aura or presence of a living being. She didn't notice any unusual fluctuations in space, either. Experts at the Void Realm would be aware of even the slightest disturbances around them. At the end of the day, an assassin's stealth only turned them invisible to the naked eye. They remained physically present in the world. So long as they moved, no matter how slow, they would cause some air turbulence. Such unnatural changes wouldn't escape the perception of a Void Realm expert. Hence, even a Void Realm assassin generally couldn't get within 30 yards of other Void Realm experts undetected. Normally, they could operate only outside the 30-yard radius. As for assassins at the Domain Realm, while they could perform better, they still wouldn't be able to get within 20 yards of Void Realm experts undetected. And even if they did manage this feat, they would be able to maintain it for only a matter of seconds. However, the spot Feng was currently looking at was within 20 yards of himself. Moreover, the conversation between Feng and Lionheart had lasted more than a few seconds already. Even a Domain Realm expert wouldn't be able to stay hidden for so long. Upon hearing Feng's words, Lionheart was slightly surprised. Simultaneously, a hint of alertness and admiration appeared in his eyes. Amazing, as expected of a Tier 4 expert capable of moving between main cities. Part of the reason Lionheart had brought Wind Chaser and Crimson Billow with him this time was to test Feng's strength. Crimson Billow was ranked second in Skyflare in terms of stealth. Utilizing her advantages as a Domain Realm expert, she had created a unique concealment technique that allowed her to maintain a high degree of stealth despite being in motion. Meanwhile, after combining this technique with a potion that hid one's life aura, let alone Tier 3 Domain Realm experts, even Tier 4 Domain Realm experts wouldn't detect her even when she was within 20 yards of them. Of course, Tier 4 Domain Realm experts would definitely detect her once she got within 16 yards of them. Even so, Being able to conceal herself to such an extent was already more than enough for her to rank at the top of Meteorite City and instill fear into Tier 4 experts. Wind Chaser was even more powerful. After reaching Tier 4, his stealth skill was no longer limited to just turning his physical body invisible and concealing his life aura. Instead, the skill would place his body in a shadow space. No matter what he did inside this space, it wouldn't affect the outside world. Naturally, others wouldn't be able to detect his movements while he was inside this shadow space. In fact, despite knowing about Wind Chaser's ability, Lionheart hadn't realized that Wind Chaser was already standing within 20 yards of him. Nevertheless, Feng had stated that there were 2 people behind Lionheart. This meant that he had detected both Crimson Billow and Wind Chaser. "Chaser, Billow, you two can show yourselves now," Lionheart said, smiling as he looked at the empty space Feng indicated. "No need to hide anymore." As soon as Lionheart finished speaking, 2 figures gradually appeared in that empty space. They were none other than Wind Chaser and Crimson Billow. The 2 assassins were looking at Feng with eyes brimming with surprise and confusion. "Commander, did I show some irregularities just now?" Crimson Billow quietly asked Lionheart through the team chat. Afraid that she would get detected, she had deliberately maintained a 21-yard distance between herself and Feng. After all, she hardly knew anything about Feng, apart from the fact that he was a Tier 4 expert, and she didn't wish to ruin Lionheart's attempt at probing Feng's strength. Yet, despite the 21-yard distance, he still detected her. Excluding Lionheart, this was the first time a Tier 4 individual perceived her from beyond 20 yards. "You didn't. It's just that this person is much stronger than we thought," Lionheart responded, shaking his head. "Don't act rashly against him afterward." Feng had discovered not only Crimson Billow, but also Wind Chaser. While defeating a Tier 4 expert like Feng would be simple for the current Skyflare, killing him would be incredibly difficult. Unless absolutely necessary, they had best not offend this Sword Emperor. In response, both Crimson Billow and Wind Chaser nodded silently. The trio had conversed for only 2 or 3 seconds, so outsiders did not find anything wrong with the situation. They merely saw Wind Chaser and Crimson Billow approaching Lionheart slowly after making their appearance. When Luo, who stood beside Feng, saw the 2 assassins walking over, her eyes widened in shock. There really are 2 people. Despite the 2 assassins being so close to her, she actually failed to notice either of them. This overturned her understanding of the assassin class. Meanwhile, when Feng saw the 2 assassins, a hint of wariness also appeared in his eyes. The 2 assassins were astonishingly strong. This was especially true for Wind Chaser. If not for the recent breakthrough Feng achieved with his mana body, which granted him a physique and perception far superior to ordinary Tier 4 individuals, he would have most likely failed to notice Wind Chaser's presence. If Wind Chaser really were intent on targeting a specific player, it would be a nightmare for the said player. After all, the Tier 4 assassin was capable of suddenly appearing within 20 yards of his target without giving off any indications at a distance that any Tier 4 combatant could cross in the blink of an eye. If Feng was not careful, even he might end up falling prey to Wind Chaser's ambush. "Let's head to a reception room to continue our conversation," Lionheart suggested to Feng. Feng did not object to the proposal. His original goal in coming to the ancient god's domain was to acquire a large amount of resources. Meanwhile, the best way to do so was by partnering with a local tyrant. He could gather resources much faster this way than if he did it by himself. In fact, he could even gain access to items that normally wouldn't appear on the market. Lionheart's taking the initiative to seek him out was naturally good news for Feng. Lionheart led Feng and Luo to the top-floor reception room he had reserved beforehand. "Commander Lionheart." After taking his seat, Feng went straight to the point, saying, "Please just say what you have to say. There is no need for us to waste both our time by playing around with words. You really are a straightforward person, Brother Blackflame." Lionheart smiled at Feng's words. "I was thinking the same thing." In that case, I'll be blunt with you. Skyflare wishes to purchase all of the crystals of souls and soul water you are selling. It seems you are very ambitious, Commander Lionheart. You actually plan to monopolize Meteorite City? Feng didn't feel particularly surprised at Lionheart's declaration. Calmly, he said, "Of course, we can go with such an arrangement as well. Only, I have quite a number of these items, and I'm afraid your adventurer team can't swallow them all." As soon as Feng finished speaking, Wind Chaser, who stood behind Lionheart, laughed. "What a joke. There is nothing in Meteorite City that our adventurer team cannot swallow." Looking at Feng, Wind Chaser sneered, "Of course, that is under the premise that your price is fair." At Wind Chaser's provocation, Feng simply shook his head and smiled. Truthfully, even at 150,000 magic crystals per crystal of souls, you won't be able to afford everything. Not to mention, there is still the soul water. He had a total of 43 crystals of souls. If he sold each for 150,000 magic crystals, that would equate to 45 million magic crystals. Even though the ancient god's domain was rich in resources, a player force with a sphere of activity limited to just one city couldn't take out such an amount. At Feng's words, Wind Chaser, who initially planned to probe Feng further, fell silent. There was no way a Tier 4 expert like Feng wouldn't know about the Skyflare adventurer team's status and general wealth in Meteorite City. For Feng to say such words meant he had absolute confidence backing him. Meanwhile, after hearing Feng's response, both Yuluo and Crimson Billow couldn't help gasping. They never thought that Feng would actually be so wealthy. They had already investigated the Crystal of Souls, so they knew it was a precious treasure that wasn't obtained easily. Yet, Feng had just declared that Skyflare couldn't afford to purchase all his stock. This proved that Feng had a lot of crystals of souls on hand. Who knew how many Tier 4 experts one could create with so many crystals of souls? "You truly are extraordinary, Brother Black Flame." Lionheart immediately broke into a smile. Moreover, this was a very sincere smile. "I apologize to you on behalf of my brother. At the same time, I also hope that the Skyflare adventurer team can form a long-term partnership with you. What do you think? I admit that Skyflare cannot take out the necessary magic crystals to purchase all your crystals of souls. However, our adventurer team still ranks within the top 3 of Meteorite City's player forces in daily income. We might not be able to swallow everything in one bite, but I'm sure we can do so after several or dozen bites. Furthermore, I can assure you that not only will we purchase each crystal of souls for 200,000 magic crystals, but we will also ensure a weekly transaction of 3 million magic crystals at a minimum. May I know what you think of this, Brother Black Flame?" Yuluo gaped in shock at Lionheart's words despite herself. She never imagined that the Skyflare adventurer team had such astonishing wealth. Even the superpowers in the modern god's domain were far from comparable to Skyflare in magic crystal acquisition. Moreover, Lionheart even raised the price of the Crystal of Souls to 200,000 magic crystals. Skyflare was probably the only power in Meteorite City capable of offering such a price. After all, a piece of fragmented legendary equipment cost only around 500,000 magic crystals, while fragmented legendary weapons cost around 1 million magic crystals. Lionheart's promise of a weekly transaction of 3 million magic crystals meant Skyflare was trading away 3 fragmented legendary weapons every week. Commander, at this time, even Wind Chaser was stunned by Lionheart's offer. The Skyflare adventurer team operated only in Meteorite City's vicinity, and there were only so many resources available in the area. If Skyflare really pushed through with this transaction, the adventure team would have to tighten its belt and strictly limit its future expenditures. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Okay, I can agree to those conditions, Feng said, nodding. After giving the matter some thought, he felt that this price was probably the best he could get for the Crystals of Souls. Even if he could get a higher price at an auction, it wouldn't be much higher. However, before this, I wish to test you, Commander Lionheart. We can verify our transaction depending on your performance. What do you think? Test our commander? Feng's words infuriated Windchaser. Crimson Billow's complexion also darkened, a hint of hostility appearing in her eyes as she looked at Feng. Even super guilds would not dare say that they wish to test their commander's qualifications for cooperation, yet a person of unknown origin actually did so. Feng was utterly looking down on the Skyflare adventurer team. However, before Windchaser or Crimson Billow could say anything else, Lionheart extended a hand to stop them. He then looked at Feng with a glint of determination in his eyes as he asked, "May I know how you wish to conduct your test, Brother Black Flame?" "Simple. So long as you survive a hit from me, you'll pass," Feng said decisively. Chapter 2776, Duel Between Sword and Shield. Survive a hit from you? Lionheart was momentarily stunned by Feng's words. Even Windchaser and Crimson Billow fell into a daze for a long time. They felt that Feng was simply toying with the Skyflare adventurer team. Looking at Feng, Windchaser asked to verify, "Are you sure this is your condition? Do you know what title our commander holds in Meteorite City?" Initially, Windchaser thought that Feng would make things difficult for them to invalidate this transaction. Yet, Feng's condition for partnership was simply for Lionheart to survive a hit from him. This test was beyond simple. Let alone Tier 4 players. Even superior mythic monsters were incapable of one-shotting Lionheart. The Skyflare adventurer team had relied precisely on Lionheart's overwhelming defense to develop to its current extent. It would be a complete and utter joke to say that a Tier 4 player could one-shot Lionheart. For a moment, Windchaser even suspected that Feng had never bothered looking into Lionheart's information. Either that, or the man thought that Lionheart's fame was exaggerated. "Of course, I'm very certain." Feng nodded earnestly. Yuluo also couldn't help looking at Feng strangely. She simply couldn't understand why Feng would set such a meaningless condition. She knew that Feng was indeed very strong. This was evident from how he repelled over a dozen Tier 3 demon leaders with one move. However, Lionheart wasn't a pushover either. The achievements he had today were piled up through innumerable battles. Windchaser and Crimson Billow turned to Lionheart. Although they didn't know what Lionheart thought of this matter, Feng's test presented no problem to them. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to call it a free pass. Meanwhile, so long as their two sides entered into a partnership, the Skyflare adventurer team will be able to gain full control over Meteorite City easily. In fact, it wouldn't be long before they could start establishing branches in other NPC main cities. And even if the player forces of the other cities opposed Skyflare's intrusion, they would have difficulty doing so. After all, what truly mattered in a fight between powers were Tier 4 combatants. Although the saying one Tier 4 player could easily go up against a countless number of Tier 3 players was indeed exaggerated, it was still a fact that Tier 4 players could do many things that Tier 3 players couldn't. This was the difference between tiers and life ratings. "No problem. I agree to your condition," Lionheart said. After giving the matter some thought, he couldn't find any problems with Feng's condition. However, are we going to hold the test here? In Lionheart's opinion, Feng probably wasn't aware of the strength of his Blood Knight class. As one of the incredibly rare ancient legacies in God's domain, the skills it offered were far superior to ordinary peak legacies. Not to mention, he currently had 3 fragmented legendary items on him: the Bulwark of Holy Blood, the Void Magic Armor, and the Windwall Ring. Even when he had only the fragmented legendary shield and armor, he could already fend off superior mythic monsters. In fact, if not for the high HP and defense of superior mythic monsters, he could even solo these monsters, given enough time. Now that he had the Windwall Ring, his defensive capabilities had soared even further. "I'm afraid this place isn't sufficient. We'll need to rent an advanced combat room," Feng said, shaking his head. "In that case, let's go to our adventurer team's Skyflare Hotel. There's a special combat room there. It should be enough for us to display our strengths," Lionheart suggested. "A special combat room?" Feng was surprised at Lionheart's words. He never thought that special combat rooms already existed in the ancient god's domain. Special combat rooms were far superior to advanced combat rooms. They were perfect for practicing skill and spell usage. However, special combat rooms simply weren't something that could be acquired at this stage of the game. Let's go to the Skyflare Hotel then. Feng and Luo followed Lionheart's group to the Skyflare Hotel, which was only 1 block away from the auction house. The instant the group walked into the Skyflare Hotel, Luo grew a little excited. The Skyflare Hotel wasn't a place just anyone could enter and rest at. Aside from Skyflare's members and the members of Partner Powers, who received a 50% discount, visitors would be charged the full price when staying at the hotel. Meanwhile, even the most basic room here cost 400 magic crystals per day. Even a Tier 3 Void Realm expert like herself wouldn't dare stay here for no good reason. Only when she needed to verify some theories and techniques she thought of would she make an exception and stay here. As for Feng, he felt as if he had just walked into a sacred training ground. The density of the mana here was truly amazing, much more than even in Stone Forest City's Freedom Hotel. In fact, the boost he got for his perception of magic elements was roughly 20% higher than what he got from the hotel he was currently staying at. No wonder he's so confident of being able to take out 3 million magic crystals per week. At this time, Feng finally understood why Lionheart was so confident in the Skyflare Adventurer team's abilities. Meanwhile, along with Feng and Luo's arrival, an uproar occurred among Skyflare's executives. I heard that guy, named Black Flame, wants to test the commander. What? The guy must be crazy. He thinks the commander is someone he can test. Even if the commander just stands there and does nothing, he won't be able to injure the commander in the slightest. It's not a standard PvP, though. He only wants the commander to take a hit from him. It seems this person is trying to show his strength to our adventurer team. He must be worried that he can't beat the commander, so he came up with that kind of condition. At that time, even if he fails to injure the commander, he could still salvage his reputation somewhat. When Skyflare's several dozen executives looked at Feng, who had already entered the special combat room, they promptly conducted hushed discussions among themselves. They all felt that Feng was pulling such a stunt because he wished to gain respect, yet was also worried about making a fool of himself. However, in their opinion, Feng's actions were pointless. After all, when Lionheart dueled against other players, he almost never used his full strength to achieve victory. Even Wind Chaser, who had reached Tier 4 as well, had been almost helpless against Meteorite's wall. And although Wind Chaser had eventually emerged victorious in his duel against Lionheart, he had done so by dragging out the fight and chipping away at Lionheart's HP. Not to mention, this was in a situation where Lionheart had not gone all out. Otherwise, even Wind Chaser shouldn't think of harming Lionheart in the slightest. Shortly afterward, all of Skyflare's executives packed the special combat room's spectator stands. Some executives had even abandoned their quest to spectate this duel. Lionheart had never fought in a duel since Wind Chaser had gotten promoted to Tier 4. During this period, Lionheart had improved significantly. Not only did he gain a new Tier 4 legacy skill, but he had also obtained the fragmented legendary ranked Windwall Ring, a defense-oriented ring. At this point, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that their commander's strength had already surpassed their imagination. While Skyflare's executives were eagerly waiting for the duel to begin, Feng and Lionheart were standing in the middle of the room's spacious battlefield. At this point, both fighters had already adjusted their conditions and were ready to take action at any time. "I'm ready. You can make your move whenever you want," Lionheart said as he raised a shield and longsword. From the crimson runes decorating the shield and longsword, it was evident the two were set. Only, the mana gathered around the weapon was slightly inferior in quality compared to what was around the bulwark of the Holy Blood. At this time, Lionheart stopped concealing his statistics. Immediately, his HP of 6 million appeared for everyone to see, flaunting the high HP of a Tier 4 defensive class. It was evident that Lionheart planned to let Feng see his own strength. He has 6 million HP. How is this possible? Luo gasped reflexively when she saw Lionheart's HP. As a defensive class player, Lionheart already possessed incredibly high defense to begin with. Combined with his various defensive skills and HP, he was practically a boss monster. Yu Luo even doubted that Feng could one-shot Lionheart even if the latter did not defend himself. In fact, it would already be a miracle if Feng could remove 1/3 of Lionheart's HP in one hit. Amazing. Level 130 Tier 3 defensive classes usually have only 9 million HP on average, yet you have almost twice that, Feng said in admiration. It's nothing. It's only because of my unique legacy. Lionheart didn't pay particular attention to Feng's words of appreciation. On the contrary, he wanted to use this opportunity to let Feng realize the Skyflare adventurer team's might. After all, Skyflare had already lost once to Feng before. He needed to reclaim this loss and level the playing field. Since you're ready, I'll begin. Feng naturally understood what was going through Lionheart's mind. Unfortunately, Lionheart simply wasn't aware of Feng's aim. Come! Lionheart readied his shield, a serious expression appearing on his face. Immediately afterward, not only did Lionheart's aura skyrocket in intensity, but a faint, blood-red barrier had also appeared around his body. Crap! The commander is getting serious. He's actually going all out and fully exerting his mana body right off the bat. One of Skyflare's vice commanders, a robust, level 132 shield warrior, said in astonishment. Blood armor. This was the Tier 4 legacy skill Lionheart obtained after achieving a 100% completion rate with his mana body. Although the magic barrier appeared flimsy, it could absorb up to 5 million damage. Moreover, the barrier would replenish itself once every 40 seconds. In other words, if one failed to cause over 5 million damage to Lionheart within 40 seconds, one had no chance of slaying him. Had Lionheart used this move during his duel with Windchaser back then, Windchaser wouldn't have been able to harm him at all. However, before Skyflare's members were done admiring their commander's Tier 4 passive skill, they saw Feng unsheath the Abyssal Blade. Immediately afterward, everyone clearly sensed the mana in the room trembling and freezing momentarily. Before anyone could react to the unexpected development, Feng raised the Abyssal Blade with both hands and looked at Lionheart. The mana inside the special combat room then began to boil, the phenomenon causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. Afterward, everyone felt a wave of scorching heat wash over their body. How is this possible? When Windchaser sensed the mana around him boiling, he was stunned. After all, the space inside the special combat room was massive, with a 1,000-yard radius. That was more than enough for 2 Tier 4 players to fight to their heart's content. Nevertheless, Feng caused all of the mana inside the combat room to boil just by entering a stance. This kind of thing was simply unheard of. At this time, Lionheart's gaze also changed. If entering a stance was enough to trigger such a phenomenon, Feng's strength was definitely far more extraordinary than he initially thought. However, before Lionheart could take any further action, the flow of time inside the combat room seemed to slow down. The only thing capable of moving was apparently the sword in Feng's hands. Second sword, Holy Devour. As the long sword descended, an overwhelming pressure fell upon the room. Afterward, space within the room ignited, as if it couldn't withstand the terrifying and violent pressure. The resulting flames threatened to burn everything in the room into nothing. Not good. Holy Blood Wall. For Saint's Descent. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU upon seeing the boundless flames approaching him, Lionheart hurriedly activated the defensive skill Holy Blood Wall, then stabbed his shield into the ground and activated his strongest Tier 4 defensive legacy skill. The next moment, a twofold magic array appeared before the bulwark of Holy Blood, which was followed by an illusory crimson shield that was over a dozen meters tall. Crimson runes flared all over Lionheart's body, solidifying the surrounding space until it was as sturdy as a steel wall. Meanwhile, the instant Lionheart used For Saint's Descent, the endless sea of flames devoured him like a giant beast. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the space within the special combat room transformed into a dark, empty void. Chapter 2777. Shocking Skyflare, a dark void enveloped the battlefield. Let alone Tier 3 players. Even Tier 4 players couldn't survive in this space. Meanwhile, when Skyflare's executives, seated in the spectator stands, saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. How can one Slash carry such destructive power? Even those Tier 4 NPCs aren't capable of exhibiting such power. Is he really just a Tier 4 player? He has such terrifying strength, yet we actually failed to find any information on him. Just who is he? After a moment of silence, Skyflare's executives began a heated discussion among themselves as they goggled at the battlefield's shattered space. At this time, they no longer underestimated Feng in the slightest. Now, only shock and fear filled their hearts. With such terrifying combat power, Feng was no longer an opponent vulnerable to Zerg tactics. Only powerful Tier 4 NPCs could match him. He was actually so strong. Tasu Luo's eyes were also wide with disbelief as she looked at the shattered space. Even Angelica Teresa's strongest attack would fall short of Feng's for what she could tell. Angelica Teresa was a peak-ranked Tier 4 existence and one of the top 5 powerhouses of Meteorite City. In addition, as an NPC, the items and basic attributes she possessed were also far superior to players. Yet, Feng had actually executed an attack way stronger than even Angelica Teresa's strongest attack. Commander. The commander couldn't have fallen, right? After a while, Windchaser and the others snapped out of their daze and searched hurriedly for Lionheart's figure in the dark void. Out of the player attacks they had seen thus far, Feng's was undoubtedly the strongest. Even Tier 4 NPCs were unlikely to be capable of executing such an attack. Hence, although they knew that Lionheart possessed a heaven-defying defense, they couldn't help doubting his ability to survive Feng's attack. After everyone had searched for some time, the shattered space gradually recovered. 2 vague figures appeared, standing in the recovering space, with one of them looking incredibly miserable. This is great. The commander is still alive. I knew the commander could withstand it. He is Meteorite's wall, after all. There's no way he can be one-shot by a player. When Skyflare's members saw Lionheart's figure, they immediately grew excited. However, unlike his colleagues, Lionheart did not feel happy or excited at all. Instead, his heart pounded with fear and relief. That was too close. If not for the wind wall ring, I would have definitely been one-shot. Lionheart smiled bitterly when he looked at his remaining HP. Currently, he had less than 6 million HP remaining. While this might seem like a lot, he had only managed to retain this amount of HP thanks to the Wind Wall Ring's passive skill. The Wind Wall Ring's passive skill, Wind's Protection, was capable of reducing all the damage he received by 35%. Even if he received a Tier 5 attack, its damage would still be reduced by a full 35%. Wind's Protection was also the Wind Wall Ring's only skill. The Wind Wall Ring was different from other equipment with passive damage reduction skills. Although the alternatives might even have skills offering much greater reductions than Wind's Protection on paper, there were hidden limits to these skills. Generally, their upper limit was Tier 4. Once an attack reached the Tier 4 standard, their effect would be significantly weaker. And against Tier 5 attacks, their effect was practically negligible. However, that was not the case for the Wind Wall Ring's Wind's Protection. The skill's description clearly stated that it could reduce the damage of even Tier 5 attacks by 35% and not 1% less. On the other side, after Feng executed Holy Devour, his complexion had paled significantly. Is it still too much to execute this move? When Feng sensed that more than half of his concentration had disappeared, he was shocked. He had already developed his epic mana body to 110% completion rate, yet he still had trouble gathering and condensing the mana required to execute Holy Devour. For a moment, he couldn't help imagining what kind of power he could exhibit if he successfully executed the third sword, Holy Annihilation. Tier 5? Tier 6? Regardless, this is a good result. At the very least, I can now use the complete Holy Devour. Now, I should be able to cope, even against a half-step Demon King. As Feng sheathed the Abyssal Blade, he was satisfied with his previous attack. Although his mana had undergone a qualitative transformation, thanks to the improvement of his mana body, the improvement this change brought to his skills and spells was limited. It wasn't enough for them to undergo a qualitative transformation. However, it was a different story for mana techniques, whose power was highly dependent on the quality of the mana used. Now, if he went all out, he could execute an attack at the Tier 5 standard. The only drawback of Holy Devour was the huge burden it placed on his concentration. Even at peak condition, he could execute the complete Holy Devour only once. Nevertheless, it was already more than enough as a trump card. As Feng was savoring the experience of executing Holy Devour, Lionheart approached him. "Brother Blackflame, that move of yours really is ruthless. If I hadn't gained some improvements recently, I would have really died," Lionheart said jocularly. At this moment, Lionheart no longer underestimated or looked at Feng with contempt. Only respect was present in his eyes. The fact that Feng had managed to execute such a move as a player meant that he already stood at the apex of the entire God's domain. Just this point alone was already more than enough to earn him everyone's respect. In God's domain, strength was everything. It was also something that could not be faked. For Feng to have developed himself to this extent, he must have experienced countless trials and hardships. "You're too humble, Commander Lionheart. The fact that you managed to block my attack is all due to your own ability, not luck." Looking at Lionheart, Feng added, "Now that our one-hit agreement is complete, according to our previous arrangement, I will supply the Crystals of Souls and Soul Water to only the Skyflare Adventurer team from Meteorite City's side. Thank you. As for the matter of magic crystals, please rest assured. The Skyflare Adventurer team definitely won't let you down, Brother Blackflame." Lionheart couldn't help feeling a little happy at Feng's words. With Feng willing to partner with Skyflare, Skyflare would be able to take full control of Meteorite City easily. Next, let's talk about the specifics of our transaction. Going straight to the point, Feng said, "Like I said before, so long as you manage to withstand one hit from me, I will agree to partner with you, Commander Lionheart. However, after we start our cooperation, I'll need your help with something. Of course, I won't have you help me for nothing. In exchange, I'll sell the Crystals of Souls at 150,000 magic crystals each to Skyflare. How about it? 150,000 each?" Lionheart was slightly tempted. "May I know what you need help with?" Previously, when he offered to purchase the Crystals of Souls at 200,000 magic crystals each, the price was actually a little too high for Skyflare to bear. However, the Crystals of Souls were far too important. They would also play a crucial role when Skyflare attempted to conquer other main cities. Hence, he had gone through with the price. Lowering the price to 150,000 magic crystals each would definitely alleviate a lot of Skyflare's burden. "Help me kill a boss," Feng said, smiling. The reason Feng wanted to test Lionheart wasn't just to experiment with the power of his upgraded mana body. He had also wished to see whether Lionheart could withstand the attack of a Tier 4 Infant Dragon. After all, if he didn't have anyone capable of tanking a hit from a Tier 4 Infant Dragon, slaying it would be utterly impossible. Since Lionheart clearly met this requirement, combined with the effects of the Heavenly Dragon's breath, challenging an unrestrained Tier 4 Infant Dragon was entirely feasible. Kill a boss. Lionheart was a little puzzled. He never thought Feng's request would be so simple. "Is this boss very strong?" "Very strong." Not bothering to hide the truth, Feng said, "It's a Tier 4 Infant Dragon." "A Tier 4 Infant Dragon?" Lionheart gasped at Feng's words. Immediately, he thought of something and asked, "Are you referring to the one Lady Angelica is trying to challenge?" "That's right. It's that one." Feng nodded. "Actually, this matter is also beneficial to you as well, Commander Lionheart. After all, Meteorite City's promotion will attract more players and resources to the city. At that time, Skyflare can grow stronger together with the city." Lionheart nodded in agreement. In reality, he too wished for Meteorite City to grow stronger and become an advanced main city. However, the incredibly high difficulty of challenging a Tier 4 infant dragon made him decide to have Skyflare opt out of Angelica Teresa's expedition. After all, Skyflare already had 2 Tier 4 players under its command, and it had yet to stabilize its advantages. If Skyflare eagerly participated in the risky expedition and failed, the adventure team would definitely lose a lot of its advantages. "What do you think, Commander Lionheart?" Feng asked. Previously, he didn't hold much hope for slaying the Tier 4 infant dragon. After all, a Tier 4 infant dragon was comparable to Tier 5 existences. It was much stronger than even a demon prince. Even though he could use the complete Holy Devour now, it wouldn't make any difference since he couldn't use the technique indefinitely. However, the story would change if Lionheart was present. The fact that Lionheart could survive a Tier 5 attack meant that he could defend against a Tier 4 infant dragon's attack. Okay. After thinking for a while, Lionheart gritted his teeth and agreed to Feng's condition. However, Brother Blackflame, as Skyflare has just gained some advantages, we cannot afford to invest everything into helping you. We can send only a 100-man team, at most. In response to Lionheart's worries, Feng simply chuckled and said, "That's already more than enough. In fact, it's fine so long as Skyflare can dispatch its 2 Tier 4 players, let alone a 100-man team." "May I know when we will begin the operation?" Lionheart asked. Raiding a Tier 4 infant dragon was an important matter. Preparing the necessary manpower and supplies would take a lot of time. "We're not in a rush right now. I'm afraid it will still take several days before we can set out," Feng said, shaking his head. "I'll notify you when the time comes, Commander Lionheart." Challenging a Tier 4 infant dragon with just 3 Tier 4 players would be outright suicide. It wouldn't matter even if they had a large number of Tier 3 players supporting them. Fortunately, the ancient god's domain did not require players to search for their legacy lands to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quests. So long as he had Lifeless Thorn and the others challenged their promotion quests, and some of them succeeded, he would have a much greater chance of success. "All right, if that's the case, I can make more preparations on my side." Lionheart breathed out a sigh of relief at Feng's words. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU afterward. Feng signed a partnership contract with Lionheart to the effect that Skyflare would purchase crystals of souls from Feng at 150,000 magic crystals per crystal and soul water at 30,000 magic crystals per drop. For the first transaction, Skyflare purchased a total of 20 crystals of souls and 50 drops of soul water, the total expenditure amounting to 5 million magic crystals. When it came to magic crystals, Skyflare was wealthier than most superpowers operating in the modern god's domain. When the transaction was completed, Feng couldn't help his elation. After all, he now had the 8 million magic crystals required to construct the small mobile fortress. Afterward, all he needed to do was collect 2 million pieces of mana, or in 30,000 mana stones. In addition, he also had a chance to raid the Tier 4 infant dragon. Leaving the Skyflare Hotel, Feng looked at the additional 5 million magic crystals in his bag and smiled. "Now that I have the money, it's about time to have Lifeless Thorn and the others undergo their promotion." Chapter 2778, Semi-Finished Mana Body Meteorite City, Silver Hotel. After Feng received 5 million magic crystals from Skyflare, he returned to the Silver Hotel with Yuluo. As for the small auction he initially planned to hold, Lionheart had announced to the public that Skyflare would monopolize all of the products. Hence, the commotion over the auction died down quickly. None of Meteorite City's various powers dared to voice their opinions on Skyflare's monopoly. After all, Skyflare was the sole power in the city with 2 Tier 4 combatants under its command. Previously, the powers with Tier 4 combatants still dared to stand up against Skyflare, because Lionheart could not easily kill other Tier 4 combatants by himself. However, now that Skyflare's Windchaser was a Tier 4 assassin, it would be a piece of cake for Skyflare to kill any individual Tier 4 combatant. Hence, even the other 2 of the top 3 player forces in Meteorite City decided to tolerate the situation. Not to mention, while the Crystal of Souls could indeed strengthen an individual's soul, the amount of help this improvement could provide in the Tier 4 promotion quest was minuscule. Even if Skyflare obtained all 5 Crystals of Souls, the adventure team would, at most, increase the number of Tier 4 combatants it had from 2 to 3. Meanwhile, back in his room, Feng promptly took out 75,000 magic crystals and distributed them to Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, Yinya, Cleansing Whistle, and Yuluo. Right? Each of you take a drop of soul water as well, Feng said as he took out 5 drops of soul water and distributed them. Once you are done collecting the legacy fragments, drink it immediately. Although it isn't as effective as the Crystal of Souls, it can still clear your mind. You should have an easier time learning your legacy skill. In response, Lifeless Thorn and the other Azura members nodded and accepted the soul water. Yuluo, however, hesitated. She didn't know whether she should accept the soul water, which cost 30,000 magic crystals a drop. Guild leader Black Flame, this soul water is too valuable. I already feel very indebted to you just for letting me challenge my Tier 4 promotion quest this time. I really cannot accept this soul water, Yuluo said, rejecting Feng's gift after giving the matter some thought. Heaven's Blade had cooperated with Zero Wing only once. The two organizations couldn't even be considered allies. If she accepted this soul water, she would owe Feng a huge favor. In that case, she would have a difficult time explaining herself to Zwei once she returned. However, in response to Yuluo's rejection, Feng shook his head and said, Miss Yuluo, you must have misunderstood me. I'm not giving you this soul water for free. I need you to help me with something in the near future. If you reach Tier 4, we'll have a higher chance of success. Help you with something? Yuluo was a little dazed. That's right. I plan to raid that Tier 4 infant dragon. However, Tier 3 players are useless against an infant dragon. Only Tier 4 players will matter. Meanwhile, as you've reached the Void Realm already, your control over mana should be excellent. Your concentration should also be only one step away from reaching the Tier 4 standard. With the Soul Water's help, you'll have a better chance of promoting to Tier 4, Feng said, nodding. Hence, this Soul Water is my investment in you. I'm not giving it to you for free, so you don't need to overthink things. The upcoming raid of the Tier 4 Infant Dragon wasn't something Tier 3 players could stick their hands into. Only Tier 4 players could be of help. A Tier 4 healer would be especially useful. Since Feng couldn't guarantee that Yinya would succeed in her Tier 4 promotion quest, having a backup plan would naturally be better. Not to mention, he currently had over 2,000 drops of soul water on hand. He could still afford such a small investment. I understand. If I don't get promoted to Tier 4 this time, I will find a way to pay you back for this soul water, Yuluo said. With Feng's words, the burden she felt lightened considerably. Truthfully, she would be lying if she said that she did not want the soul water. After all, the Tier 4 promotion quest was no walk in the park. Meteorite City's peak experts demonstrated this point quite well. Among all the peak experts who had challenged their Tier 4 promotion quest, less than 10% succeeded. Not to mention, she was slightly weaker than them. However, if she had the soul water's mind-cleansing effect, she would most likely be able to stand on equal footing with the local peak experts. Yuluo accepted the soul water, a glint of determination appearing in her eyes. This was because this drop of soul water represented not just hope, but also a burden. If she completed her Tier 4 promotion quest, then she would be able to repay all of the favors she owed right away. After all, Tier 4 Great Clerics were incredibly rare even in the ancient God's domain, let alone the modern God's domain. You guys can go now. Whether you can get promoted or not will all depend on yourselves now, Feng said after Yuluo accepted the soul water. He then instructed the group of 5. Remember, act according to your strengths when choosing your respective Tier 4 skills. There is no need to learn the strongest one. Instead, learn the one you're most proficient at. He did not doubt the ability of the 5 people before him to collect the necessary number of legacy fragments. His only worry was their ability to learn a Tier 4 legacy skill within the allotted time. Afterward, under Yuluo's lead, Lifeless Thorn, and the others departed from Meteorite City's Tier 4 instructors. Now, only Feng remained inside the hotel room. Let's hope a few of them can reach Tier 4. If that's the case, we'll have an easier time dealing with that infant dragon. Looking at the group of 5's departing figures, Feng inwardly celebrated the fact that he managed to get through his Tier 4 promotion quest previously. Immediately afterward, he sensed the state of his mana body and smiled. It's about time I grinded for some levels. If I don't get used to this mana body, I might cause the quest to fail. After unlocking his mana body to a 110% completion rate, he had not had an opportunity to get used to it properly. His duel with Lionheart didn't prove anything. After all, mana bodies provided all-around improvements to players. There was no way he could determine all of these improvements just by putting all his strength into one attack. In fact, he couldn't even tell if his overall combat power had improved or not through his duel with Lionheart. This was because the mana body's improvement mainly led to subtle improvements in various aspects. On the surface, it was impossible to tell if his improved mana body had brought any changes to his overall combat power. After all, his basic attributes remained the same as before. Right now, the only obvious improvements were in the density of his mana, his control over mana, his physique, and his 5 senses. During his fight with Lionheart, he had only proven that the improvement of his mana body had positive effects on his mana techniques. Even then, he still wasn't clear how the improvement had triggered such a change. Needless to say, he was even more clueless about the other benefits his improved mana body had to offer. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU if he wished to fully utilize his new mana body and maximize his combat power, he would need to readapt to his mana body. It was akin to learning a new skill or spell. He would need to put a lot of time and effort into adapting and training. Only after he could make use of his mana body at an instinctive level could he be considered to have truly adapted to it. At this point, his mana body could only be considered a semi-finished product. Next, he would have to explore his mana body thoroughly. Feng drank a drop of soul water, recovering some of the concentration he had expended executing Holy Devour. He then put on his black cloak and silently departed from Meteorite City. After taking a look at the system map, he took to the skies and made his way toward the anti-magic volcano, a level 135 neutral map located a distance from Meteorite City. From start to end, nobody in Meteorite City was aware that he had left the city. Chapter 2779. Astonishing improvements according to Feng's understanding. Few players and NPCs from Meteorite City and other nearby cities were willing to come to the anti-magic volcano to grind and explore. Several factors contributed to this situation. Firstly, the thin mana environment here prevented players and NPCs from exhibiting the power of their skills and spells to their fullest extent. This, in turn, would put players and NPCs at a severe disadvantage against monsters. Secondly, what little mana there was in the anti-magic volcano was incredibly chaotic, which made it nigh impossible to control. Hence, doing combat here would not allow one to improve their control over mana. Thirdly, and most importantly, the monsters inhabiting the anti-magic volcano consisted solely of fire-type elemental creatures and beasts. These monsters had a combat power a lot higher than the average monsters. In addition, they existed in large numbers in the anti-magic volcano. Even a 1,000-man team of Tier 3 players would have difficulty staying alive in this map, let alone grinding for EXP. However, unlike other players, Feng considered this neutral map the perfect leveling spot for him. This place really is amazing. There are actually so many great lords and grand lords here. As Feng looked down at the wandering monsters while hovering in midair, he couldn't help a little excitement. With this, I won't have to worry about not having enough crystals of souls. Volcanic Behemoth, Demonic Beast, Grand Lord. Level 139 HP, 3,600,000,000. Infernal Warlord. Elemental Creature, Great Lord. Level 137 HP, 1,320,000,000. Infernal Chieftain. Elemental Creature, Grand Lord. HP 3,100,000,000. Feng had to admit that the anti-magic volcano was a sight to behold. This neutral map teemed with Great Lord-ranked monsters. Moreover, they moved in large groups of 100 or more closely positioned to each other. If one made too much of a commotion when fighting a group of monsters here, one would easily attract monsters from other areas. However, despite the high difficulty of this map, it was the perfect grinding spot for Tier 4 existences, specifically Tier 4 experts with a mana domain. Feng charged at the volcanic behemoth, the strongest monster in sight, without hesitation. The next moment, when Feng got within 300 yards of the volcanic behemoth, the Grand Lord in question noticed his presence. Immediately, the 30-meter-tall beast covered in flaming scales let loose a deafening roar. The roar instantly attracted the wandering and resting volcanic beasts, and over 3,000 volcanic beasts converged on the volcanic behemoth's location in the blink of an eye. The majority of these volcanic beasts were level 135-plus lords, with some of them great lords. Even a 1,000-man team composed of Tier 3 experts of the same level would falter when faced with so many volcanic beasts. After all, not only were these monsters moving in an organized manner, but the mana their bodies radiated also showed faint signs of synchronizing, which would double the power of the fire-type spells they cast. Suddenly, thousands of fiery attacks shot into the air, heading toward Feng. Although the attacks were not fully synchronized with each other, the sheer number still allowed them to exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. That was more than enough to deter any ordinary Tier 4 combatant from tanking the attacks. However, when Feng saw the several thousand attacks coming at him, not only did he not show the slightest sign of fear, but he even displayed excitement. The next moment, Feng swung his hand and began manipulating his mana body's power. Suddenly, with Feng as the center, a ripple spread into the surroundings. At the same time, a storm brewed in the surrounding space, causing even space to shudder. Boom, boom, boom. For a time, explosions echoed throughout the sky in rapid succession. The sky itself transformed into a sea of flames as the storm annihilated the thousands of fiery attacks. Afterward, the volcanic beasts enveloped by the storm knelt on the ground one after another. Only the Great Lord-ranked volcanic beasts remained standing. However, standing was pretty much all they could do, as even moving their bodies took grueling effort. As for the volcanic behemoth, the leader of the volcanic beasts, it didn't fare that much better than the Great Lord-ranked volcanic beasts, either. My mana domain has improved to such an extent? Feng was astonished when he saw the thousands of kneeling volcanic beasts and the volcanic behemoth, which had great difficulty moving his current mana domain, was actually capable of suppressing even a Grand Lord to such an extent. Despite being a strength-based demonic beast, the volcanic behemoth had barely half of its mobility left. If he used his mana domain against agility-based demonic creatures, the suppression effect would most likely be even more prominent. After a moment reveling in the improvement of his mana domain, Feng stopped being polite with the volcanic beasts. Immediately, he activated Blade Domain and began slaughtering the volcanic beasts with the 7 summoned magic swords. All his attacks dealt damage in the tens of millions, with critical hits causing over 100 million damage. In the case of the Lord-ranked volcanic beasts, which had only several hundred million HP, they fell after just 2 or 3 hits. In the end, it took Feng less than half an hour to annihilate the 3,000-plus volcanic beasts. Even the volcanic behemoth failed to escape his grasp. Since Feng fought monsters of a higher level, his experience bar skyrocketed after the battle ended. Of course, as he had already reached Tier 4, monsters at the Lord rank and below granted him diminished EXP. Only those at the Great Lord rank and above granted him normal amounts of EXP. This could be considered one of the disadvantages of getting promoted to Tier 4. Even so, Feng still reached 34% of level 127 after the battle. His leveling speed was simply phenomenal. At this rate, he could easily level up twice by the end of the day. However, he wasn't the slightest bit surprised by this situation. In God's domain, after one reached Tier 4, Leveling up became a very simple task. All one needed to do was search for places with a lot of monsters. Hence, in the past, Tier 4 players would complain about the lack of grinding spots in God's domain. Often, the task of searching for monsters was much more troublesome for Tier 4 players than the task of killing monsters. What was even more troublesome was collecting the monsters' loot. The time it took to collect the loot of the monsters they killed was several times longer than the time it took to kill the monsters. Sure enough, the loot collection process is much more tiresome than the grinding process. Feng got a headache when he saw all the loot scattered within a 1,000-yard radius of himself. At this moment, he finally understood the suffering of those Tier 4 experts in the past. However, ignoring the loot wasn't an option either. After all, these monsters dropped considerably excellent loot. Among the items dropped were standard magic crystals, fire-attributed magic crystals, and various rare ores. The fire-attributed magic crystals were especially valuable, worth far more than the standard magic crystal. Attributed magic crystals were essential in the production of certain epic weapons and equipment. Some peak constructions also required attributed magic crystals to build. However, attributed magic crystals were incredibly rare in the modern God's domain. Hence, it would be a massive waste to simply ignore the loot. Feng ended up spending 2 whole hours gathering all of the items scattered across the battlefield. However, he had to admit that he had earned a huge harvest. Even if he ignored the numerous level 130 bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, and fine gold weapons and equipment he got, just the magic crystals numbered over 4,000 already. He had also picked up over 300 fire-attributed magic crystals. Afterward, he killed several more groups of monsters in the anti-magic volcano, pushing his level from 127 to 128, the total number of magic crystals collected to beyond 30,000, and the number of fire-attributed magic crystals collected to 1,500. Be it his leveling speed or money-making speed, both exceeded the standard of ordinary Tier 4 players. Since the sky was darkening, Feng found a safe cave and called up his system interface. That's enough for today. With several more days grinding here, I should be able to exceed the average level of the peak experts here. By then, I shouldn't be at a disadvantage in levels when the infant dragon raid takes place. When Feng saw that he had already reached 19% of level 128, he found his leveling speed very satisfactory. Not to mention, he had managed to produce 7 crystals of souls through today's grind, far more than what he could produce in the modern God's domain. Afterward, Feng logged out of the game to rest. After all, he had already spent more than 24 hours online. Even if he was using the Fearless cabin now, staying online for long periods still wasn't wise. Once he went offline, before he could even climb out of his cabin, a message notification sounded in his cabin. The message's sender was none other than Liang Jing, the person managing Zero Wing's headquarters on his behalf right now. Guild leader, you finally decided to pick up, Liang Jing said in exasperation. I've already brought the 2 vice guild leaders to Yuantian City, as per your request. What should we do now? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You're here already? Surprised by Liang Jing's swift action, Feng chuckled and said, Okay, bring them to the upper zone's entrance now. I'll wait for you there. The upper zone's entrance? Liang Jing couldn't help growing a little excited at Feng's words. Okay, we'll be there in 3 hours. Feng burst into laughter at Liang Jing's excited expression. However, he understood her mood. After all, the upper zone was a place countless people yearned to enter. But this is a problem. I only managed to get 100 points yesterday, even after exchanging all of the credits I had. If the 2 of them join me, I can't even afford food for the 3 of us. It seems I'll have to convert those 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal now. The thought of the food prices here gave Feng a headache. Fortunately, he had earned a killing from mythology. Otherwise, he would have to start begging for food. Feng tidied himself up and hurried to the Green God Tower. Chapter 2780. Minor Character? Upper Zone, Base Layer. Feng enjoyed the scenery of the base layer as he strolled around the residential area he lived in. Contrary to his expectations, He did not see any of the paradisiacal sceneries depicted in the rumors spread in the outside world. Instead, what he saw were only high-rise buildings. The areas not occupied by high-rise buildings held facilities such as restaurants, training halls, and gyms. Moreover, compared to the outside world, almost all of the people gave the impression that they were incredibly busy, and they all had tense expressions on their faces. This could be considered natural. After all, the upper zone wasn't some kind of paradise. Instead, it was a place with far more intense competition than the outside world. From what Feng understood, Yuan City's upper zone had a population of less than 300,000, nearly a quarter of which were employees of the Green God Company. As for the remaining inhabitants, the majority of them belonged to the various major corporations, and only a small portion were people who had entered the upper zone through special selections or reserved slots. Meanwhile, unlike what the general public thought, one wouldn't live a carefree life after entering the upper zone. On the contrary, one would face even greater pressure than when they lived in the outside world. The reason for this was the upper zone's ridiculously high cost of living. Just a matter of food already gave Feng a headache. Even the most basic meal cost 30 points, equivalent to 300,000 credits. Nobody would pay such an absurd price for food in the outside world. Yet, in the upper zone, this amount of money would buy only the most basic meal. This was still only a small problem in the upper zone. The truly troublesome aspect was the various training resources available here. Just living in the upper zone wouldn't be enough for a person to achieve longevity. One still needed to include various exercises and medicines into the equation, all of which cost a lot of points. Without sufficient wealth and resources, one couldn't live in the upper zone at all. Those born in the upper zone were allowed to live freely until the age of 12. Afterward, they had to undergo a series of tests until they reached 15. If they failed the tests, they would be banished from the upper zone. Moreover, passing the Green God Company's basic assessment would only qualify one to work at the lowest level of the Green God Company. Only if one conquered the mental path before the age of 20 or made a great contribution to the Green God Company would one gain authority and be considered an ordinary person in the upper zone. If one wished to live longer and better in the upper zone, and perhaps even gain influence and become someone respected by the major corporations, one would have to head to the middle layer. Otherwise, one would only be an ant living in the base layer. After all, the base layer's average lifespan might be 150 years, but that didn't mean every individual would live up to 150 years old. Moreover, there was also the matter of retaining one's youth and physical vitality. For residents living in the base layer, even if they could live a fulfilling life and constantly supplement themselves with the various resources available in the base layer, they could retain their youth until the age of 50 at most. Afterward, their physical fitness would decline. By the time they reached 100 years old, they would have entered old age. However, in the case of people living in the middle layer, they would still retain their youthful vitality even at the age of 80. Appearance-wise, they would look like they were just entering their 30s. In other words, the middle layer's residents got to retain their youth for nearly twice as long as the base layer's residents. And even at the age of 120, they would only be middle-aged and look like they were just entering their 40s. Who wouldn't go crazy at such a temptation? After strolling about for a while, Feng rode one of the upper zone's free levitating smart cars and arrived at the Green God Tower roughly 20 minutes later. At the end of the journey, he had to admit that the upper zone was truly amazing. The various transportation facilities here were completely free, and the cars were even equipped with fully intelligent navigation systems. He could travel anywhere he wished with just a word. Feng made his way to the Green God Tower's 7th floor, which was where all resource exchanges took place in the base layer. Everyone seeking to convert credits into trade points, exchange rare resources for trade points and contribution points, or exchange points for the various medicines the Green God Company offered would come here. Upon arriving on the 7th floor, he found that the hall, which was the size of 8 basketball courts, was crowded with thousands of people. Compared to the registration room he visited previously, this place was many times livelier. Most of the gathered people were wealthy children seeking to exchange for trade points using credits. As to why they were doing so, the reason was simple. Most, if not all, of the major corporations operating in the upper zone had existed for over a century already. After operating for such a long time, the shareholder families running these corporations had grown significantly in size. At this point, with how large the shareholder families' population had become, these families would be fortunate to put their children into the upper zone. In addition, the resources the Green God Company sought were all incredibly rare and valuable. For the sake of their own future in the upper zone, the various corporations wouldn't let the children of their shareholder families casually exchange resources for points at all. Hence, aside from the designated heir or heiress of their respective families, the other children who had entered the upper zone would have to rely on themselves to secure resources in the upper zone. However, as most of these children were not particularly talented, they naturally didn't have the means to get the necessary resources or achievements to earn themselves a lot of trade points and contribution points. They could only visit the exchange center every day to exchange for trade points using credits. As a result, despite the Green God Tower's exchange center being open 24/7, there would almost always be people lining up before the credit area's exchange counters. If news of such a scene were to reach the outside world, jaws would definitely drop. After all, every one of the wealthy children lining up in the exchange center was a prince or princess of a major corporation. Normally, they would have numerous people at their beck and call. Yet, in the exchange center, they had no choice but to behave like normal people and stand in line themselves. And even more surprisingly, none of these wealthy children in the queue was making a fuss. Unlike the credit area, there was only one exchange counter in the contribution area. Usually, almost nobody stood before this exchange counter, and anybody wishing to use its services could do so without having to wait. However, when Feng approached the contribution area, two people were already standing before the exchange counter there. Moreover, he actually recognized both of them. One of them was none other than Feng, the heir of the 5 States Corporation. Out of all the corporation heirs Feng had met before, Feng had the most exaggerated physical fitness. Feng also did not behave like the typical princeling of a major corporation. The person standing behind Feng was the butler Duel. Young master, now that we've completed the Green God Company's assignment, I believe your total contribution points will reach 60,000 once the evaluation is complete and enter the top 10 rankings. If we factor in the corporation's decision to support you fully this time, I'm certain you'll be able to enter the top 3 in the contribution competition this time, Duel said excitedly. The contribution competition was held once every 3 months. The top 3 of the competition would gain the right to stay in the middle layer. Although the duration of the stay was only 3 short months, this was also one of the few ways the various corporations could gain access to the middle layer. Meanwhile, so long as Feng entered the middle layer, he could acquire resources that were far superior to what was available in the base layer. At that time, his status in the upper zone would immediately skyrocket. However, Feng remained indifferent to Duel's words. Shaking his head, he said, "While I am confident of getting into the top 5, my chances of getting into the top 3 are still slim. The people currently ranked among the top 3 have held those positions for the past 2 years. According to rumors, those 3 people are close to gaining high-grade authority. They will definitely do everything they can to retain their positions, so it won't be easy to surpass them in contributions. In fact, despite not having put in any real effort, they have already accumulated over 100,000 contribution points. If we show signs of trying to compete for the top 3, it wouldn't be strange if their points suddenly doubled or tripled." At Feng's words, Duel fell silent, acknowledging that the top 3 rankers were indeed a cut above everyone else. After all, those 3 people had already monopolized the top 3 positions of the contribution competition for the past 2 years. Trying to surpass them in contributions definitely wouldn't be an easy task. While Feng and Duel were conversing, the staff member manning the exchange counter finished calculating Feng's contribution. "Sir, after including the assignment you completed this time, you now have 62,425 contribution points accumulated. You are currently ranked 7th in the contribution competition." 7th. Feng did not feel particularly happy to hear that he was ranked 7th in the competition, taking the result in stride. After giving the staff member a nod, he promptly turned around to leave. The instant Feng and Zhuo Linxiu turned around, they noticed Feng making his way to the counter. Why is he here? Zhuo Linxiu rubbed his eyes in doubt when he saw Feng, who was dressed in white casuals. The upper zone was a place that countless people sought to enter but couldn't. The guild leaders of many superpowers didn't have the qualifications to enter the upper zone even now. Yet, Feng, who was merely the guild leader of a pseudo-superpower, had actually entered it. This was simply incredible. At this time, let alone Zhuo Linxiu, even Feng revealed a rare look of surprise on his face. When Feng last met Feng in Fenglin City's Redstone restaurant, the latter was merely an insignificant minor character in his eyes. After all, Feng and his subordinates simply weren't capable of reaching the playing field Feng fought on. At best, he could only use Zero Wing as a pawn to hinder his opponents. Even when Zero Wing developed rapidly and became enemies with many superpowers, he still thought nothing of the guild. After all, what the various major corporations were truly competing for wasn't God's domain, but the upper zone's resources. Yet now a minor character like Feng had actually set foot into the upper zone. This situation was as unbelievable as a fairy tale. Did the Boulder Corporation give him a reserved slot? Feng muttered in speculation. That should be the case. Otherwise, there's no way someone like him, with no background, can enter the upper zone, Zhuo Linxiu said, nodding in agreement. In a recent struggle for the reserved seats of God's domain's 12 great guilds, Frost Heaven had surpassed everyone's expectations and secured itself a seat, instantly becoming a true titan in God's domain. The biggest contributor to Frost Heaven's victory was undoubtedly Zero Wing. Hence, it wouldn't be strange for Frost Heaven to grant Zero Wing a few of the upper zone's reserved slots in gratitude. After thinking up to this point, Feng and Zhuo Linxiu calmed down. Meanwhile, as Feng walked over, he merely glanced at Feng and Zhuo Linxiu before continuing on his way. He did not take the initiative to say hello. After all, he wasn't exactly familiar with the two. He was also in a hurry right now. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Zhuo Linxiu's expression turned ugly at Feng's response. He never imagined that Feng would actually show so little respect to Feng. The man didn't even bother saying hello and merely walked away like a stranger. Feng simply didn't place the 5-state corporation in his eyes. However, before Zhuo Linxiu could vent his anger, he was stunned to see Feng stop before the contribution area's exchange counter. What is he trying to do? Feng was confused when he saw Feng conversing with the staff member at the counter. That's the exchange counter for the contribution area. Did he come here to exchange for trade points because there was no line here? Sure enough, he is a minor character. He only knows how to head to places where he can gain advantages. He thinks he can save time by coming here, yet he is wholly ignorant of the rules. Zhuo Linxiu sneered as he looked at Feng, who was still conversing with the staff, in contempt. However, no sooner had Zhuo Linxiu finished speaking than the nearby staff member suddenly exclaimed in a loud and excited tone, "Congratulations, Mr. Shi. You have gained a total of 50,000 contribution points and 5 million trade points this time. You are currently ranked 10th in the contribution competition." Chapter 2781. Times have changed. 50,000 contribution points? 10th place? When Zhuo Linxiu heard the Green God Company's staff's words, he was dumbfounded. In fact, even Feng, who possessed an apathetic personality, felt a little dazed at the staff member's words. After all, Feng was initially only a pawn in their eyes. Yet, not only did he climb up to the same playing field they fought on, but he was now even actively competing with them. No wonder he didn't put us in his eyes. Realization dawned upon Zhuo Linxiu as he looked at Feng. However, a moment later, a hint of mockery appeared on his face as he said, "It's a pity he doesn't know that the contribution competition participants are just warming up and that the current rankings are only temporary." The upper zone's contribution competition had been going on for many years now, and everyone mostly understood how it worked. Those intent on participating in a particular season's competition generally wouldn't reveal their cards in the first 2 months of the season. This was because contribution points were basically trump cards for participants. Naturally, it would be best if participants hid their cards as deeply as possible and only revealed them at the last possible moment. Only then could these trump cards play a vital role. Moreover, there was an added benefit to accumulating contribution points in secret, deciding whether one would continue participating in a particular season's contribution competition or not. After all, aside from time-based assignments, other forms of contributions could be reserved for future competitions if necessary. Since the contribution competition had been running for many years now, some participants had been accumulating contribution points for a long time. These participants were waiting for the fateful day when they would reveal all their cards, instantly securing one of the top 3 positions and gain access to the middle layer. Meanwhile, the current contribution competition was less than a month along. Hence, the various participants were still testing the waters and had yet to seriously invest their contribution points. The majority of their current points were from completing time-based assignments the Green God Company issued, not from long-term assignments that could be turned in at any time. Although I don't know why he made such a move, this is a good opportunity for us, Feng said, shaking his head as he regained his calm. Oljua, go talk to him and tell him I'll buy the remaining points he has kept hidden at double the price. Double the price? Zhuolinqiu looked at Feng in surprise. Young master, historically, purchasing points at 5 times their original value is already pretty high. After all, there is no way these people can secure one of the top 3 rankings. There's no meaning for them to hold on to their points. If other people were to find out that you're offering to purchase his hidden points at double the price, they'd most likely raise their own prices as well. There were many instances where multiple participants joined hands to compete in the contribution competition. After all, unlike contribution points gained through completing assignments, points gained through other sources could be freely traded in secret. When a competition was about to end, participants who were close to the top 3 positions would often purchase the hidden points of other participants. Naturally, as Feng was aiming for one of the top 3 positions this time, he would also participate in this practice. The exchange rate would be based on the prices of the items sold by the Green God Company. Just do as I say. The Green God Company announced that the top 20 participants would receive a reward. So many people are trying to compete for the top 20 positions. It is only natural for the price of contribution points this time to be higher, Feng said, shaking his head. According to the information he had obtained, the Green God Company intended to further squeeze the various corporations for their wealth. To do so, the company had intensified the competition by allowing the top 20 participants to exchange for a limited number of items exclusive to the middle layer. Once this information spread, the price of contribution points would definitely increase. However, while a price hike was inevitable, the increase wouldn't be exaggerated either. After all, there were only so many items the top 20 participants could exchange using contribution points. Beyond that purchase limit, whatever contribution points they had remaining would become useless. I understand. Zhuolinqiu nodded and walked toward Feng. On the other side, Feng was currently ecstatic. Just a second ago, he had still been a poor bastard in the upper zone. Now, however, he had 5 million trade points to his name, enough to purchase 5 ordinary housing units in the base layer. Of course, these points were still insufficient to purchase a large villa in the base layer. However, they were definitely more than adequate for his daily expenditure. At the very least, even after welcoming Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose into the upper zone, he wouldn't have to worry about their necessities. However, it's going to be difficult to get another large influx of points. It seems I'll have to think of a long-term way to secure 7 Luminaries crystals in bulk, Feng thought with a sigh. 5,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal was a significant amount, yet it was only enough to get him 5 million trade points and 50,000 contribution points. With just this many trade points and contribution points, let alone catching up with the top 3 rankers of the competition, he probably couldn't afford anything from the middle layer. However, for his present self, obtaining more 7 Luminaries crystals wasn't much of a challenge. After all, He was currently in the ancient god's domain. The resources available in the ancient era were far more abundant than in the modern era. After verifying on his quantum watch that he had received the 5 million trade points and 50,000 contribution points, Feng planned to head for the upper zone's entrance to receive Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose. After all, this was the first time they were visiting the upper zone. Without anyone to guide them, it was very easy for problems to occur. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. There were many taboos in the upper zone. If they accidentally violated one of these taboos, there was a high chance they would be banished from the upper zone permanently. However, before Feng could leave the exchange counter, Zhuolinxiu appeared beside him. Guild leader Shi, we meet again. Although Zhuolinxiu felt displeased at Feng's earlier attitude, as Hani Feng's butler, he still greeted Feng politely. Master Zhuo, do you have business with me? Feng asked calmly as he looked at Zhuolinxiu. Inwardly, though, Feng was a little surprised by this situation. Although he had expected Hani Feng to seek him out sooner or later, he never thought that the man would act so quickly. Kuruwei had informed him about the ins and outs of the contribution competition, so he knew that those competing for the top 3 spots would secretly purchase contribution points from other participants. Now that he had just exchanged for 50,000 contribution points in one fell swoop, those seeking the top 3 spots couldn't ignore his existence. Indeed, I do. Moreover, this is great news for you, Guild Leader Shi, Zhuolinxiu said with a faint smile. I believe you know about the matters regarding the contribution competition already, so I'll get straight to the point. Young Master Han wishes to purchase the contribution points you have yet to turn in. Moreover, young Master Han is willing to purchase them at double their market value. May I know what you think of this, Guild Leader Shi? Chapter 2782, Wealthy Feng, double the market value? Feng was a little surprised when he heard Zhuolinxiu's words. According to Kuruwei, the transaction price for contribution points would reach 1.5 times the market value at most. Moreover, that was when the contribution competition was incredibly intense. After all, unless one entered the middle layer, it didn't matter how many contribution points one managed to accumulate. Yet, Hani Feng was offering double the market value. Even if the Green God Company would allow the top 20 participants to exchange for 3 items from the middle layer this time, this was still a very high price. After all, the difficulty of getting into the top 3 was simply too great. Before Feng looked into the current top 3 participants, he had still been confident of getting into the top 3. However, after gaining an understanding of those 3 participants, all thoughts of entering the top 3 had disappeared from his mind. This was because those 3 people could instantly gain an additional 1 million contribution points if they grew serious. In other words, if he wished to secure one of the top 3 positions, he would need 100,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal at the very minimum. What did this amount represent? Even if he squeezed the 5 great super guilds and a dozen other superpowers dry, getting such a huge number of 7 Luminaries crystals was impossible. Moreover, this was only the minimum requirement to compete for the top 3 positions. Hence, he had no choice but to wait for Zero Wing to grow stronger and set aside trying for one of the top 3 spots for the future. In the current competition, he simply had no chance whatsoever. Even if he was currently in the ancient god's domain, with its more abundant resources, the 7 Luminaries crystal was still an incomparably valuable commodity. Moreover, its rarity was not the slightest bit lower than in the modern era. In fact, competition for the 7 Luminaries crystal was intenser in the ancient era. From what he heard, the interstellar continent's various powers were similarly purchasing 7 Luminaries crystals at astronomical prices. Residents of the interstellar continent could exchange for living resources in the real world using 7 Luminaries crystals. In fact, if one collected a sufficient number of 7 Luminaries crystals, one could even get promoted from an ordinary civilian to a resident of the core area. Simply put, every player in the ancient era was competing for 7 Luminaries crystals. On the other hand, only the major corporations based in upper zones were competing for 7 Luminaries crystals in the modern god's domain. The competition over the crystals had nothing to do with ordinary players. In fact, it didn't even have anything to do with ordinary corporations. Hence, even if he were to contest frantically for 7 luminaries crystals in the ancient era, the amount he could get his hands on was unlikely to secure him one of the top 3 spots in the current contribution competition. Now, he would be satisfied so long as he could secure one of the top 20 positions, and he could indeed afford to sell a portion of his additional points. That's right, double the market value. Guild leader, sure, you should be able to see young Master Han's sincerity in this matter, Zhuolincio said, chuckling. I can assure you that you won't find another person in the base layer who would offer you such a price. The Five States Corporation was one of the top corporations in the country. It had deeper foundations than even the Boulder Corporation, albeit by only a slight margin. In addition, the corporation even had a genius like Han Yifeng as its heir. It was only a matter of time before the corporation set foot in the middle layer. After giving the matter some thought, Feng replied, I can agree to that price, but I have a condition. Han Yifeng's offer would tempt anyone. After all, this was equivalent to receiving a 50% discount on the various products the Green God Company put up for exchange. For Feng, who is currently severely lacking in the upper zone's resources, Han Yifeng's offer was heaven sent. Condition? What condition? Zhuolincio frowned slightly. In his opinion, the price Han Yifeng offered was already quite generous. He never thought that Feng would want a foot after getting an inch. I want to settle the transaction using life potions, phantom potions, or the middle layer's limited products, Feng said. I will not accept anything else apart from these items. 5 million trade points were already more than enough for him to get by in the base layer. There was no point in getting more. Only the limited exchange items were of value to him. Particularly, the life potion and the phantom potion weren't available in the outside world. Even if he tried to exchange for these items using his authority, he could get only 5 bottles per year. This amount wasn't even enough for his own use, much less sharing it with other people. This condition is too much. You should know that those items can't be bought even with a large number of trade points and contribution points. Zhuolincio flatly refused Feng's condition. Nobody in the entire base layer would satisfy this condition of yours. Whether it was the life potion, the phantom potion, or the middle layer's limited items, they were all incredibly precious to the various corporations. No one would casually trade them away. How about I buy them at their original price? Feng suggested. Feng understood that he was indeed asking for a lot with his condition. However, this was also how negotiations worked. Only after both sides agreed on a price could a transaction take place. Zhuolincio fell speechless at Feng's response. He felt that Feng didn't understand his previous words at all. However, before Zhuolincio could manage a response, Han Yifeng's holographic projection suddenly appeared from Zhuolincio's quantum watch. It is impossible for me to sell those items at base price. However, with my authority, I can sell some to you at double the price. This is also the lowest I can go, Han Yifeng said. Moreover, I believe that nobody else in the base layer would offer you a better price. That works. Feng didn't feel particularly surprised at Han Yifeng's counteroffer. On the contrary, he found this outcome to be quite excellent already. The limited items the Green God Company offered for exchange came with fixed price tags, and residents with the necessary authority could exchange for these items at any time. However, as their description suggested, each resident could exchange for only a limited number of these items. If a person wanted to get their hands on more, they could purchase these items from other residents at a marked-up price. Moreover, even if one were willing to pay the extra cost, one wouldn't necessarily be able to find a willing seller. That settles it then. Han Yifeng nodded. However, let me get one thing straight first. Every transaction we conduct must be valued at 50,000 contribution points or more. Otherwise, our transaction will be invalid. That won't be a problem, Feng assured, smiling. He understood what was going through Han Yifeng's mind. A sum of several thousand contribution points was most likely nothing in Han Yifeng's eyes. Moreover, such an amount wouldn't be of any help to him in the contribution competition. After all, if the top 3 participants were serious, they could easily add 1 million points to their names. Hence, A transaction of 50,000 contribution points was most likely the lowest acceptable amount for Feng. Okay, so long as you've collected 50,000 contribution points, you can come and find me at any time, Feng said before disconnecting the quantum communication. After Feng finished speaking, Zhuolinxiu turned around and walked away, leaving Feng alone at the exchange counter. When Zhuolinxiu returned to Feng's side, he had a hesitant expression. "Just speak your mind," Feng said as he looked at his old butler. "Young master, I'm afraid the old master and the others will have big opinions about your decision to sell him those items at just double the price," Zhuolinxiu said worriedly. "After all, those items are things the corporation went to great lengths to accumulate. They are meant to serve as the foundation for the family's younger generations." Foundation? Feng suddenly smiled. "Unless we enter the middle layer, the five-state corporation will be nothing but ants in the eyes of those above. Also, we have failed to enter the middle layer after all these years. If we don't fight now, when will we fight? Moreover, the family has already promised to assist me with everything they have. If they're not even willing to part with these items, how are we supposed to compete with the other participants? However, just Feng's 50,000 contribution points won't change anything," Zhuolinxiu said. "I naturally know this. Feng is only one of the small sources for me to secure contribution points." At this point, Feng's eyes began glowing slightly. The old man has already met with the other corporations in the upper zone and made some promises to them. I believe he should have no problem securing 7 or 800,000 contribution points for me. Afterward, it'll depend on whether I can complete the Green God Company's bounty. So long as I succeed, I'm certain I can enter the top 3. He was hell-bent on winning the contribution competition this time. Meanwhile, after Feng and Zhuolinxiu left the exchange center, Feng made his way to the item exchange counter. Compared to the contribution points counter, the item exchange counter had many more people lined up before it. After waiting in line for around 15 minutes, Feng exchanged for 5 Phantom Potions and 5 Life Potions, as well as 5 Strengthening Potions, which cost the same as the Phantom Potions and Life Potions. In the end, he spent a total of 75,000 trade points. In the outside world, that was already equivalent to 750 million credits. The Strengthening Potion was considered the least promising product in the upper zone because it had only one function: the strengthening of the user's physical fitness. However, residents in the upper zone would have their physical fitness automatically raised to a certain level, even without any training. If one combined this effect with daily exercise, they could elevate their physical fitness to astonishing levels. Hence, there was simply no need to spend 5,000 trade points to exchange for a strengthening potion. Nevertheless, Feng naturally believed it was better for him to raise his physical fitness as quickly as possible. After all, the stronger his physical fitness became, the easier it would be to improve his brain activity. Often, when Feng gained enlightenment and achieved a qualitative improvement in his techniques, he would find himself facing various problems stemming from his inadequate physical fitness. Had he been as fit as Feng during those times, he wouldn't have faced any problems at all. Hence, he felt that it wasn't a loss to spend 25,000 trade points for 5 strengthening potions. Not to mention, he could already be considered a wealthy person in the base layer. It's almost time to pick up Qing Shue and Aqua. After taking a look at the time, Feng promptly departed the Green God Tower and hurried over to the Upper Zone's entrance. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. 2 hours later, a levitating car stopped at a designated parking lot before the gigantic metal door serving as the Upper Zone's entrance. For people, 1 man and 3 women then alighted from the car. They were none other than Lei Bao, Liang Jing, Bai Qing Shue, and Aqua Rose. As to why Lei Bao had come along, it was as a precaution. After all, many powers were currently targeting Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Liang Jing, someone with little combat power, was unsuited for going out alone. Hence, Lei Bao would usually accompany her whenever she left Zero Wing's headquarters. Ordinary bodyguards would have little to no use against the opponents Zero Wing faced. So, this is the Upper Zone. Liang Jing was surprised when she saw the vast steel wall at the Upper Zone's entry. Even Lei Bao was surprised by the sight. He never thought that the rumored upper zone would have such an appearance. Chapter 2783, Era of Hegemony Upper Zone, Entrance. While Liang Jing and Lei Bao were shocked by the sight before them, Feng, who had been waiting quietly by the entrance for some time, approached them. "How is it? It's different from what you imagined, right?" Feng asked, smiling faintly as he looked at the two. Their expressions and thoughts were exactly the same as his when he first arrived before the upper zone. "Guild leader, how is the upper zone?" Liang Jing asked as she looked at Feng. "Is it as amazing as the rumors make it out to be?" There were many rumors circulating in the outside world about the upper zones. Nobody was allowed to go near the upper zones without permission, despite them being in the middle of bustling cities. Hence, while everyone knew of the upper zone's existence, no outsider truly understood them. In fact, there was not the smallest piece of official news on the upper zone in the world. The information everyone knew came only from rumors. Lei Bao couldn't help pricking up his ears at Liang Jing's question. To him, the upper zone was a place he never even dared to dream of visiting. After all, even world champions in fighting couldn't visit it. "It's amazing," Feng replied with a smile. "It's even more amazing than the rumors make it out to be. The people inside can constantly grow stronger physically without doing any training. So, is it true that even world champion level fighters are not a big deal in the upper zone?" Lei Bao asked when he heard Feng's words. The fact that a place could automatically improve a person's physical fitness was simply unbelievable. This revelation thoroughly shattered his view of physical training. "That rumor is slightly exaggerated, but it's not far off from the truth either," Feng replied, not trying to conceal the truth. Even without physical training, the upper zone's residents can still achieve a physical fitness rivaling Honglian masters. With some systematic training, their physical fitness becomes even more astonishing. "It's actually such an amazing place." Lei Bao was shocked. He had undergone plenty of intense training to achieve his current physical fitness. Yet the upper zone's residents could easily accomplish a similar feat without any training. Who would possibly believe this? However, Lei Bao knew that Feng wouldn't lie to him, so this inflicted an even greater shock. All of a sudden, Lei Bao felt as if he had lived his life for nothing. He felt as if all his previous efforts were nothing but a joke. "Master Lei Bao, no need to be discouraged." Looking at Lei Bao, who suddenly grew disheartened, Feng said, "Zero Wing will also develop in the upper zone in the future. At that time, it won't be just Xing Xue, Aqua, and myself who can enter this place. I will let many more people join us. Just like those international corporations, we will treat the upper zone as our headquarters." Although Feng did not speak loudly, both Lei Bao and Liang Jing gasped involuntarily at his words. At the same time, a hint of anticipation and excitement flashed in their eyes. If anyone else had made this statement, they would have most likely treated it as a joke. However, Feng was someone who constantly worked miracles, having single-handedly developed Zero Wing to its current scale. Moreover, he never did anything he was not confident of succeeding in. His declaration meant that he had some way to achieve this goal. Zero Wing will also develop in the upper zone in the future. Liang Jing couldn't help growing excited when she looked at the distant steel wall. If Zero Wing really accomplished this feat, it would truly become a powerful existence. At that time, even ordinary superpowers would be a joke to the guild. Lei Bao clenched his fists in excitement and anticipation. He felt that his decision to join Zero Wing was the wisest choice he had made in his life. "These 3 bottles here are strengthening potions. Liang Jing, take 2 back and give them to Fire and Violet," Feng said as he took out 3 strengthening potions and handed 2 to Liang Jing. He then turned to Lei Bao and said, "Master Lei Bao, you take 1 as well. I believe that you should be able to go a step further with this strengthening potion." Fire Dance and Violet Cloud normally trained their physical bodies very seriously. The two of them also possessed incredible talent in this regard. Unfortunately, due to insufficient resources, their improvements have been gradual. With the strengthening potion's assistance, their development would no longer be hindered. As for Lei Bao, he also possessed excellent talent. Unfortunately, as he had always been a lone wolf, he never managed to get his hands on any resources and could only rely on hard work. However, he had reached the point where he couldn't improve further through hard work alone. Although Feng had previously given Lei Bao several bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids, which allowed him to improve his physical fitness significantly, it was evident that S-rank nutrient fluids alone couldn't fully bring out Lei Bao's potential. However, with the strengthening potion, Lei Bao might be able to go a step further and become a half-step Hunlian Grandmaster. Meanwhile, if Lei Bao succeeded, then Zero Wing would gain an additional layer of protection. Thank you, Guild Leader. I won't disappoint you. Lei Bao's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Feng. He had heard of the strengthening potion before. This thing was basically treated as a divine item in the fighting industry. Just one bottle could allow a person's physical fitness to undergo a qualitative transformation. Unfortunately, the medicine was incredibly rare, much rarer than even a life potion. According to rumors, even Grandmaster martial artists had difficulty getting their hands on a bottle. In fact, some Grandmasters would even put their lives on the line just to get their hands on it. Yet Feng not only took out 3 bottles, but even gave him one. How could Lei Bao not grow excited in this situation? With this strengthening potion, he was confident that even if he couldn't become a Hunlian Grandmaster, he could, at least, reach a level where he could contend with neutralizing Grandmasters. By the way, Guild Leader, more and more NPCs are appearing in God's domain. As a result, some superpowers have designs on the Secret Covenant Tower. In fact, they've already clashed with us over a dozen times outside Sky Spring City. Currently, both sides have lost over 1,000 Tier 3 players, Liang Jing said suddenly. Fortunately, Vice Guild Leader Illusory Words and Vice Guild Leader Unyielding Heart returned in time to preside over the situation. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, the two of them believe that if this situation continues, their two guilds are unlikely to hold back the various superpowers for very long. Moreover, some small guilds have already begun disbanding due to the NPC population pressure. Many new NPC forces have also emerged in the various NPC cities, and these NPC forces are constantly harassing the local guilds and pose a headache even for the various superpowers. Hence, the various superpowers are all trying to enter the Secret Covenant Tower, which doesn't have NPC intervention. Moreover, I'm afraid that they will only grow more desperate as the NPC forces scale up their harassment. Feng frowned upon hearing Liang Jing's report on God's domains and the Secret Covenant Tower's present situation. He hadn't anticipated that the NPC forces would actually begin taking action so soon. Moreover, with the NPC forces now taking action, the main continent of God's domain would enter an era where hundreds of countries fought for hegemony. To survive the upcoming chaos, the various superpowers would probably do everything they could to secure the sacred leveling ground known as the Secret Covenant Tower. Understand. After giving the matter some thought, Feng looked at Liang Jing and instructed, for now, have everyone in the guild avoid going out to do quests if possible instead. Have them focus on grinding in the Secret Covenant Tower and restrict their sphere of activity to Sky Spring City and our 3 guild cities. Also, have Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul hasten their exploration. It doesn't matter even if it increases the chances of the secret getting out. Our side will do the same as well. Originally, he thought that it would take the NPC forces another 2 weeks to take action. However, contrary to his expectations, the NPC forces had evidently completed their investigations already and made a move. Once begun, the NPC forces' harassment would only escalate as time passed. It wouldn't be long before members of player forces would get attacked if they left the confines of towns and cities. Given enough time, NPC forces would even start launching attacks on guild towns and cities, forcing the various guilds to abandon their guild towns and cities. This, in turn, would cripple the guild's income and force them to disband. Okay, I'll contact them once I return. Liang Jing nodded. Feng gave Liang Jing a few more instructions, such as secretly collecting the basic materials needed to construct the small mobile fortress, then brought Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose into the upper zone. As for Liang Jing and Lei Bao, after looking at the three of them enviously for a moment, they promptly left in the levitating car. In the upper zone, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's condition immediately saw slight improvements. Now, they no longer looked as cold and indifferent as before. The degree of mental deterioration they suffered also declined significantly. After they consumed the luxury set meals, which Feng bought for 300 trade points each, their mental states even showed signs of stabilizing. They also no longer appeared indifferent to everything around them. At the very least, they display some interest in the upper zone's matters. Occasionally, they even took the initiative to say a few words. Seeing the two's condition stabilizing, Feng breathed out a sigh of relief. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The environment here should sustain the two of them for a long time. The next step is to figure out a way to consolidate my standing within the top 20. After seeing Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose enter their respective fearless cabins, Feng started planning how to earn 7 Luminaries crystals in God's domain. Although he was currently ranked 10th in the contribution competition, the other participants had yet to take things seriously. Meanwhile, the competition's top 20 participants being able to exchange for 3 items from the middle layer presented a huge opportunity for the various corporations. They would definitely do everything they could to enter the top 20. If he wished to secure his position within the top 20, he would need 200,000 contribution points at the very least, and possibly more if the competition was intense. After all, the various corporations have been operating in the upper zone for a long time now. The wealth they had accumulated wasn't something he could hope to rival. In other words, he was still short of 15,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystals right now. This was an astronomical number, even for the 5 great super guilds. Afterward, Feng drank a strengthening potion and life potion before lying down in the fearless cabin in his bedroom. Log in. Chapter 2784, Tier 4 Upper Rank Anti-Magic Mountain Range, Deep Valley. At the Anti-Magic Mountain Range's core area, the mana was scorching hot. Individuals without 300 points in fire resistance would instantly die upon entering Deep Valley. In addition, plenty of level 140 Great Lord ranked monsters occupied this place. Due to the environment, native Lord ranked monsters could exert power on the level of Great Lords, while Great Lord ranked monsters could exhibit combat power at the standard of Grand Lords. Let alone players, even Tier 4 NPCs of the same level wouldn't dare come here. However, a black shadow was currently flying through the flame-filled Magma Valley with over 100 Great Lord-ranked Magma Colossi on its tail. All of these Magma Colossi were over 10 meters tall. When over a century of them ran together, their footsteps shook the valley. The commotion continuously attracted Lord-ranked monsters to join in the chase. Magma Colossus Elemental Creature Great Lord. Level 140 HP, 1,950,000,000. It seems this is the most I can attract in this area. After a glance at the Magma Colossi and Magma Golems chasing after him, Feng began chanting an incantation in midair. He had spent over a dozen minutes luring Magma Colossi. Despite his efforts, the group grew to just a little more than 100. Even a number of Lord-ranked Magma Golems only hovered around 3,000. When he tried luring more, some of the ones chasing after him would lose interest and return to their original locations. It was evident that the main god system did not want to allow Tier 4 players to slaughter these low-intellect elemental creatures freely. Hence, the system had granted them the instinct to remain in their respective territories. Meanwhile, as the Magma Colossi were about to get close enough to attack Feng, he completed the incantation for Flame Domain and released it. Originally, Flame Domain was only an AoE offensive spell. Its range and power weren't comparable to large-scale destruction spells. Even so, it still possessed incredible power. However, Feng's Mana Domain, mana quality, and the environment here had buffed Flame Domain to the point where it rivaled Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Even though the magma colossi and magma golems possessed high elemental resistance as elemental creatures, in front of absolute power, their HPs still fell rapidly. The monsters lost over 16 million HP every second. Moreover, the damage even increased by 20% every second. By the time Flame Domain's 7-second duration ended, the magma golems were already in tatters. They had clearly fallen into a heavily injured state. The magma colossi, though, fared much better, as they had lost only around 100 million HP and nothing else. If only I had a great wizard here. Just one Tier 4 curse would be enough to deal with the Lord-ranked rabble. Afterward, all I would have to do is focus on dealing with the Great Lords. Feng felt a little frustrated as he looked at the heavily injured magma golems. He had been grinding for 6 consecutive days now, and he had basically wiped out the monsters in the anti-magic mountain range's outer and inner areas. Now, he was left with only the monsters in the core area to grind for EXP. However, the majority of the monsters here were only at the Lord rank, and they awarded him with barely any EXP when killed. Moreover, they took the most time to kill due to their numbers. Fortunately, he had quite a few AoE skills at his disposal. The 7 Luminaries Ring's Flame Domain was especially helpful. Without these skills, he would have collapsed from exhaustion just dealing with the Lord-ranked magma golems. The next moment, after casting Flame Domain, Feng followed up with Lightning Edge. This Lightning Edge was completely different from the Lightning Edge he had used in the past. When he executed the skill now, it looked as if he had summoned a raging river in the sky, one that covered 200 yards. When the raging river flowed across the crowd of monsters, the weakened magma golems were instantly killed. The power of the skill was not the slightest bit weaker than that of Tier 4 skills. Lightning Edge was capable of exhibiting such power now, because Feng had already upgraded it to the limits of Tier 3. The skill's current power was worlds apart from when it was still at Tier 1 and Tier 2. Of course, the amount of EXP Feng had to invest in the skill was astronomical. This was also why, despite having grinded for 6 consecutive days, Feng had only reached 53% of level 138. Otherwise, he would have long since shot past level 140. However, Feng didn't really care about losing so many levels. After reaching Tier 4, levels were no longer that important to players. For Tier 4 players, reaching level 150 or even level 200 was a simple task. After all, they could earn EXP many times faster than Tier 3 players. In front of a Tier 4 player, Great Lord-ranked monsters that Tier 3 players had difficulty dealing with were no different from common monsters. They merely had more HP and took more time to kill. Despite this being the case, during Feng's previous life, one would often see Tier 4 players stuck at around level 130, even though Tier 3 players had reached level 145 already. The reason for this was simple. After reaching Tier 4, players would no longer gain significant improvements by relying on epic weapons and equipment. Only fragmented legendary weapons and equipment could help. Meanwhile, apart from obtaining fragmented legendary items, one other way Tier 4 players could improve their combat power by a large margin was through Tier 4 skills and spells. Hence, after reaching Tier 4, anyone with brains would search for Tier 4 skill and spell books. This was especially true for Tier 4 magical classes. A Tier 4 spellbook was more valuable than several pieces of top-tier epic weapons and equipment. Of course, due to the rarity of Tier 4 skill and spell books, not all Tier 4 players would be lucky enough to invest their EXP in nurturing their skills to Tier 4. Instead, most Tier 4 players would have to spend legacy skill points to learn Tier 4 legacy skills. Such players would be fortunate to have 3 or 4 Tier 4 skills in their arsenal. This was also why most independent players who reached Tier 4 would possess high levels, while the various large guilds Tier 4 experts would have low levels. After all, the search for Tier 4 skill books required a lot of manpower. They were not items that could be found easily by relying on one person's strength. Lightning Edge was a Tier 4 skill Feng had obtained from the Titan Library. Previously, when he was still at Tier 3, he couldn't gain EXP rapidly. Hence, he had always left the skill at Tier 2. Now that he had reached Tier 4, he naturally couldn't continue wasting the skill's potential. After all, the Titan Library was a place players could enter only 3 times in their entire lifetimes. In other words, players could obtain 3 skill books, at most, from there. Most of the players that had visited the Titan Library had left with Tier 4 skill books, because the Tier 5 and Tier 6 skill books were not things ordinary people could obtain. Even now, Feng was not confident he could get his hands on a Tier 5 skill book. After all, the higher a player's tier was, the more challenging the trial they would face inside the Titan Library. Back then, he had managed to reach the library's central area because he was only at Tier 2. If he had visited the Titan Library when he was at Tier 3, he might not have reached the central area. Needless to say, now that he was at Tier 4, his chances of success were even lower. Hence, unless he spent his legacy skill points, he wouldn't be able to learn new Tier 4 skills for the foreseeable future. This fact remained true even though he was currently in the ancient god's domain. Even during the ancient era, Tier 4 skill books were not common goods. Following this, Feng spent around 20 minutes finishing off the remaining magma colossi. After he defeated all of the monsters chasing him, his experience bar had gone up from 53% to 66%. Unfortunately, while these monsters awarded a lot of EXP, it would be some time before they would respawn. Apart from the generous EXP, the core area's monsters also awarded much more lucrative loot. Just killing this group of monsters netted Feng over 500 fire-attributed magic crystals, 4,000 ordinary magic crystals, and plenty of epic materials. As for the rest of the items the monsters dropped, Feng simply chucked them into his bag without checking. After all, it would take him a lot of time to inspect and organize all of the loot. To earn as much EXP as possible, he decided to ignore the items for now and have other people help him inspect the loot after he returned. As he had to admit that the benefits of reaching Tier 4 and grinding in high-level maps ahead of others were truly wonderful, especially in the ancient god's domain. Not only did he not have to worry about competition, but he could also earn resources by the truckload. Since he started grinding in the anti-magic mountain range until now, he had collected over 350,000 standard magic crystals and 43,000 fire-attributed magic crystals. Subsequently, Feng continued clearing out close to half of the magma colossi in the core area. His level had finally reached level 139 as a result. This was a level that even the ancient era's Tier 3 experts wouldn't dream of reaching at this point. With this much EXP, I should be able to upgrade Lightning Edge to Tier 4. After looking at Lightning Edge's skill window, Feng promptly chose to upgrade it to Tier 4. Feng's level dropped from 139 to 136. The skill had instantly devoured 3 levels worth of EXP. What a gluttonous fellow. Thank goodness I leveled up to 139 beforehand. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be at the average level of Tier 4 players right now. Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at his own level. If he hadn't leveled up to level 139, Lightning Edge's upgrade would have taken at least 4 levels worth of EXP, dropping him to level 135 or lower. However, the benefits he gained were correspondingly massive. With Lightning Edge at Tier 4, the skill would finally blossom and reveal its true power. Lightning Edge, Action Type, Tier 4 Upper Rank. When skill completion rate reaches 120%, the skill can exhibit power at the Tier 4 peak rank. Channeling time, 0. 2 second deals 1,200% physical and 1,500% lightning damage in a cone in front of the user. Initial coverage range is 500 yards. Duration, 7 seconds cooldown, 10 minutes, amazing. As expected of a Tier 4 skill from the Titan Library, Feng was astonished when he read Lightning Edge's detailed introduction. It can already exhibit power at the Tier 4 upper rank standard even in its normal state. If I can execute it at 120% completion rate, combined with the skill's range, it is practically comparable to a Tier 4 taboo skill. As a swordsman, most of his skills were single-targeted at a huge limitation when fighting large numbers of monsters. However, Lightning Edge could now make up for this weakness. The only downside was the skill's relatively long cooldown. Even so, it would be more than enough to inflict heavy injuries on monsters and mythic bosses. Just as Feng was planning to continue grinding for levels, he suddenly received a message alert. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The sender of the message was Solitary 9, and the message's content was simple. Everyone has left their respective legacy lands already. That's quick of them. Feng smiled when he saw Solitary 9's message. Now that I've resolved the problem of my deficient skills and level, it's time to head back. He activated the 7 Luminaries Rings space movement, teleporting toward Meteorite City. As return scrolls did not exist in the ancient god's domain, players had to rely on their own 2 feet to travel to NPC towns and cities, which was a great inconvenience. If not for him having reached Tier 4, which granted him the ability to fly freely, and the omnipotent 7 Luminaries Ring, returning to Meteorite City would take ages. However, perhaps that was why the Ancient Era's players did not surpass the Modern Era's players by too much in terms of levels despite the Ancient Era's advantages over the Modern Era. 20 minutes later, Feng arrived before Meteorite City's entrance. Just like before, he could still see a ton of people coming and going.